Hello everyone. My name's Aaron, and welcome to Cabin Fever by Sad Panda Studios. Now, before you guys say anything, for those of you who know who Sad Panda Studios are, no, this is not porn. Completely. You see, I have a Josh in the background as well that you guys can't hear. He's doubting me. You see, this game is not porn as long as I don't turn on porn mode. Yep. Alright, so yeah, welcome to Cabin Fever. I got this game for free for our birthday present from my Frayed? From my friend Jade. The same guy is helping me make my song. Yes, that's still a thing that's coming out, even though it's supposed to come out like on my birthday. Name your protagonist, Aaron, obviously. Well, I'm not gonna name it Josh because no one wants you. Schmebbylock. The gnome from Gravity Falls. You see, I know these references. I'm a child. I just turned 17, by the way, guys, if you didn't know. Alright, let's get into the game. Disclaimer: this game contains sensitive content and is intended for a mature audience. For information about our content warnings, visit here. Please confirm that you are over the age of 13 and wish to continue. Well, hey, I'm 17. Chapter 1 Prologue. Voice acting. I'm gonna mute the mic for the opening part here once it loads. If it fucking will load, little bitch. Welcome to Coronavirus the Game. Chapter 2 Seed. Chapter 2 Seed. Get your head out of the gutters, you sick fuck, not that kind of seed. Josh is making the dumbest, dirtiest joke ever. My seed plant is good and ready, Jesus Christ. If you call your dick a seed plant, I swear to God. Gotta plant these wheat seeds so you can live. I fucking hate you. Time for my voice acting. I lived in an off the grid cabin that had been in my family for years. When I was young, we used to visit every summer just to get away from it all. I'd probably call that ironic, but every time I say that word, someone tells me I'm using it wrong. Shut the fuck up, Josh. Anyway, when the sickness started spreading, that cabin became a place to survive. It had everything a small family could need. Though, like I said, by the time this whole soul. Oh, fucking mucus in my throat. Though, like I said, by the time the whole soul member of my bubble. By this time I was a soul member of my bubble. I can speak! I was used to taking care of myself. I have some old Fanta by me. And by old Fanta, I mean like a couple hour old. On a good day, with the sun shining onto the solar panels, I could get 30 kilowatts per hour, which is not bad at all if you know electricity. Like for a remote cabin. Oh yeah, also there's gonna be a lot of science in here, guys. Woohoo! 30 kilowatts of. Yeah, so hey, now your parents can't say video games don't do anything good for you. 30 kilowatts of power is more than enough to power most things in a small cabin like this. It could keep your lights on, it can keep your heater on, or if you have a heater, most cabins like this have a fireplace because they're old fashioned. More than enough power to get the appliances in the house. Yep. To keep the appliances in the house and keep the battery bank full. And since the cabin sat near the mountains, I'd often get a decent power level at night with the wind turbine catching the air coming off the ridge. Wind turbine. I don't see a wind turbine here, buddy. But this looks so quaint. Like this looks so quaint. I'd love to like stay in this. Not live in it, but stay in it. But that night it was raining hard. Like most evenings, I spent this one on my computer, playing my favorite idle clicker or browsing the web for news. As soon as I said news, fucking FNAF. As soon as I say news, I get a news update for FNAF. What the fuck? The computers are listening, guys. It actually was about security breach too, which is funny. It was about the security breach DLCs. Like most evenings, I spent this one on my computer playing my favorite idle clicker game and browsing the web for news. The news was mostly doom and gloom, of course, but I liked finding the odd tech or space related articles sprinkled in. I was thinking about how badly I wanted aliens to be real when an email alert danced in the corner of my screen, like the fucking notification for YouTube just did. I opened it. Ah, yet another forward from one of my more gullible work colleagues about a possible cure for the death-dealing virus, COVID-19. This particular claim apparently apparently seemed from a breakthrough in the study of bovine bodily function. Huh. Oh, like cows and shit. Oh, yeah, because animal testing always works for us. Yeah, what a load of bullshit. This this character really is me. He just made a shitty cow pun. As pretty much the only company. Exactly. See what I did there? Shitty because it's bullshit. I was pretty much the only company I had anymore, so yeah, I talk to myself. I do that anyway. I deleted the email. Yeah. I deleted the email, letting out a heavy sigh. There was a point in time where I found that sort of thing amusing. The ridiculous conspiracy theories and clickbait titles. But I just found them sad. I glanced at the clock. Time for tea. I put the computer into sleep mode and headed into the kitchen. On my way there, I accidentally kicked a broomstick lying across the floor. This really is me! Dirty ass cabin, which would be it. I never sweep. In that moment, I judged myself hard. Oh well. Oh well. The world had basically ended, so what was the point of cleaning up? It wasn't like I was expecting company. I kicked the broom aside and carried on. In the kitchen, I stepped. Uh, steeped. What the fuck is this dictionary word? The dictionary words. I steeped a nice big cup of herbal tea. Then I tossed my used tea bag into the compost bin. Nothing as I did. Noting. Fucking damn it. I'm dyslexic, guys. Noting as I did that the bin was nearly full. I'll have to take it out soon. Empty it into the tumbler with the rest of my food, scrap some plant waste. Then, probably in spring, I'd add fresh compost to the garden, give my plants a healthy nutrients boost. For those of you For those of you who don't know, a tumbler is actually a really helpful item for farmers because it takes food waste, plant waste like weeds and all that, and you put it into a metal container and turn the thing every now and then, and eventually it everything in that container breaks down into a nutrient-rich soil for the plants. That helps the next set of plants grow healthier, so you have more crops. And so there's also a really cool farming technique called aquaponics. Have you ever heard of aquaponics? Aquaponics is fish farming. Farming with fish. I have to take it out soon. Empty into the tumbler. Yeah, alright, I read that. I love my plants. I want them to be strong in case they ever need to defend the cabin from zombies or traveling salespeople. Smirking to myself, I stood in the kitchen and sipped my tea. God, it's been so long since I played Plants vs. Zombies. The the only sound was the muffled rush of the rain outside. So peaceful. There's a scream. What was that? A fox prowling outside? A raccoon? With tits? There wasn't a person in my garden, was there? I went to the window, peering out into the darkness and listening hard. So Josh just made a prediction that she's gonna have the virus and she's gonna walk in and affect us, and it's gonna be bittersweet. Honestly, probably. I could see that happening. I weighed my options. Go outside and investigate the noise. Stay inside and lock all the doors. 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. I'll have to edit this part out later. Alright, so the obvious choice is to go outside and investigate the noise, right? I'll make a save. Oh shit. Who the hell played this on my account? Who played this on my account and Alright, Josh, look at this bullshit. Josh. 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 I think he AFK'd. But this is some bullshit. Someone was on my computer, played this game. Wait, I know exactly who it was. Never mind. I told them to play it to see if it was good to play for the channel, and they said yes. But they used save slot 1, 2, 3, skipped all the other ones and went straight to 13. Bullshit. I'll just take over save slot 1. I had a friend play on this to see if it was good. So let's go outside and investigate the noise. The scream really had sounded human. I couldn't just ignore that. As much as I wanted to stay inside, warm and dry, I set down my tea, went to find my crank powered flashlight, and shoved my feet into a pair of boots. Hopefully, and probably, I wouldn't find anything out there, but checking was the right thing to do. I could hear my heartbeat. What the fuck? I pulled open the door and stepped inside and stepped out onto the porch. The flashlight flickered practically. No, luckily, all you need to power up a crank handled flashlight is hands, which I had. I scanned the dark garden. Raindrops lit up as the light passed over them, and the trees and shrubs around the cabin swayed. All I could hear was the wind and rain. A chill ran down my back. I turned to head back inside. A small voice stopped me in my tracks. The rain seemed to beat down harder as my pulse sped up. I turned the flashlight towards the voice, my hand visibly trembling. I forced myself to step down off the porch and follow the path until finally I was close enough to make out the shape of a person. As the weak flashlight beam illuminated more, I gasped. She is so pretty. Her hair, silver hair with purple tips. Oh my god, I love it. Whoever I've been expecting to find, it certainly wasn't this delicate wisp of a girl. She was so pale, she almost looked like a ghost. Even her hair, long and clinging to her face in the rain. Shoe bright, almost white in the glow of the flashlight. She crouched on her hands and knees in the mud as though she'd fallen. 100 questions raced through my head. Where'd she come from? How long has she been out here in the storm? Why wasn't she dressed for the rain? Was she lost? Was she sick? I tried to sound tough, like my dad would have. The young woman squirmed against the flashlight. Her voice quivered, which I thought was kind of dumb. After all, she was the intruder. It was me who should have been freaking out, which I was. No! I did not just say seems pretty sus. Dude, seems pretty sus. Why the heck did I add that last part? What was I trying to do? Lighten the mood? The girl turned her head away. Was she trying to make me feel bad? Was she, God forbid, scoffing at the son of a bitch? Was she, God forbid, stuffing a cough? I took a step back, unwilling to take any chances. Her matter-of-fact tone surprised me. I guess I was expecting some elaborate sob story and or please her food or money or medicine. It could still be a trick, I thought. She could be getting ready to rob me. At this point, my flashlight was starting to lose its brightness. I stood there, quaking the handle to power the light back up. It was a long, awkward intermission. Backed by the drowning sound of the flashlight being worked, but the light was coming back on. I would crank a few more times to shine it brighter on her. Ouch! The whole horrifying picture became clear. Somehow, the girl had gotten her leg caught in one of my animal traps. She must not have seen the rusted old thing in the dark, and it had grabbed her calf and torn it open. Okay, so this probably wasn't a trick. I started to move towards her, but then my own legs froze in fear. Fear of getting closer to a human. Yep.
Does Grandma need anything? Grandma Rosa said before she goes back home, she wants to know if Grandma needs anything like changing or.
She didn't say anything. But then again, you know her.
All right.
If she was sick, then I could get sick. But then I had no way of knowing whether or not she carried the virus. And right now, she was hurt and trapped because of me. I felt horrible. If I left her to fend for herself, anything could happen. so I found I found something annoying. I let someone play the game to like examine if it was good for the channel, right? And there's this save slot overridden, but they used save slot 1, 2, and 3, skipped 4, 5, and 6, didn't use any on page 2, but then went to slot 13. Who saves like that? The weather could turn freezing. And if I did manage to get and if she did manage to get herself out of the trap, she would probably develop an infection fast in such a nasty wound. Swallowing hard, Swallowing hard, I clenched my fist and forced myself to approach her. I had to get away. I, Way too close. I had to get way too close for comfort, but I crouched and opened the trap and freed her leg. It was bleeding pretty heavily, though now that I could see it up close, it didn't look to be as deep as I feared. I stood up quickly and took a few steps back. For some reason, the girl was smiling at me. Didn't she understand that it was my stupid fault she's gotten hurt? Not really. It's your right to have traps on your property. Then again, maybe she shouldn't have been sneaking around in the dark. Exactly. My brain bickered with itself over. Shut up, Josh. I can't even hear you. My brain bickered with itself over who was to blame before realizing the girl wasn't able to get to her feet. I reluctantly offered a hand, wishing I had put on some gloves, but why would I have thought of that? I haven't seen another human in. How long had it been? Accepting my help, the girl climbed to her feet. She wobbled, leaning in, and grabbed my wrist to use me as a crutch. Her words sent a chill down my spine. Touching? Just the thought of it made me break out in a cold sweat. So clearly he plays a germaphobe. But then again, it's fair enough seeing how your parents died from a virus that killed 100 other people, or millions of other people. What was I doing? When had I decided to let her into my home? The warm light glowing inside the cabin was like a beacon drawing us in. Well, said my brain to myself, I guess this is the thing we're doing now. I no longer needed my flashlight, so I tucked it away and used that hand instead to help support the injured girl up the pathway. With my arm around her waist and her arm around my shoulder, it became very clear to me how small she really was. Small and delicate, yes, delicate like a folded paper crane, a soggy, limp paper crane in a drenched dress that clung to her shivering body. Just then, my pant leg caught on something, a nail jutting out the side of the porch. I felt the fabric tug and rip as we moved past. Great. What an evening this was turning out to be. Once we made it inside, I helped the stranger sit down on a wooden chair. I made a mental note to disinfect that chair later, and my clothes, and maybe even the flashlight. But first aid. I was never good at staying organized. Even on my computer, all my folders and internet tabs were a mess. No point in fighting in terms of this was my philosophy. You see, I'm not like that. I need my shit on my computer organized, or else I can't use the computer. I searched the I searched the drawers, the counter, the floor, and nearly tripped over that dumb broom again because before finally finding the first aid kit. It was not well stocked, but it'll do for now. I gathered up some towels and my forehead thermometer 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 phenomenon two. Then then I washed my hands, pulling out some gloves and a face mask from an old box in the back of the cupboard, and brought everything over to the waiting girl. Let me hold this weird gun-like object up to your head. I I had this I held the scanner up to her forehead. 2 seconds passed before we heard the good beep, which meant her temperature was normal. Her eyes widened. She shook her head. Well, it was still better to be cautious. I barely breathed as I took her leg into my lap and started tending to her wound. She is so cute. I love the art. But this art is insane. For all of you with a foot fetish out there, I got you, bros. But like the thing I want to point out, her beautiful ass silver hair with purple tips and her beautiful eyes, like that's such a pretty blue. She didn't wince or complain at all. She was tougher than she looked. I was the opposite. I knew I looked mean even when wasn't trying, but on the inside, I was basically a fluffy yellow duckling with anxiety. Josh is screaming. That is me.
Am I?
I mean, I am not a fluffy yellow duck with anxiety. I am big mean. Say something, Josh. Well, shit. Josh, I think if I keep my headphones off and you speak kind of loudly, the video can hear you.
Ah,
Yes, it does work.
dang it, I don't want to talk loud.
Sorry.
Fine. Hello, everybody, Joshua here, and welcome back to Aaron's channel.
For once, you're doing a collab on my channel instead of his.
Yeah, leave a link, dick.
If our situation were reversed and it was my leg all cut up like that, I probably would have been a weeping wreck spouting rare and incoherent curse words. Fuck me in Jiminy Cricket's locker and call me Patricia!
Here's an example. Fucking.
I love how he either stopped at fucking or his mic cut out at fucking. but she just sat there, quietly watching.
Nice.
She has a choker. I just looked at her neck. She has a choker.
Are you a doctor?
Was she joking?
Do you honestly think I look like a doctor?
Shit. Way to draw attention to your looks, idiot. I thought to myself. Not that I cared, really. It was just that I haven't combed my hair in a few days. Or weeks.
Wait, y'all comb your hair?
And I've been living in the same set of clothes for a while now. A ratty old t-shirt with a rocket ship on the front, and a pair of jeans that had long gone fashion. Okay, yeah. Okay, this is me, alright? That's just me.
Okay, but what type of jeans though? Cause I swear to fucking God, if they're ripped jeans, I'm pulling out the AK.
You've seen my jeans, dumbass.
Yeah, but why would I ever remember them?
They're basic jeans.
Good.
Why would I buy ripped jeans when I could just take a knife and cut my jeans?
But why would you even do that? Ripped jeans look fucking stupid!
Yeah, unless like they're naturally ripped, like in this situation, a fucking nail takes your ass out when you're trying to help a pretty girl into your home. Who am I kidding? Who's that happened to? Hot, right? In another life, I might have felt self-conscious. Not about my teeth, though. Never about my teeth. Dentists were the kind of thing were kind of a thing of the past, and since I wanted to keep my teeth for chewing purposes and whatnot, I was committed to practicing a good old hygiene.
Well, I'm not sure what a doctor
Dentures!
looks like, but you seem to know what
Dentures.
you're doing, and you're a very kind person. So I believe you if you told me you were a doctor.
She's so cute.
Yes, and I can actually hear her voice. I love it!
I looked away, awkwardly holding a clean bandage against the gash in her leg. The towel I used to clean the wound were now a pile of blood-soaked, mud-stained rags on the floor. Was I a kind person? No.
It's just basic first aid. Not a big deal. Here, hold this. Put pressure on it while I wrap it up.
That voice is nice!
I wrapped a length of gauze around her narrow leg to hold the bandage in place.
That should be okay overnight, but we should probably clean it again and rewrap it tomorrow.
Honestly, that would be what my voice sounds like when I'm older. Like, listen to my voice now, and then that, like, I can see the similarities.
Yeah, oh my God. Those
Is this game just about me?
Oh my God.
Is this game just about me?
This is gonna be how you find your girlfriend.
I better start setting up bear traps. Today I'm how to catch a girlfriend.
That's the BDP 445 video. Today we're gonna catch a 12-year-old girlfriend.
Disclaimer: Josh does not like children. He likes full-grown, big titty bitches. Like Mallory.
Wait, what?
Her leg didn't leave my lap. Instead, she wiggled her toes and shot me a small smile.
You're going to let me stay here?
Huh?
I know her name because my friend told me the name. I looked her up and down and said, "Girl, you're looking fine." Then she pulled out a penis that was twice the size of mine.
Bisexual dudes be like, I see this as an absolute win.
Yeah. I looked at her and instantly forgot how to speak because suddenly I was struck by how pretty she was. I mean, the rain had really done a number on her, but still. She must have been around 20.
Notice how wet she is.
She must have been around 20, give or take. Not too much younger than me. She was thin, but everything was so thin these days. With her, it was like she'd been built this way. I'm built different. Small and delicate and weightless. Her dress was simple and a little threadbare. The rain had soaked through, and I realized I could sort of see her undergarments. Stop looking, perv.
Oh, well.
I quickly averted my eyes, my cheeks warming. I hope she hasn't noticed me. I hope she hasn't noticed me looking, because I really haven't meant to look. God, this is so cute.
You said clean it again
Yes.
tomorrow, right?
I did. I did see that. The room seemed to spin a little, and my face went from feeling very hot to very cold. Stay away from each other. That was the rule. What was I supposed to do? She really shouldn't be here. Maybe it's okay if she stays?
Stay.
She shouldn't be here.
Stay. But she's waifu material.
As I do with with every single choice the game gives me, I make a new save slot.
Yahoo! Pog.
Maybe it's okay if she stays. Look at how pitiful she is, said my brain. My brain was right, and I didn't know what to do except go along with it.
Well, it's not like I'm going to just send you back out into the rain. Not by yourself, anyway. Is there anyone else in your bubble? Anyone I can call to come get you, or...
She looked down into her lap.
No.
Oh. Her response made me too nervous to ask any further questions. I wasn't sure I could handle a tragic backstory at that particular moment. In any case, I knew
could. I just hide.
In any case, I knew that if my parents were still around,
And then just wait till 3 a.m. Well, I just dump it all.
in any case, I knew that if my parents were still around, they would never have sent this girl back out into the night. They'd have her stay at least until she got her bearings. I sighed, giving in.
Okay, well, you can sleep on my couch tonight. We'll figure the rest out tomorrow.
Yeah, bitch, sleep on the couch. I'm not a gentleman. You don't get the bed.
We should really stay at least 6 feet apart, though.
You might wake up to a second call.
We should really stay at least 6 feet apart, though.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Her voice is so cute.
Yes! Yes, it is!
She nodded and gently removed her leg from my lap. I moved back, making more space between us, and set to examine the rip in my pant leg. Meanwhile, my brain tried to fathom what was happening. I had brought a stranger to my home. I didn't know who she was or where she come from. This seemed like a bad idea, and also a tad surreal.
Damn, I like these pants.
I would say that.
Oh no, did you get hurt too?
No, it's just a rip.
Oh, that's not so bad.
I got up and made even more space between us. She stood up too, testing her weight on her injured leg.
Wow, it already feels so much better. You must have a magical healing touch.
By the way, guys, I'm going to do a one-shot, which basically means I'm going to keep going until I get an ending, because there's multiple endings in this game, obviously. So I'm going to do a one-shot and keep going until I get an ending, meaning this video is going to be a good few hours. So buckle up, guys. You ready for that, Josh? The silence means he's ready. I was starting to think she might be one of those weird, optimistic people. Also, it was hard to think straight with her standing in that very damp, revealing dress.
You need to take that dress off. That came out wrong. What I mean is, it's wet and cold, and I'm sure you'd feel better if you changed into something dry and warm.
Nice save. I would do something like that too. I would screw up my wording so bad. Like, you need to take that dress off.
Oh yeah, Discord on my fucking laptop's just not working, so yeah, I got my quality.
Welcome to Josh's horrible mic quality hour.
Yeah, yes. Well, instead of using a headset, I'm using my fucking earbud. It's horrible. Why is my internet not working on the laptop? Dear God.
Ouch. Oh yeah, also guys, welcome to the first ever video I have of with my microphone. This is the time for hashtag not sponsored moment. This is the Rock Valley streaming mic.
Okay, my internet's back. Good.
Oh good, we get good quality, Josh.
Back to good quality.
Woohoo! Good quality, Josh.
I'm sure I have some extra
As
clothes
if
you can
I
wear.
ever bring quality.
Really?
Hot in the face, I ran to procure a basket of old clothes from my storage closet. I hadn't worn them since my teenage years. They're too small for me now, but they might be a good fit for her.
Here, take whatever you want. They're all clean.
She's gonna pick like the most like revealing shit ever. Watch.
Yes.
Also, before I continue, her fucking eyes. They're literally glimmering.
They kind of remind me of Demon Slayer.
Honestly, yeah, I can see that.
And the eyes on anime are freaking like they are.
I love
on
anime
another
eyes.
level of beautiful.
Yeah, I love anime eyes. They're really hard to draw, but I love them. I also love the anime noses. Just a little doop. Swoop.
Like they're line, nothing more.
I dropped the basket on the table and walked backwards away from it. I thought it was going to explode.
That's so nice of you. I'll get changed now.
Not out here, you won't. I watched her take the basket and hobble out of the room to change where I couldn't see. I went to stalk her. It was worth it.
Stay.
When she came back, I was surprised to see she had chosen a button down. That was part of my old school uniform back before everything went online. Of course! Of course she chose a big button down that really emphasis on her boobs. It's sad Panda Studios. They're still a porn game studio. Cut them some slack. I've been much younger and much smaller when I wore that shirt, but even still, it's swollen on her frame. It almost looked like a nightgown, which was probably why she'd chosen it.
I haven't felt this comfy since I don't know when. It's a school shirt, right? I always liked the look of school uniforms, but I
Why
never
is
got
this?
to wear one. All my classes were online.
Why does the school uniform badge look like two asses on top of each other?
I was thinking 2 pairs of nut sacks.
I can see that too. This is, for some reason, that made me a little sad. I myself had so few memories of the world before the sickness. So it was hard to imagine not having any at all.
How old are you?
Damn, that would be
21.
sad.
My birthday was actually last week.
Happy late birthday, Mallory.
Just became old enough to drink. Hell yeah. Gonna get a
Well,
smash.
I guess I shouldn't be saying her name until she actually tells us her name. But I got spoiled for me, so you get spoiled for you.
Oh, well, happy belated birthday. Do you have a name?
Oh, speaking of name, it gets told to us right now anyway.
Oh, of course I do. It's Mallory.
I think that name is so cute, by the way. Mallory. Mallory.
Nice to meet you, Mallory. Well, not nice exactly. Weird to meet you, I guess. I'm not used to people.
This is just me.
Honestly, I.
1 second, guys. I'll be right back again. Coming. Entertain, Josh.
Woohoo! Edit it and add some. Oh no, there's any shit. So,
I'm gonna kill you! How dare you! Give me down the blue! How dare you! Was that you, Richard?
might as well
I know it's a gimmick!
I'm going to my 4-year anniversary. What, 6 months? Roughly 6 months from now, like.
You won't be able to find my
Hopefully, League isn't as good as it was with disadvantage. Well, I will walk to the house and slap. It's a long walk. It's like a 30-minute, 1-hour drive, I think. Like basically, yeah, I will walk over there to slap. Yes, why would I accept? Why would you accept my? And frankly, I don't know. No, I don't know. So, most environmental stuff. I tried to read I'm not sure how well that's but copyright like what the hell? Oh, cartridge. Oh my god. I tried to like some Minecraft
I was trying to do T-pose! I was trying to do T-pose! That was good.
I tried to provide stuff, but end up because
I was trying to do
circling below
Got it! I should have never tried to do T-pose!
shitty fucking
I'm gonna kill you, Richard!
So, yeah. So, for my channel, that one, one, I don't know why that's battle. What the? What the F? That is. Wow.
You won't be able to find me. I'm super dangerous.
Where's this? What? Oh my god.
Okay, I deeply apologize. That should be the last one for tonight. I just had to put my grandma to bed.
All I did honestly was look through Steam Gaming and plug my channel.
Fair enough. Feel free to subscribe to him, guys. I'll grab his link.
Yeah, I get it. I didn't mean to trespass onto your property. I really did get lost. And then the rain started. I could hear these dogs or something howling. I was scared, and I ran towards the first light I saw.
I can show you the world. You have $0 in your bank account. I can show you my driveway. I nodded, as if to say I understood. It was true that there were things like wolves and coyotes in the area. That was why I set up an extra secure fence for my chickens.
But what were you doing out there in the first place?
Yeah, I also had a pet chicken for those of you who remember. So yeah, this really is me. Jesus Christ.
Ouch!
I would rather not talk about that.
I stared at her, totally perplexed. Why the secrecy? Should I press for more? Try to insist on some answers or let it go for now. She had a rough night.
Honestly, I'm not really sure. I would be super mixed on this choice and not be sure what to choose.
Honestly, I think the best choice here is to say let it go for now because she had a rough night because she has. She just got trapped in a bear trap. And by her face, which this is great, the art really shows her emotion. You can tell that she's really like, it hurts.
Probably best to wait till you're a little closer.
I decided not to push it. It was all too much, and I really needed sleep. My toe was hurting when I stubbed it on that fucking broom.
I like how your mic just clipped when you said fucking.
On that fucking broom!
This just had fucking. I was like, no. For once, we're gonna actually block the sense of the fucking word.
Go away, Vanos.
Don't worry about it. You're here now, so just take the opportunity to get some rest.
I skirted around her to grab some blankets. I maintained a wide berth as I dropped them on the couch. I offered her a glass of water, pointed out the bathroom, asked if she needed anything, all from afar.
This is perfect. Thank you so much for everything.
Good, now undress.
I'm lucky to have met you.
Yeah, just try not to touch anything.
Unless that anything is me. I shuffled my feet awkwardly.
Okay, I'm going to bed. Bye.
I hope you have sweet dreams. I'll see you in the morning.
She's too adorable. And that's a great position. Does she even have pants? Did we not give her pants? No, does she not choose to wear pants? Like, I'm sure she has underwear on underneath it. She took her bra off. She took her bra off because earlier you can see white straps of her bra from her dress. And also her eyes.
Thank God she didn't find someone like Minetta.
As I made my way up, as I made my way up the stairs to my bedroom, I glanced I glanced back. Mallory was already curled up on the couch looking quite cozy. I couldn't remember the last time I had anyone in my house, even briefly. I've been so careful for such a long time. I'm taking a screenshot.
I was gonna screenshot, but then that would be kind of weird, so nah.
I can't screenshot on
I'm
fucking
so
Mac.
much border for this man.
I didn't know where she's been, or if she's been as careful as I was. She still has her choker, but when my gaze fell on her bandaged leg, a prickle of guilt surged up.
Good night.
I finished climbing the stairs and flopped down onto my bed. I was so exhausted, emotionally puzzled, and mentally drained. It didn't take long for me to fall into a deep sleep. Chapter 3. However you say that, fucking germation? I'm pretty sure it's a plant term.
Hold on, let me use OpGX. Yeah, it is. The sprouting of a seed, spore, or other
Germination. There it is.
period of dormancy.
Yep, germination. Alright, I said it right. Hey, let's go. Guys, I'm getting better. No, I'm not.
Pog.
I'm not getting better. School ain't teaching me shit. It didn't help my dyslexia for at all. Cockle-doodle cock.
Yeah, I can tell very fucking clearly, Aaron.
Listen, I'll make a video talking about what I did, but shut up. I woke up, as usual, to the happy sound of a rooster cawing in the garden. Cock. The sky was great, but the sky was clear, and the early morning sun was bright and cheery. You would think a morning like that would put me in a great mood. But nope, I wanted to fucking kill myself.
If y'all know what this dumbass did, hit like the last week or so, hit subscribe and hit that notification bell so you know when this dumbass's video come out.
Yes. And that video will come out better than you coming out of the closet to your grandparents.
I am straight, bitch.
He's a liar.
Yo, Romo has questioned that if I was Ace.
Honestly, I could see you being Ace.
You motherfuckers.
Do you know what Ace is?
Yeah.
What's Ace?
Like you like romantic or sexual attraction towards others. Aromantic.
Well, no. Ace is you don't feel any sexual attraction. But I personally think you're Aro. And Aro is basically you don't feel any romantic attraction. He made a girl cry with chocolate milk and Pringles.
Yeah, but why do I still have an empty board inside?
I think your horrible traumatic experiences turned you Aro. His horrible traumatic experience.
Like I've actually been through some tough shit.
Yeah, his tough shit. He dated a girl for a week and she dumped him.
2 days.
2 days and she dumped him. And that girl now dates one of my best friends, Bruce. Hey, Bruce.
Yes.
I don't see what she's telling him. All night, my dreams had revolved around strange bugs infesting the cabin, hordes of them, swarming inside through every crack. I must have been tense all night because my neck had a painful kink in it. For some reason, it really wanted to be whipped. I had definitely woken up on that pre-verbal wrong side of the bed. I suppose I forgot about my house guest, or at least I hadn't remembered to think about her yet. I was busy making a list in my head of the work I needed to get done today. That's when the smoke alarm started shrieking. I bolted upright in bed. There was someone in my house, and I let her in, and yep, I could definitely smell something burning. I rushed to put on some real daytime clothes and barreled downstairs. Do a barrel roll. Mallory stood in the kitchen looking mortified. A little smoke hung in the air, but I didn't see any flames. Whew. Phew. Grabbing a chair, I jumped up to silence the smoke alarm. Shut up, bitch!
Thank you. I'm really so sorry. I tried wafting a dish towel at it, but the alarm just wouldn't stop. I didn't wake you, did I?
Bitch, how dare you! Smacks her.
No, don't smack. Just
I
bring
wasn't
her to her knees.
I wasn't really listening to her. I was so busy creating space between us and also looking for the source of the smoke. There it was, a pan with a charcoal black mess sitting in it. I didn't know what she burned, but she'd really burned it.
What is that?
Oh, I thought I'd make you breakfast as a thank you. My mom used to have the best recipe for potato pancakes that would always fuel me for the day.
Aren't those just called hash browns?
Okay, to be fair, Sad Panda Studios is a Canadian company. So maybe they call hash browns potato pancakes.
I swear fucking god. If there are any Canadians watching this, please let us know that, and if that's true, I'm ready to throw hands.
Don't fight my Canadian audience, eh?
I will fight them!
But these... well, I'm not totally sure what happened. I never used a stove like yours before, so this batch got a little... overdone. Maybe I can scrape off the burnt part.
I
You
will
know what?
fight them and
Forget I
make
said
a
that.
great
It's all burnt
live
part. I'll just clean up my mess and then I'll make you a new batch. And I will definitely be more careful this time.
Hang on.
Oh, look
Did
at
you
her
say
little smile.
Potato pancakes?
They're the best. It's too bad this first batch didn't turn out because I spent all morning digging up the potatoes, washing them, peeling them. They were so tiny it took extra long. And I was worried you'd wake up before I could finish.
Those potatoes weren't ready yet, dumb bitch.
Luckily, I've got some other treats on the go as well, so you're not going to starve. Just let me turn on the toaster real quick.
No, don't. The toaster's actually a nuclear bomb, no!
She turned, reaching for the toaster handle, but the microwave was running and the kettle was boiling and oh shit, I think you're right, Josh.
Wait,
I knew it.
Power outage. Too late. She overloaded the solar panel's inverter, and just like that, the kettle, microwave, toaster, and kitchen lights all shut off.
why did you do that?
Mallory, having plated the overdone pancakes for some reason, dropped the plate in alarm. It smashed, flinging shards of itself across the floor. Good job, dumb bitch. The blackened pancakes bounced like rocks. Sad potato rocks.
This makes you forget we're supposed to love it.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sad potato rocks.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to make you some breakfast. I didn't mean to cause so much trouble. I'll clean this up.
She's so pure.
Fucking better.
I sighed in frustration. All I had wanted to do was to make coffee and sit down at my computer just like every other morning. You see, okay, this is the one discrepancy I have. I don't drink coffee.
Coffee's for losers. We wake sheer willpower alone.
And that willpower doesn't get us far. It gets us to the noose and back. I won't get flagged. I'm gonna get flagged so hard. I couldn't do that now because I had to get the power.
Not showing anyone hanging from it.
Logan Paul.
Speaking of which, YouTube, I am still pissed about that, man.
I made a whole video on it, and literally in that video, I said that this is an old topic. I just wanted to get my opinion out there, and not to like get all mad in the comments. And the first comment I read, this event passed. Let it go, man. Like, well, I see someone didn't watch 5 seconds of the video.
Yeah, people just like read thumbnail, look at read thumbnail. Read title, look at the
Read thumbnail. For my opinion. I couldn't do that because I had gotten to get the power sorted and check to make sure she hasn't completely destroyed my precious garden.
Are you angry with me?
Oh.
Yes.
How was I supposed to answer that? Say yes. This is outrageous and unfair. It's not really that big of a deal.
Yes. You fixed her leg, and what does she do? Cause this mess.
My cheeks burned with insult. I pointed aggressively at the mess on the floor.
My potatoes.
Oh
Just
my.
imagine going.
If only I'd known how strongly you felt about root vegetables, I wouldn't have.
Didn't I tell you not to touch anything? This is my home. You're not even supposed to be here.
I know. I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you. I promise. I'll make sure everything is clean and perfect before I go.
She's crying.
Good. She deserves it.
I let out another heavy sigh. I felt bad for snapping at her, but I just couldn't deal with it now. I turned away and went to haul on my work gloves and
I'll be out
boots.
in the yard for a while.
I went out and pulled the back door shut behind me. I heard a soft sound from the kitchen, like a heavy sigh or a snuffled sob. Wait, was she crying?
Good. What did I get myself into? For real. I can't believe.
I continued muttering grumpily to myself as I stared out into the garden. Then I took a deep breath of fresh air, of fresh, cold air. It had an autumn bite to it, but the sun was warm. I felt instantly calmer.
Oh well. She'll be gone soon anyway.
I took my time that morning, dealing with the power issue and making my usual rounds. Happy hens? Check. Busy beehive? Check. I did a rough count of the firewood in my shed, then made my way back around to the front of the cabin. I stopped when I saw the bloody animal trap where Mallory had gotten hurt the night before.
It had to have been painful.
I felt pretty bad. The traps are only supposed to be worn, something to keep my bubble a little safer from dangerous wildlife. I never meant for anyone to get hurt. I looked at the trap, wondering if I should rethink my setup. Move the trap or leave it where it is.
Leave it. If more people get injured than good, we have snacks.
But we want less people here.
If more people do come and they get caught by the bear trap, hey, more snacks.
But we could also trap them further into the forest so a bear will get them. Security guard bear.
Then again, do you even want to go that far out in the forest?
I'm moving the trap. I decided to move the trap and set it up further away from the house, closer to the woods.
Maybe next time I'll catch something less likely to ruin my day. Okay, that was a bit harsh. She didn't mean to ruin my day. A rabbit would be good though.
Still did. I just mentioned
I ignored the sudden craving for rabbit stew, and having finished with the trap, wandered back wandered down into the garden. Right away, I could see where Mallory had dug up breakfast. I surveyed the overturned earth with a heavy heart, noticing a handful of small potatoes uprooted and abandoned. Well, I could always plant something new here. It was the right time of year for garlic. The sun had already climbed high into the sky, and I was feeling almost warm enough to peel off my sweater. I figured I should probably go inside, maybe eat something, check in on poor Mallory, and get to work on my computer. Holy shit. Right away, as I went inside and kicked off my boots, something didn't feel right. It took me a moment to realize. The mess was gone. There were no brooms on the floor, no garbage bag waiting to go out, no scattered crumbs or dirty dust bunny cities. Everything looked so clean. It literally sparkled. But how and why had Mallory done all this? Just to make up for that little breakfast fiasco?
Magic. Bow, 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 bow.
She did what every housewife should do.
Whoa,
You just made me spit out
This
some
is-
of my water.
really nice. Like, really, really nice.
God damn. Racist jokes, sure, maybe, but sexist jokes, what the fuck?
Hey, we can't be exclusive here.
Yeah, fuck everybody.
Fuck everybody.
Right type of listener.
But
Fuck everybody and fuck everybody.
as I looked around at all she'd done, I started to feel like a bit of an ass. I figured I should apologize, but where was she? She hasn't left already, has she? Water? Then I heard something coming from the bathroom. The sound of splashing water and a small voice humming a happy tune. I have uncensored mode off, right? Or on, right? I mean, off. My heart sunk.
She couldn't. She wouldn't.
Without thinking, I threw open the bathroom door. Yeah, because that can't ever go wrong. Okay, good. Censored.
Boo, YouTube.
It's YouTube. We stared at each other, both of us in shock at my intrusion. Then my brain kicked back into gear and I tore my gaze away from her, but it was too late. I had seen everything, including the bathtub full of water. Technically, I didn't see anything because her boobas are covered.
What are you
Trust
doing?
me, his OnlyFans will have an uncensored version.
If you guys want to see the uncensored version, I highly suggest you buy the game because it's really good,
I was
from what
just
I'm told.
taking a bath.
That, you could do that too.
I pointed in the direction of the bathtub, keeping my eyes fixed on the doorframe.
That's my water supply.
It's still warm if you want to use it.
You're still.
What? Did she not get it?
That's my water supply. My fresh water. My drinking water. My everything water. What were you thinking? Why did you use so much?
Wait a minute. He's freaking out so much. Do we not shower?
Oh my god.
Because if so, that's even more true to life.
Oh my. Jesus Christ.
Don't worry. It's only been like a week. Panic was really setting in now. What if she run the canteen dry? I'd have almost nothing until next rainfall, and who knew when that would be?
Sir. That word is not canteen.
What is it?
I don't fucking know, but sure as hell ain't canteen.
So shut the fuck up.
It's like cistern or some shit.
Shut the fuck up and just let me say canteen.
No.
Are you looking it up?
Okay.
gosh, I had no idea. I had no idea. I'm so sorry. I really didn't know.
I like how she's not going to address the fact we just barged in her naked.
No, she's not naked. She has a towel on. Unfortunately.
I'd never run out of water before, but that was because I've always been so careful. This could be a very dry. This could be the very day I had so deeply feared would come.
Great.
How do
No
you survive this way?
How do you survive this way?
It's like you're constantly wasting things. Is this why you were out in the rain last night? Did your bubble decide to kick you out because you don't know how to think before you act?
Shit.
Yo, I don't think either.
Her mouth popped open. I immediately felt bad for shouting. Damn, I really was in a bad mood today.
Just finish up in here. And don't drain that water, okay? I'll repurpose it for laundry or something.
I didn't want to acknowledge my own anger, or the tears that had sprung into her eyes as at what I said. In any case, I needed to check the rain barrels. Like, right that second. I turned my back on her and walked away. Did you at least close the door behind you?
Why would he?
For the rest of the afternoon, I sat at my computer waiting for Mallory to leave. I just couldn't stop thinking about her. And by that, I mean I couldn't stop thinking about how naive, careless, and wasteful she was. Nothing to do with her shimmering eyes or how sweet she seemed to be even when everything else was horrible. Nope. The good news was I checked the rain barrels and the situation wasn't as dire as I feared. As long as it rained again in the next few weeks, we would be okay. Still, I sat at my computer for a long time, eventually unable to focus on work. Entirely. When Mallory finally reappeared, she was holding the cardboard box of my old clothes. For some reason, she was still only wearing a bath towel. That made me feel all sorts of uncomfortable feelings. I tried extra hard to keep my eyes on the computer screen. I pretended to type. I noticed the box had more clothing in it than before. I even saw some of my favorites poking out. I asked her what she's up to. Haven't you had enough had enough fights today?
Ask what's going on.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
I cleared my throat loudly and Mallory looked at me. Mallory looked at me.
What are you doing with those clothes?
Oh, I was just going to go through them and sort out what's good to wear. I hope that's okay.
Huh? That didn't sound too wholesome. Maybe she was finally getting ready to go?
Right. You're welcome to take anything that doesn't fit me anymore. I'm sure you could use some warmer things to wear out there on your travels.
I turned quickly back to my computer, hoping I hadn't hurt her feeling with my not-so-subtle reminder that I didn't want her there. Why do you care about her feelings? Asked my brain. You already told her she's not welcome. She'll be gone soon either way. I hyper-focused on my screen, and in another couple of hours, I still had nothing done. Yep. Suddenly it was dark out, and I was starving. And Mallory still hadn't left. In fact, she was in the kitchen. And there were nice, savory smells wafting my way. I logged off and shut down my computer quickly, but casually, making my way over to her. I found her attending to 3 separate pots on the stove, all of them simmering and steaming peacefully. How dare she? Nothing was burning this time either, which made me feel annoying feelings like impressed and kind of excited to eat that. Mallory noticed me staring there and smiled way too brightly.
Oh, good, you're finished working. That's perfect because supper is ready.
Why are you cooking in your bath towel? In my bath towel.
Sometimes you just want some, kitchen sex, and regular clothes would just be too cumbersome.
She started dishing out the oddly fancy-looking meal onto 2 large plates.
What is all this?
It's all made from freeze-dried proteins and grains I found in the pantry, and some spices, which, by the way, make all the difference when it comes to flavoring a dish. Oh, and I only used things that were already open, so I hope I didn't overstep again. I can tell you worked really hard. And I know I made a mess of things, and I just really wanted to make it up to you. I'm determined to have a net positive impact here.
She thought it'd been nice. I was suddenly very concerned about how low her bar was.
Yeah, honestly, I feel that for anyone that might have a crush on me.
I also couldn't help feeling a little charmed by her determination. I wanted to let her know that I did actually appreciate her efforts.
Well, this does look incredible. And by the smell of it, I'm pretty sure I'll be licking these plates clean. Or, you did wash your hands before you started,
There'll be something
right?
else you'll be licking tonight.
Yeah, silly. And I still don't have
I'm
any
going
symptoms
too
of any
deep
sicknesses
into
either.
these horny jokes. Am I go too much?
It is a game made by a porn studio.
So come on, let's eat.
Son,
I want you to enjoy it while it's hot.
The vibe I'm giving off.
There was something so endearing in the simplicity of her delight. I smiled as I took my plate and sat down. At the far end of the table away from her, we ate in silence. The food really was delicious. I wouldn't have guessed she had it in her. Not based on that morning.
What else do you want to guess will be that?
I wonder if I should try to get some answers out of her now. I thought, and cleared my throat.
How's your leg feeling?
It's not too bad.
I should probably take a look at it after supper. Clean it up and put a fresh bandage on it. And then, I suppose we should talk about getting you home?
Right. Home.
I mean, I don't know if you have a family or a group or whatever, or if you're on your own like me, but you don't exactly look like you live in the forest. So where are you headed?
She lifted one shoulder, visibly uncertain.
Surely there must be someone.
And why is she still in her bath towel?
Why not?
I'll figure something out.
Hang on, no. I want to make sure you're going to be okay.
I thought you just wanted me to leave.
Ideally, I'd like to know at least something about your situation. Maybe I could help you.
She looked away.
That's sweet of you, but I'm sorry. I'm just not ready to talk about it.
Okay.
We fell quiet once more. Just the awkward scrape of forks on plate to fill the silence. I considered her as she sat across from me. So beautiful it was, as if she were a digital painting.
Can I just ask one more question? Why are you still wearing that towel?
She looked at me blankly. The last few morsels of food balanced on her fork fell back onto the plate. She glanced down at herself, then up again, hands clapping against the side of her face.
What? You mean I've been wearing this the whole time?
She didn't know she was still in the towel? That's a me move.
gosh.
Well, you don't really have to wear anything, honest.
I couldn't help laughing. I felt like I was finally catching on. She was a bit of a space cake. Space case. That
Space
was
cake
all.
sounds nicer. Go with that.
Space cake sounds like a food.
Like space coke.
Space Coke wasn't too bad.
Yeah. It's real good.
I'll be back to clean up as soon as I'm decent.
Her efforts to flee quickly were hammered by her leg. She ended up limping away in search of her clothes, mumbling under her breath. That's when it hit me. I haven't even considered how much pain she must have been as she cooked and cleaned and tried so hard to pay me back. Pay me back for what, though? I'd only wanted to help her, and I haven't even done a great job of it. And now I was trying to send her away, knowing full well she had nowhere to go. No, I couldn't do that. And now I felt like I had to make things up to her.
Give her a night she won't forget.
I tidied up quickly from supper and returned to my computer where I booted up my 3D printer. I didn't use the thing often, but it was there for emergencies, and this seemed urgent enough. I managed to find a design that was close to what I imagined, and I set everything up and stood back to watch the printer do its thing. Just then, Mallory emerged wearing her dress.
Oh, you already cleaned up. I guess that's it then.
She stood beside the table, leaning on it for support. I stood in front of the printer while it worked. I didn't know what to say, so I decided to let words come out of my mouth. I wanna put my balls in your jaw.
Can I put my balls in your jaw?
You should stay.
Yes.
You should stay.
Also, I'm sorry. I've been a total asshat to you.
She looked at me.
Oh, you fucking think?
You made him an asshat. She looked at me, nervously clutching the sides of her dress in her tiny hands. Her mouth opened and closed like she didn't know what to say either, so I kept going.
It was kind of a shock to have you show up here. I haven't had anyone visit, ever, because this has always been my space, my family space. I guess I felt sort of invaded. But now I realize that's stupid. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, I wouldn't feel right making you leave when you're clearly in a bad spot. I have the means to help you, and there's no reason why I shouldn't. If you want to leave, that's fine, but there's no rush. Cool?
She smiled softly, her eyes seeming to glimmer.
Cool.
Behind me, the 3D printer finished its work. I turned around to take the sheet of gauze with the cute potato pattern I printed, hoping it would amuse her and lighten the mood. Also, 3D printers do not print that fast. What the fuck?
It's the future of 2032.
This takes place in 2020.
God, oh wait, what the?
This takes place in 2020 when coronavirus is at its peak.
Well, that was just the start of COVID.
So technically,
Its peak is in the future.
this is in the past.
Can I redress your leg now?
Can I redress your leg?
Can I redress you now?
The pattern on the gauze made her giggle, and she nodded and sat down, propping her leg up. I prepared once again for the uncomfortable closeness that was necessary for this task. I scrambled my hands, put on a mask and a pair of gloves, and went to sit by her with the first aid kit. We chatted idly as I cleaned and packed her wound. Afterwards, I got her set up on the couch and bid her goodnight. I wasn't exactly tired, but I figured it was better to leave things off on a pleasant note before things got awkward again. I climbed upstairs to my loft and lay in bed, staring at the ceiling above me. I thought about how angry I've been with her actions this morning. I thought about how scared and uncomfortable I felt throughout the day. How was it that now, a matter of hours later, I could feel such a gentle fondness for the very same person who made me so upset?
That's love for you, baby.
Moody hermit, I accused myself.
Why
Yeah,
does that? Why
you're
does that
probably
timing
right,
so perfect?
I thought in reply. And with that, I closed my eyes and waited for sleep. I have a narration channel, by the way, guys. Chapter 4, Growth.
Is this gonna be a whole mess playthrough of the game, or are we gonna stop somewhere? Cause Jesus Christ.
One shot. I'm going to do a one shot for an ending. Because I don't know how to chop up this. It's a fucking it's a whole ass story. It's better to get it in one playthrough. Obviously, I'm not going for all the endings in one video, but I'm going for ending in the video. I slept soundly that night and woke up feeling surprisingly good. The sun was shining, my body and mind were refreshed, and once again, something smelled delicious in a kitcheny kind of way. What the fuck is a kitcheny kind of way?
You know, like when your grandma bakes
Ah, I see. Hey, I could get used to this, thought my brain. I rolled my eyes at myself as I hopped out of bed. This was the start of a new routine. It had to be. Mallory was here now, and I didn't want either one of us taking advantage of the other. I wondered if she'd like to learn about the systems I have to set up for off-the-grid living. I definitely needed her to understand why certain things were important, like conserving water, obviously. But she might actually enjoy being involved with the work I did on a daily. Maybe we can share the load. She could be the Sam to my Fordo. That's a reference I don't understand.
Lord of the Rings, baby! Woohoo!
Alright, see, I'm a nerd, but not that big of a nerd.
I've not even finished the first book. I'm not that much of a nerd either.
Yeah, I'm not a Lord of the Ring nerd. If you ask my friend Dustin, who's also a narrator on one of my videos, he's a huge Lord of the Ring fan. That would slap me right now.
Probably slap me too, because I yet to continue reading the books. It's been like 2 years. Someone help me.
My heart felt kind of bright and big at the thought of having a friend, even if it just was for a while. It was something to break up the mind-numbing of the sweet morality of the sweet post-apocalyptic lifestyle I've been living off. I could be an okay teacher. I taught a few online courses before for beginners wanting to learn C hashtag coding, I'm guessing. Teaching someone how to feed a chicken shouldn't be any harder than that. I treaded softly down the stairs and snuck into the kitchen. Some egg mindly mentally bobbed away in a skillet, and a pot of rice was boiling over. Mallory stood with her back to me, struggling to reach something high in the cupboard.
Your pot is boiling.
Oh, you surprised me. Good morning.
Aww.
How did you sleep?
Where'd you get the apron?
Should wear nothing but the
She moved back to the stove to transfer the rice off the heat. Then she picked up the skillet and gave the eggs a good
I
toss.
slept okay. How about you?
She smiled, wiping her eyes on wiping her hands on her apron. It was my mother's apron, actually, and I was pleasantly surprised to see it. It had been tucked away in the bottom drawer and forgotten about for a long time.
Great. Your couch is super comfy, and that blanket is so cozy and warm.
Good. I'm glad.
My gaze drifted to the open cupboard behind Mallory.
Did you need something from up there?
She looked back at the cupboard and let out a nervous giggle.
Yes, please. I was looking for aspirin and I thought I saw a bottle up there, but I couldn't really reach. I didn't want to risk standing up on a chair or something with my leg.
Is it getting more painful? I did notice a little redness yesterday, but I didn't think it was infected. Unless... Wait, you're not feeling sick, are you?
No, it's just the leg. It's a bit achy.
I motioned for her to switch places with me, keeping some distance between us while I reached up and grabbed the aspirin bottle out of the cupboard. It was still half full, yet I hesitated for a moment, reluctant to share my supply. I need my drugs, you know. But then I could order more,
you never know when you run out of cocaine.
along with that first aid kit I needed to replace. I sat the bottle on the counter and stepped away so Mallory could take it. She smiled so brightly that dimples appeared on her cheeks.
Thank you so much. You're the best.
I pressed my lips together, trying not to smile. We were standing too close to one another. I took a few steps back, clearing my throat.
Maybe it's time for another temperature check, just to be sure.
I went to grab the scanner and came back.
Could you, move your hair?
She lifted her bangs off her forehead so I could get a clear reading with the temperature scanner. After a few moments, the happy sound of one beep let me know she was fever-free.
Okay, you're good. But we should keep distancing until enough time has passed to know for sure.
Mallory nodded as she untied her apron, my mom's apron. Then she did a little twirl on her good leg and offered me a plate.
How's this for a second attempt at breakfast?
Holy booby. Anime
Could
food.
be focusing on the tits, but that food looks delicious.
Anime food.
The only way you should be looking at food porn.
If you want food porn, Food Wars on Netflix.
Not sponsored.
The food looked glorious. I knew the eggs were fresh because I had collected them myself just a few days prior. But still, what had she done with them? What had she done with them was so beyond impressive. Rough chopped vegetables and herbs gave splashes of color to the omelet, which was stuffed with steaming hot rice, speckled with even more seasonings. The whole thing had a downright heavenly aroma. I'm not a food person. I barely eat. Suddenly, some good old Shakespeare came into my brain. Did my heart love till now? Foresaw it sight, for I never saw true beauty till this breakfast. Empire tits. I thought to myself, you're a nerd.
Well, you seem to have learned how to use
What
the
the
stove
fuck?
anyway.
She blushed. Oh no, I hope I haven't embarrassed her. I meant it as a jokey, complimenty thing. You've been alone too long, I said to my brain.
Really, this is amazing. I don't deserve it.
We enjoyed our breakfast at the dinner table, sitting across from each other just like the previous night. Through the great big windows at Mallory's back, the yard looked bright and inviting.
Looks like we'll have great weather today. I was thinking of doing some work in the garden for a while. A place like this needs a lot of maintenance. 10 acres of green space, all the off-grid systems. It's a constant running to-do list to keep everything going.
It seems pretty amazing. Is it hard to take care of it all by yourself?
It can be hard work, but it's worth it.
Well, what can I
do to help? I accidentally skipped that. I looked at her, a little surprised. Ask her to join you in the garden. She should really relax and stay off her feet.
Well, that's a point. She should stay off her feet. But just in case, you should let her join you and
But
tell
she
her how to do all this.
she is pretty determined to help me out around the house since she's here.
I suppose you could join me if you'd like. Some fresh air might help you feel rejuvenated, speed up your healing. I can show you a little bit about my setup, too. Introduce you.
Oh fuck, I didn't mean to skip that. I'm just gonna replay that.
Some fresh air might help you feel rejuvenated, speed up your healing. I can show you a little bit about my setup, too. Introduce you to the hens.
Subscribe to my channel, motherfuckers. Josh's Game Corner. Link below, I hope.
We've been recording for almost 2 hours and we're half through the game. Not bad. Because I was told there's 8 chapters. Wow, was all I could think.
You have hens? Like little chickens that actually run around going cluck cluck? For real?
Oh, I laughed. It hadn't occurred to me that she might not have ever seen one before. But if she came from the city, which I sort of assumed she did, then it made sense. Her childlike excitement over something so normal to me warmed my heart against its will.
Yeah, I have fish, too. You want to meet them?
I have fish. Maybe I do aquaponics then. Because this guy seems to be really survivalist, whole ass garden, tumbler. If he has fish, he seems like the kind of person to set up aquaponics. Which I don't know if I explained greatly. It's basically where you hook up plants and shit and tubes to a fish tank, and basically as the fish live and shit in the tank and all that, the tubes in that tank basically take that nutrients from the water, cycle it into the plants, giving it the same kind of nourishment that you would get from a tumbler if you did soil. And then whatever the plant doesn't need gets filtered back out into the tank. It's actually pretty cool. She raised excited fists, practically bouncing in her seat.
Yes, I do. I really do.
Okay, let's head outside then.
She dumped up, the very definition of bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Her enthusiasm was infectious. It made me feel more lively, too. I thought about insisting we both mask up if we're gonna be spending the day in close proximity. But I thought about it some more, and since we would be outside with lots of space around us, and since neither of us had shown any symptoms, I imagined it would be fine. As we headed outside, I offered Mallory a jacket. She declined. I was skeptical that she would be warm enough in her threadbare dress, but it was her call. At least the sun was warm today and there wasn't much wind. I let Mallory lead the way through the garden. She would stop to examine all different growing things, all the fruits and vegetables, more than enough for one person. I often had an overabundance of produce, so I would end up cleaning a lot of it, canning a lot of it. Except for those potatoes. Rip.
Oh my gosh, are these strawberries?
There she stood in the strawberry patch, a look of total wonderment on her face.
They look so plump and juicy, and they're so red. How did you grow them?
They're actually the easiest thing to maintain around here. They grow like weeds. Pretty much every year I get 3 whole harvests out of this patch.
Really? What do you do with all of them?
I make my own jams, put them in salads, make smoothies, things like that. I dehydrate some for easy snacking too. But I think they're best right off the bush. You're welcome to have some.
Her eyes widened. They were huge, and they were actually twinkling now. How did she do that?
I've never eaten a strawberry before. Are you sure?
Never? Jeez. Yeah, help yourself. Just put your index finger and thumb right behind the stem and pinch it off.
I watched her reach out in search of the perfect strawberry to pluck.
Watch out for slugs.
She paused, stuck her tongue out at me, and selected her perfect first strawberry.
Oh, wow, these taste just like sunshine. I could eat these every day.
Feast away.
She's so cute. I couldn't help but want to offer her everything just then. The happiness radiating off her was, like, addictive or something.
Oh, look, this one's shaped like a heart. Oh, this one here is huge. Look how shiny and red it is. It's like something out of a picture book. Oh, there's a little bug munching on that one. Enjoy your meal, little bug.
Oh. I smiled to myself while Mallory chattered away. Eating strawberries by the handful, I picked up my rake and started taking care of the fallen leaves that were engraving on the ground. Mallory noticed and came over.
Can I do that?
Her smile was brighter than the sky above us.
Oh, no, that's okay. You need to go easy on your leg.
My leg feels fine. Please?
She just looked so earnest. Reluctantly, I passed her the rake. While Mallory took care of the raking, I made my way to the other end of the garden where I worked at pulling up the weeds. Pretty soon I had a bucket almost full. When I looked around for Mallory, I saw her standing beside her leaf pile in progress, pausing to catch her breath. I felt bad for letting her take on the raking. She'd probably end up feeling pretty sore afterward. Still, it was nice to have the help. I could already tell that the chores would go quicker this way. I watched her until she finished her little break and gone back to raking, or rather, until she spotted me looking at her, and gave me a big thumbs up, which I pretended I hadn't seen.
Pulling up weeds.
I shook my head at myself, tossing our fistful of leafy stacks into the bucket. Something about this girl stirred up my insides, like she was a cartoon princess. Too happy and determined. Almost too good to be real. I, for one, definitely wouldn't have been tough enough to pick up a rake with a leg injury like that. If anything, I had been sat on my couch playing video games until I healed. So I guess I felt a feeling that was partway between admiration and total bewilderment. Because there Mallory was, her pale skin glistening as she did my yard work for me, her dress swaying and dancing around her thighs as she moved. Wait, am I still looking at her? I thought I went back to reading. I had to put an end to this distraction. It looked like Mallory was about to finish anyway, so I carried my bucket over to her.
Looking good. Good work. I mean, let's move all this stuff into the compost bin.
Okay, what's that?
That there's a tumbler. I showed her the bin, and as we filled up with weeds and old leaves, I gave her the rundown.
Basically, I put all the dead plant matter and vegetable waste I have into the tumbler. Since it's a sealed container, it traps lots of heat inside and helps the stuff break down. See the handle on the side? I use that to turn the tumbler so everything gets mixed together. Then, once it's all broken down, I mix it in with the garden soil. The compost gives the soil extra nutrients, which helps the plants grow. It's kind of like the circle of life. I save all the peels and ends from the produce I eat, turn them into compost, and use that to grow more stuff. So the garden really provides its own nutrients for the next crop of plants that grow there.
Wow, that's amazing.
Honestly, everyone should be doing this. It's a big part of reducing waste.
It's like a big
It's true.
broccoli leaf monster. Num num num.
Oh. 1 minute, guys. Sorry. Josh is being very quiet, so I'm checking to see if he left. There's 3 new messages in the Calamity call, so I'm guessing he did. Oh no. Alright. Sweet. He is still here. She fed the last of the garden waste into the mouth of the bin, then patted the top of it as though praising a good dog. I nearly snarled with laughter. She was too pure for this world, really. For a few moments we stood together admiring the garden. It looked so clean, and honestly, now then was a twang of anxiety. I noticed how close we were to one another, how closely we've been working. But it was probably fine. She seemed healthy. More than healthy. She was handling her injury remarkably well. Was that the so-called power of positive thinking at work? Cough, cough. Never mind. I lurched backward, looking at her in horror.
Are you feeling sick?
No, sorry. It's just my throat is dry. I'm really thirsty.
You know, that's fair. You do gotta feed your maidens. Or water your maidens. Oh, right. We've been working for a while, and now that she mentioned it, I felt pretty parched too. Phew.
I'll go get us some water.
I dropped inside, took a few deep breaths, and went to fill up a couple of stainless steel water bottles. Everything was fine. Her temperature had been normal from the get-go. She had no fatigue, no symptoms of the virus at all, apart from that one cough, which was justified. Still, it was a reminder that I shouldn't be letting my guard down. When I returned outside, I found Mallory staring up at my rooftop, which had with one hand raised to shield her eyes from the intense sunlight.
What are
solar panels. I looked up at the roof where she was pointing.
Oh, sort of. They're solar panels. And they look like they could use a sweep, actually.
Why? What are they for?
They absorb energy from the sun, turn it into power for the cabin.
What? Really?
Here. Face toward the sun and spread your arms out.
She hesitated, then raised her arms up. She closed her eyes and tilted her head so that the sun would light up her pale face.
Feel the warmth? That's energy from the sun, or as I like to call it, the nuclear furnace that sits in the sky, 150 million kilometers away from us.
Nerd.
The solar panels take that energy and convert it into electricity. That current makes its way down to a charge controller, which turns the current into voltage for the batteries. My computer, appliances, and lights are all modified to run off that DC voltage. Oh, and the charge controller is hooked up to a battery that can store all that incoming energy. So we can still run the power for a while, even when the sun has gone away.
This guy has his own AC-DC converter. I hoped my explanation made sense for someone who'd never seen solar panels before. The concept might be hard to grasp.
So you capture the sunshine and turn it into energy? Isn't that like what flowers do?
Yeah, that's one way of thinking about it.
The twinkle in her eyes had returned. She continued to gaze up at the panels in awe.
It's like magic. If we'd had something like this where I grew up, then the citywide power outages wouldn't have mattered so much.
Her smile faded a little. Suddenly, the conversation felt heavy. I wanted to ask her to tell me more, but I was afraid.
Give me a few minutes to sweep the leaves off the roof. Then we can go say hi to the hens.
Ooh, okay.
They're over there, just FYI, in case I happen to fall to my death or something.
What?
Don't worry. If that happens, you can just bury me in the garden. My corpse will give lots of nutrients to the soil.
She gasped, clearly horrified, and I couldn't keep a straight face anymore. I laughed.
Don't run around like that. It's not funny.
Sorry. I'll be back in a few. You rest.
I grabbed my ladder and broom from the shed and headed up onto the roof. I swept all the leaves off the solar panel and cleaned off the... I can't say that word. For good measure. I paused to gaze down at Mallory in the garden. Jesus Christ. She looked so at peace among all the plants. Butterflies had gathered nearby on the patch of wildflowers, and she was smiling at them. I didn't think I'd ever see a sweeter scene. But we don't get to see it? What the hell? Artist, you're lacking. I looked across the hills toward what remained of the city. That was where Mallory had come from. I'd assume so, but now that she'd confirmed it with her comment about the power outages, the thought of her living there almost hurt. Even from my rooftop, I could see how everything had fallen into despair. I remember the long ago announcement that public buildings would be closing down indefinitely. Sports stadiums, movie theaters, malls, and offices had all been shuttered. Even apartment complexes and private homes had to change. People were moved and shoved around as fences went up and shared spaces became inaccessible. anything to keep people apart from each other, or at least in their own safety bubbles. I hadn't set foot in the city for years, and looking at it now, I had no desire to ever set foot there again. With a sad sigh, I turned my back on the ghost city and climbed down from my roof, where I met Mallory in the garden and forced a smile.
Ready?
She seemed so excited as we made our way over to the chicken coop. For a moment, I even thought I saw a spring in her step, but then I realized it was just her limp. Was the aspirin she'd taken already wearing off? The chickens clucked with extra enthusiasm when they saw that I had company. When they opened the door to their fenced-in area, some of them flapped their wings furiously, sending feathers flying and making Mallory laugh.
For as long as they've been alive, I've been alone. So they're either happy for me or scared of you. Not sure.
I pulled the gate shut behind us. Mallory was already saying hello to each individual chicken, giving them compliments and asking them how their day were, how they were enjoying their morning. Then she saw the chicks, and she gasped.
Babies!
Did I not mention that? Yeah, they hatched a few days ago. You can pick them up if you want.
She looked at me, her eyes doing that shimmery, sparkly thing again. I saw that there were tears there, and I thought or hoped they were tears of joy.
They're so cute. Are you sure I can touch them? It looks like they'll break. They're so tiny.
Funny, that's exactly how I felt about her.
They'll be okay. Just gently scoop them up into your hands.
Okay.
She carefully held out her hands. Some of the chicks came closer, investigating her, and it didn't take long before a couple of them volunteered to step into her palms. 1 second, let me just shut Discord up. And Josh, you've been too quiet. Yeah, let me just shut Discord up so it stops beep 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 beep. Boom. Do not disturb. Do not disturb. I'm recording. And we'll be recording for a good little bit. Mallory let out a small squeak and lifted the chicks up to her face. The chicks, I don't know how to say that, but that's a big word, with their own happy peeping noises, dancing in her hands as she stroked their golden down with a single fingertip.
They're so soft. I love them.
I believed her. It was weird. I couldn't fathom loving something so easily or so quickly. But Mallory did. And I had a hunch she would have taken a bullet for those baby chicks.
Oh, sorry about the smell, by the way. I'm used to it, so I guess I forget that coops can get pretty smelly.
I don't find it bad at all.
She continued to pet and play with the little chicks. The whole scene was just too precious.
Do you want to feed them? There's a bag of grain just behind you.
She looked over her shoulder, smiling, and gently set down the chicks so that she could reach for the bag. She took out a small handful of grain and scattered it in front of her. The chicks started to eat, and soon the adult hens came to join them. All the chicks loved Mallory. They nibbled at her dress and danced around her as she fed them. The clucking intensified with every handful of grain, becoming so loud that Mallory started to laugh.
You're so happy.
I nodded.
I try to give them a good life, even if it's only a short one.
Huh? What do you mean?
Oh no. Why did I say that? What should I say next? I'll answer honestly.
Well, some of these chicks will grow up into egg layers, so that we can eat things like that amazing omelet you made this morning. And others will be butchered for meat.
She stared at me. Then she looked away. And those were definitely not tears of joy in her eye. Not anymore. She patted another baby chick, but this time her hand was trembling. I felt pretty bad in that moment.
You take care of them from the time they're little babies like this, and then you kill them?
It's not like I want to. It's just how it goes. I need to eat, and I can't exactly go pick up meat from the grocery store.
I didn't feel like this was something that needed to be explained, let alone justified. It was how people survive. It wasn't pleasant or ideal, but just like staying away from each other to stop the spread of a deadly virus. It was necessary. Did she not get that? Why wasn't she saying anything?
Mallory?
I understand. I guess I just never thought about it before. It makes me a little sad. I'll be okay though. Thank you for bringing me to meet them.
She stood up, gave the chicks a little wave goodbye, and left the coop. I followed her out, shutting the gate behind us.
Shall we head back inside?
She nodded as we strolled across the grass. I felt a little awkward when we went back into the cabin. There was an unhappy tension, but I didn't know if it was just me feeling guilty or something more. I tried to ingest a little prickliness into my voice.
So, there was one more thing I really wanted to show you today. It's the most intricate and nerdy of all my systems, and by far my favorite.
She tilted her head questioningly.
Remember when I said I have fish? Well, it's a bit more complicated than that.
It is aquaponics.
The fish are actually part of a system I use to grow plants and food indoors. That way I can have at least some fresh things to eat in winter.
Oh?
It's called aquaponics, and it's really freaking cool. Come on, I'll show you.
She smiled softly, like she was charmed by the idea. That was a relief.
Okay.
I led Mallory through the cabin up to my aquaponics room. It was sort of tucked away, and since I always kept the door closed, it was easy to miss. I found myself oddly excited to show this to her. I felt almost proud as I opened the door, revealing the dim room on the other side.
Why is it so dark in here?
I know, the purple light is kind of strange. It's because those are grow lights. Their wavelength mimics the sun and gives the plants the specific red and blue light they need. It's a way of tricking them into thinking they're outdoors. Not that plants can think.
She smiled like she thought I was maybe a little bit funny, which lifted my spirits even higher. I followed her all the way into the room. It wasn't something I'd acknowledged often, but this was my favorite place. caring for the plants and the fish, watching them grow and change and live, gave me a feeling of completion. I didn't quite I didn't quite get from the other outdoor garden or the hens. I didn't even feel a connection like that with other humans. No matter how many forums I joined or chats I took part in, or emails I sent or received.
This is amazing.
Told ya.
I know, but I wasn't expecting so many plants. You have so much food.
I felt a twinge of guilt for how upset I've been over the potatoes she've burnt. She walked down the rows of planted vegetables and fish tanks. Ah, sorry. Murmuring hello to the fish, examining the water feeding system and the grow lights. I imagined it all through her eyes, the eyes of someone seeing something like this for the first time. Must have seemed like a mad science layer or something. She paused, peering more closely at one of the fish tanks.
Why are there plants growing out of the tank water?
Technically, they're not. They have their own water. It's just been cycled through the fish tank as well. That's how they get nutrients.
I pointed at the tubes that cycled the water.
It's like the circle of life, kind of. I feed the fish and they produce waste, which contains ammonium. That gets converted to nitrites and then into nitrates, which the plants can use to grow.
See, this is a much better explanation than what I gave, but it's basically the same thing.
These tubes carry the tank water up through a filter. The filter traps all the bits of waste and gunk that won't help the plants and lets the now nutrient-rich water run through and into the plant pots. It's all a careful balance, everything working in harmony. If I feed the fish and keep the filters clean, then they're able to take care of my plants for me.
Mallory watched the fish swimming lazily back and forth, her face filled with wonder. I grabbed the container of fish food and held it out.
Here, feed them. Just take a bit and sprinkle it in.
I smiled at her encouragingly.
Okay.
She took a pinch of fish food out of the container and gently sprinkled some of the flakes into the tank. The fish swarmed excitedly towards the flakes, opening and closing their mouths. Mallory smiled and gave some of them some more.
They're really hungry. Looking at them feels peaceful.
Yeah.
I watched her watching the fish, and I imagined showing her how to set up a system like this from scratch. I imagined us doing it together. Planting the seeds of her favorite flower, or a special fruit she'd never tried. Celebrating the first bud and the first harvest. Mallory stared at me by asking. Mallory started me by asking very suddenly.
Who taught you all of this?
She was too close. I took a step back and bumped into some shelving behind me. I could feel my face warming up.
Well, my parents used to take care of their plants sort of like this when I was young. And then I taught myself a bunch more by reading or by trial and error.
She shook her head a little, her gaze fixed somewhere far away.
My family had nothing like this. There was one grocery store in our neighborhood. We'd have to wait in line for ages, and then the shelves would be practically empty. We had to scrounge and make do with food that was either spoiled or just plain not enough. All these systems you use. If we could have had something like this, then maybe...
My stomach felt tight. This was it. She was opening up. She was finally gonna tell me where she'd come from, what kind of life she had, maybe even what she's been doing that night out in the rain. I didn't feel ready. Why was my heart beating so fast? She then looked so somber as her mouth came open, hesitant. And then she said,
I love that you wanted to show me all this stuff,
"Damn it."
but, what do you do for fun around here?
She nudged me and gave me a cheeky little smile. Okay, so much for that idea. I forced my own smile, averting my eyes.
Yeah, I know. All work and no play. Yada yada. How about this? Let's go make some tea, get something to eat, and I'll show you my video games.
She nodded, suddenly grinning just as brightly as she had that morning, as if the day had brought her no sadness at all. She said goodbye to all the fish and went back into the brightly lit hall. I followed and closed the room behind us. We ended up spending most of the afternoon playing games on my tablet and speaking. When I showed Mallory my favorite retro game, the idle clicker with just the right balance of dopamine inducing rewards, she told me she'd played it before with her sister when they were children. She was so excited about this, and once again her enthusiasm was infectious.
I used to hold the record for fastest speedrun of this game, you know.
You did not. There's no such thing as a speed run of a clicker game, and if there was, that record would be held by a bot.
No speedrun for clicker game. Fucking bet. Have you seen those cookie clicker speedruns?
Are there actually cookie clicker speedruns?
Oh my god, hold on, let me find out.
I know what I'm watching after this video, guys. And no, not porn.
There are. Oh my god.
There is?
What? Yeah, the speedrun for 1 million cookies, never click, true never click, hardcore, 40 achievements in one heavily chipped speedruns.
I should do a speedrun of Cookie Clicker.
Oh my god.
Oh my fucking god. Ugh. Speedrunning at clicker games just seems so fucking dumb.
Yes.
Also, I love how Josh disappeared for like an hour and then out of nowhere just
I had to take a shower.
and you didn't take your mic with you?
No, I did not.
You missed the aquaponics explanation.
Yeah, I'll watch your video.
We tease each other like that, laughing and sharing more meaningless anecdotes, and I didn't notice her shifting closer to me, getting more comfortable. We were too comfortable. A comfortable silence took over. Then Mallory leaned against me. Oh. Too nervous to move, I looked down. Her eyes were closed. She was falling asleep. For some reason, I let her stay on my shoulder. I studied her. The brooch she wore on her sweater dress, the cute pin she wore in her silky hair, her creamy skin and narrow shoulders, the white laced bra. My throat tightened up. This was not okay. Slowly, with deliberate care, I slid away from her. I used a throw cushion to lower her onto the couch, trying my best not to wake her. I placed a blanket over her. She continued to breathe deeply in and out, unmoving. She died. The end. She died. According to my clock, it was only just past 7. I was surprised Mallory had fallen so deeply asleep already. She looked like she looked like she would be there for the rest of the night. Maybe I shouldn't have let her help with so many chores, I thought, but then I was getting pretty sleepy too. I crept into the kitchen and, as quietly as I could, made my nightly cup of herbal tea. We snacked all afternoon, so I wasn't hungry, but that cup of tea before bed was an absolute must. Comfortably, carefully, I carried my mug upstairs. Sitting in a, sitting in a, sitting in so not to disturb Mallory. Jesus Christ. It wasn't long before I can't read. It wasn't long before I was dozing off. Tea only half gone. My body had been warmed by fire, which made it all too easy to drift to sleep. That night, I dreamt of the chicken coop being empty. There were only traces left behind of hens, and their feathers were scattered everywhere on the ground. Coyotes must have sprinted them away. My dream brain thought. I remembered picking up one of the feathers and walking around the woods in search of them. It was a very strange dream, unlike any other I had before. I feel like that's supposed to mean something. Chapter 5.
I almost saw masturbation there.
Alright, tell us what Athlete says, Josh.
Maturation.
There you go.
Maturation. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Not masturbation.
Yeah, that's all I really know, to be honest. I don't know.
All you know is how to masturbate.
The question is, where is he masturbating?
Oh my god.
Halloween.
Now loading game.
So, how's life been treating you?
I woke up to the sun setting at an unfamiliar angle. Though through my bedroom window, I checked the time and realized I'd slept in. Not by much, but still weird. Great timing. Just so, how's life doing? So, anyway.
Yeah, just brilliantly ignore my question there, man.
Also, it's been doing good.
I'm doing good.
COVID.
My water this week.
COVID. 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 COVID.
I struggle. If I do have COVID, I'm gonna be pissed.
COVID's like long gone by now. Actually, it's kind of, now that I think about it, COVID's kind of died out. No one really seems to be talking about it anymore. Isn't that just like so strange how we can just forget about something that killed millions of people? Something that made us have to quarantine from our best friends, kept us out of school for months. And now just faded away.
Why are we getting this fucking deep in a...
The game's
What?
deep. This game is deeper than I was in your mom last night. I'm not sorry, viewers. Anyway, I decided that I must have needed the extra sleep. I knew stress could drain the body's battery, and yeah, I've been stressed over the past couple of days. But the house smelled amazing again, and my stomach uh, clenched and unclenched in hunger. There was nothing, absolutely nothing I'd be to be unhappy about. I got out of bed, got dressed, and made my way down the creaky staircase. I'm just in pain right now. Shit. Like, this is worst timing ever. On and off today, I've had these goddamn stomach pains, and now I have one in the middle of a goddamn recording. Ugh, fucking pancreatitis. I will fucking destroy your SpaghettiOs.
But the thing is, are those SpaghettiOs or Collins?
No. They're not hair ties. Great.
Still dealing with stomach pains, or...
I am indeed. I'm just fighting through it so I could get this recording. Something struck me as I reached the bottom step. The chairs were tucked in at the table. The blankets were neatly folded onto the couch, and I was pretty sure the floor had been swept again. And it all made me feel so much calmer than usual. I never knew how much my home's cleanliness could affect my mood. Yeah, that's true.
Morning, sleepyhead. Your breakfast is waiting.
Good morning. I turned around. Mallory was standing extremely close to me. I thought about stepping back, but then I forgot because her cheeks were flashing red, and I was pretty sure mine were too.
Good morning to you too. First things first, though.
I went to grab the temperature scanner and held it up between us.
Oh, right, of course.
She lifted her hair out of the way and let me scan her forehead. Beep, 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 beep. The scanner beeped happily. Somehow I felt even more relieved than the other times I've checked her and found her temperature normal. Mallory danced away from me, then spun back to normal. Whoa! Suddenly there was a large plate of food under my nose. I grinned.
Oh my god, I should
Much,
not
but
have
I
been
thought
this
it'd be good to have a high-calorie meal since we both worked so hard yesterday.
It didn't seem possible, but the breakfast looked even more incredible than the one she made yesterday. The plate had a rainbow of food, sliced red strawberries on a tower of golden pancakes drizzled with amber syrup, a stir fry of rice with orange and yellow peppers, surrounded by fresh, crisp, glistening greens, and a perfect soft boiled egg. 2. My mouth watered. She's certainly come a long way.
I did use went out to check the coop for more, but there were none.
I had already grabbed the plate and started eating. Through a mouthful of pancakes, I muttered incoherent reply to her and shook my head up and down.
Sometimes it takes them a day or two, but we'll have more eggs soon.
She smiled and sat down across from me with her own plate. She ate her breakfast with far more elegance than I ate mine. After we finished breakfast, I gathered up my partly first aid supplies so I clean up and rewrap Mallory's leg. My gauze laid on the box of masks tucked in the back of the dresser. I'm just giving up on words I can't say right now because the ones I've been wearing each day were medical care. When medical care insisted getting up close and personal with her, but not when we've been working outside or in the aquaponics room or when she sat next to me on the couch while I played my video game. I slid the dresser shut, deciding not to bother with a mask. The two of us chatted a little while I rewrapped her wound.
So I guess I worked you too hard yesterday, huh?
What makes you say that?
You fell asleep at like 7 o'clock last night.
Mallory flushed pink again. She didn't seem sure to respond.
It's okay. You learned a lot yesterday, and learning is hard work. I probably went a little overboard with the teaching.
No, but I enjoyed it so much.
It made me really happy to have her say that. Once I finished fixing her bandages, I got out to peer outside. The sky above was blue, but there were gray clouds gathering in the distance. I decided to check the forecast. I stood at my desk waiting for the computer to boot up and contact the web. Once it did, a number of notifications popped up, chiming cheerfully. I followed them to my email inbox, glanced through my unread messages, one work update, a couple of newsletters, something from a coupon service I didn't remember signing up for, and of course, a bunch of hogwash forwards about the many cures my doctor didn't want me to know about. Read the spam, just for fun. Delete the spam. I'm reading the spam, because it's just for fun. I clicked open one of the email forwards, smirking.
Hey, Mallory. Have you heard about this one weird trick for removing viral toxins?
Removing them from where?
It doesn't actually say, but there's a grainy picture of someone laying what looks like lasagna noodles across their stomach. So I'm assuming it's nothing to do with that. Yeah, you wouldn't believe how many of these I get. They're so stupid.
I closed out of the email and deleted it along with the others. I pulled up the weather forecast.
Partly cloudy this morning, with a chance of scattered showers throughout the afternoon and overnight. And it looks like tomorrow is going to be rainy all day.
I felt like a bit of a chump for panicking about the water. I looked at Mallory.
Maybe there'll be enough water for a luxurious bath after all.
She grimaced, then giggled.
I should probably do a few things outside, though. Get the basic chores done before the weather turns.
I'll help.
I wasn't sure. I could tell she was sore from yesterday, and I was still worried about her leg. Also, Why are she so insistent on doing so much?
How about you just keep me company this time?
Oh, alright.
We headed outside. The sunshine was strong, but there was a chill in the air that hadn't been present yesterday. Occasional clouds moved past the sun, casting odd shadows over the garden. Fuck you.
What is up?
What up, Nathan?
He's playing a great game.
What is up, my
from the
dipshits?
Porn Studio. He's playing a great game made by Porn Studio.
A flock of geese passed over us, noisy and energized.
They're flying south to escape the coming cold. They probably have their own tropical
I don't
paradise
know why,
somewhere.
but I feel like
with
I'm
their own
lagging,
beach
so I don't
houses
give
where
a
they
shit.
spend all winter sunbathing and drinking margaritas.
I want a margarita.
Seem right? Yeah, fuck.
Oh wait, you're not Nathan. You're Michael. What's up, Michael? I said, what's up, Michael?
Yo, what's up?
What's up?
Wait, is my microphone broken?
No, I hear you.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Oh, no, I'm good.
Oh no, I'm good.
No, I'm good.
No, I'm good. I'm a dick.
Just kidding.
Oh, getting on a
Stop
call
doing that
while I'm
stuff.
playing VR is the most dumbest
It'd be
shit I've
nice
ever
to go
done.
on a vacation like
He
that.
honestly hopped on the perfect time because I was gonna
I don't
go
know.
to bed
I've
at
never
about
been
You know
on
what
a
I mean?
vacation.
Yeah, you're going to bed, Josh. You're a pussy.
What?
Dude, I actually care about my well-being.
You know what's funny?
What's funny,
I
Mike's?
don't want to fucking have a mental breakdown again.
But Josh, we're only let me see. We're only almost 3 hours into the video.
First thing. Oh my god, this shit shouldn't even be a video at that point.
It's a
Christ, you all sound like you're having a party right now. Wish I joined earlier.
Tired as fuck now. I just took a shower.
Shut the fuck up.
I've had one bitch of a week. Alright, give me a fucking break.
You're weak. You are a bitch.
Alright, look me in the eyes.
What?
Right?
They'll cover
Look me in the eyes. Right? I'm about to tell you something important. Fuck you and your sleep, bitch.
The Asian has spoken.
I'm not going to.
Do you guys want me to have a breakdown on this fucking video, or do you want me to enjoy my life?
Yes. You see, on one hand, content. On the other hand, who gives a fuck about your well-being? We're great friends, guys. What the fuck? Why did my Discord crash? Wait, that's scary. Wait. Oh, fuck, no. Alright, no, it's still catching audio, sweet. Still catching audio. Now Discord just needs to load. There it goes. Come on, Discord. Discord's an asshole, am I right, guys? Am I right? Speaking of Discord, join the Discord server link in the description next to Josh. Jesus Christ. There he goes. It's connecting. There he goes, we're connected.
It's A-okay.
My Discord decided to say,
Something is right. Perfectly fine somehow. The question is
you know what? I feel like killing myself today.
I'm gonna do some spooky maneuvers. Yes, I'm currently in shorts. Huzzah! The first ever time you'll ever see me in shorts. Get wrecked, bitch.
Hey, nice cock.
I'll get wrecked on 8 hours of sleep.
Hey,
Hell
nice
no.
cock.
Who needs 8 hours of sleep? Fuck no.
Actually, did you
For the good 2 minutes.
did you know humans are meant to sleep in 4-hour intervals?
I tried loading up Battle Cats on my computer so that I can do the one slot challenge. What I meant.
Why is it so weird? I'm hoping I'm recording and acting the same. Oh, access my whole PC. A little bit of crash here. This PC fucking sucks. Oh, hopefully my video's okay. I've been recording for 3 hours. And that's gonna suck if I lose the footage. Because if I lose the footage, I lose everything. And losing everything is so fucking time consuming. And time consuming is not what I want. I want to straight go. And if I don't get this video recorded and done tonight, I won't be able to record it at all. Hence why I'm doing it as a one shot. But I'm starting to think maybe I shouldn't do it as a one shot. Maybe I should just say fuck it and end the video and do a part 2 when I can, which won't be for a while. I need to think. Actually, I could probably pre-record part 2 tonight when I have the time. Plus, it's almost midnight and I'm still recording. There you go. Hey, there you go.
Yeah, well then you're invulnerable. it's realistic, I guess. I'm smarter, sure. Alright, you ready?
There we go. Now I got everything all back to normal. Let's go, baby. We continue recording.
Oh shit, it's the spooky man himself.
Alright.
You're the spook one. Is your ghost.
I frown,
Oh shit, that's right.
pausing to bend and pull a stray dandelion poking out of the grass.
Alright, Josh, you ready? I'm about to teach you something
Maybe someday
very amazing.
someone will figure out a way to stop the virus. And you'll be able to go somewhere amazing.
But not only that, I get to kill actual fucking monsters for a living.
No, definitely not by yourself.
You're about to see what I mean by that. Real soon.
We walked around the property, Mallory humming happily to herself, while I pattered about, checking the wall, making sure the hens were happy and fed, yanking more dandelions out of the ground when I saw them. Pretty soon, Mallory had grabbed a bucket and started pulling weeds too. It looked like she couldn't help herself. I shook my head.
That's probably enough hard labor for the day. Let's go in. I need to do some work on my computer.
Subscribe to Aaron's Orange Juice. Have fun.
Good night, Josh.
Guys, look at my camera. It's an actual fucking hot dog.
They can't see you, but they can hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, not just yet. Please. I'd like to enjoy the fresh air a little
Y'all ever heard of
before the rain
Super
comes.
VR and other sometimes especially it's a real fun game. It's got realistic gun reloads and realistic gun effects as well.
Hell yeah.
And not only that, you get to kill hot dogs for a living. Woo.
Woo.
Hell yeah.
Ooh woo.
No, you actually kill hot dogs for a living, and not only that, you get you get a chance to what was it called? Yeah, you also get a chance to customize your weapons and whatnot, depending on what type of gun it is. You can set
Okay.
an
If you're
attachment.
good, then I'm good.
Sounds dope.
Which is the fun part about this. You can now do whatever I want.
That does sound fun.
Oh yeah, guys, I got the World War II grip on my assault rifle. Hell yeah. I mean, who doesn't want that, you know?
Yeah, I reached down for another clump of weeds
Oh, shit,
and felt my stomach flip when I saw a big black spider crawling onto the leaves I've pulled. I flicked my hand reflexes, which sent the weed and the creepy crawly flying across the garden.
Nice.
Nice.
Man,
Stay on the alert for spiders.
is that who I think it is? Spooderman? Is that you?
Ha! I've actually been watching some of the older Spider-Man cartoons.
I mean, they're not bad.
They're not bad at all.
Ah, shit.
Of course, Mallory would treat spiders with the same kind of admiration any cuddly pet deserved. We continued pulling weeds together side by side, and I tried to keep the pace slow and casual. Despite that, and despite the heavy clouds moving in, we were both sweating pretty soon.
I am hot. I almost want to take my sweater off.
She said this with a giggle, standing up straight to stretch her back and survey the neat-looking garden. I felt myself blush, embarrassed by the suggestion and the image that my mind conjured up. Is she being flirty? Try and flirt back. Better avoid the subject. Let's be flirty.
Try to avoid flirting subjects unless you know how to get into a goddamn relationship. If you don't, well then you're probably most likely going to avoid the subject.
We're gonna flirt.
Taking your sweater off won't change anything.
I gave an exaggerated wink. She blinked at me, and immediately I wished the ground would open up and swallow me whole. It took her a
I don't
minute.
know if that's what you should be saying, but okay.
It took me a moment to process. It took her a moment to process the joke, but when it clicked, she burst out laughing. Her laugh made me laugh too.
I have no clue what you're playing, Aaron, but you know what? Hope you enjoy it.
It's called Cabin Fever. It's a really good game.
Oh, Cabin Fever?
Yes.
I've heard of it. Never played it.
We were interrupted when Mallory's stomach decided to let out a high-pitched growl. She stopped laughing and clasped her hands on her stomach.
Sorry. My tummy must be hungry after all that work.
Mine is too. And I think I felt a raindrop just now, which is probably our cue to head inside. Do you want to meet me in there? I'll pick some things to make us a strawberry salad.
Wow, that sounds so delicious. I'll see you in a bit.
Damn right, it sounds delicious.
Aaron, I don't like where your hentai is going.
I have the hentai turned off.
Yeah, that's good news. That's good news.
I grabbed the bucket. I grabbed the bucket off the porch and spent a few minutes in the garden gathering ingredients. A few raindrops pelted me here and there. Quickly, I hurried back inside, following Mallory's footsteps. By the time we finished eating lunch, the gray clouds had fully taken over the sky, and rain clung in droplets to the cabin's windows.
Well, if we get as much rain as the forecast predicts, the rain barrels sure will be happy.
Those are the big containers on the side of the house?
Yeah, you're getting good at this. It's probably the number one most important system I have here. The water those 4 barrels can hold can last a long time, as long as I'm careful with it.
No luxurious baths, no water balloon fights either, I'm guessing. Just basic cleaning, cooking, and drinking, right?
Jeez, you make me sound like someone who doesn't know how to have fun. You're pretty much right, though. But you can't just drink rainwater. It wouldn't be safe.
We figure out how to do things and not go in the
Oh, hey, Michael.
What's up?
Have you ever heard of aquaponics?
Huh?
Aquaponics.
What about it?
Have you ever heard of it?
Not really. I mean, some people use the term. Other than that.
Well, aquaponics is basically fish farming.
Oh, really?
Yes, it's basically where you take a series of filters, pipes and shit, and you have like a little like basically mini garden on top of a fish tank. And as you feed the fish and stuff, they live in there and they release pneumonia, which then gets turned into nutrients that the plants need, and the pipes basically suck that into the plant thing itself, and the filters help keep out all the gunk and crap. But the ammonias and stuff are able to get through and help the plants by giving it nutrients. So basically, if you keep the filters clean and feed the fish do your water. The fish take care of your plants for you. So it's a really cool way of farming.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Sounds actually really interesting.
yeah. That's I'm like, huh. So it's cool that they actually like explore that in this game, because like this game, it actually teaches you a lot if you pay attention to it.
I see.
So you see, more games need to be like this. Sure, it can have titties, but teach me something.
They could have titties, but teach me something.
Teach me something and have a good storyline. Is that so much to ask for? Yes.
As long as it has titties, then it can teach me anything.
As long as it can teach me how to not have left hand shame, let's go.
Wait a minute, Josh. Josh, you there?
No, he went to bed.
Ah, you son of a bitch.
I know, right?
Oh,
The water picks up a lot of things before it makes its way into the barrel. Pollution from the
Of
air,
course you would say
chemicals,
now of
dirty
all
bird
times,
droppings from
just
the
when
roof.
things would spice it.
ew.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, it's gross. So I add chemicals to the water and filter it to make it clean and safe. I'll have to show you how all that stuff works. Cleaning the water, using the spigots.
Oh shit.
She turned her head to look at me right in the eyes.
You're really smart. I
But
like hearing
yeah,
about all the systems you use here.
My cheeks burned under the shock of her beautiful gaze, and the admiration I saw in her eyes. I nodded, not knowing what else to say. After that conversation, I went to check the solar batteries. They were full, which was good. The power they banked would last us a few days if necessary. Then the two of us settled down in the living room. I worked on my computer while Mallory gently explored my things and eventually nestled into the couch with a book to flip through.
oh,
It was oddly effortless, the silence and comfort that filled the room all that afternoon. Gradually, the sky darkened, and so did the interior of the cabin. It was probably long past time for a break when Mallory closed her book and stood up, teetering just a little on her bad leg.
Can I make us some tea?
that doesn't sound good.
I leaned back in my
Stepping up on
chair.
your bad leg.
That sounds like a very good idea. Yes, please.
That's great timing for that sentence. That doesn't sound very good. That sounds like a great idea.
This doesn't sound like a good idea. This is a great idea. What is wrong with you?
She went into the kitchen and put the kettle to boil. I stood up and went to the utility room so I could switch on the inverter. There likely wouldn't be any more sunlight for the next while, so I decided to reduce the load on the solar batteries and only run the DC power for the rest of the night.
Sounds like a safe decision.
Yeah, I heard something coming from the kitchen, like a small cough. I listened hard to see if it would come again, but it didn't.
She's probably just clearing her throat.
I came back
Probably just
I came back out I came back out into the kitchen and took a seat at the table. Mallory brought over two steaming mugs and sat them down.
Honey?
Yes, dear?
We both froze. I felt my cheeks suddenly warm. Why did you say that? Screamed my brain.
I meant honey for your tea?
Yep, you did.
I felt like such an idiot. The reply had flown from my mouth before I even had a chance to think about it. Okay, I said to myself, now salvage this.
And I was saying, yes,
I
I
could
will
so
have honey for
hungry.
my tea. And then I was very rudely interrupted mid-thought by a deer that definitely exists and totally ran past the window.
Mallory laughed, but it was a "you're cute" kind of laugh, and not an "I'm laughing at you" kind of laugh. So I felt better.
Well, at least that's fucking good, unlike your miserable life.
She, after bringing over the honey and some spoons, Mallory sat by me and picked up her mug. She took a drink and made a strange little noise in her throat.
Ooh, I just burned my tongue.
Good job.
See, that's why I always let mine cool down for a minute or two.
I couldn't do that. It smelled too delicious to wait.
I got up and poured her a glass of cold water.
About something else there, Aaron?
Here, this will help.
Thank you. You're so sweet.
After taking a few sips of water, she sat down her glass and looked at me with a sad, soft smile.
So, why would someone as nice as you feel the need to set bear traps right in front of their home?
The question caught me by surprise. I didn't know she'd even been thinking about that. Of course, it seemed obvious now. She had acted far too chipper and unconcerned when the accident happened. She must have been holding back, and she was just now feeling safe enough to question why she'd been hurt in the first place. I nodded softly, slowly.
Well, I don't know who this nice person is you're talking about, but I can tell you why I have traps set up around my house. It's all because of Lola.
Ooh, is that a stalker ex-girlfriend? Do you have to defend your property from a lot of girls?
No, it's nothing like that.
A lot of women I see.
I'm a womanizer, what can I say?
Yo.
Oh, by this music, I can tell it's going to get sad. I paused to take a
Oh,
sip of
yeah,
tea, taking care to blow on it a few times before drinking. For some reason, I couldn't quite look at Mallory then, though I could see from the corner of my eye that she was listening intently.
Lola was my best friend. A beautiful Bernese mountain dog. She was the family pet, really, but me and her, we had a special bond.
Oh, this is going to be sad. I kind of want to narrate it myself.
Narrate it. Turn off the voice volume and narrate it.
Let's just turn off the voice real quick, or protagonist voice anyway. After my parents passed away, Lola and I took care of each other. She was a hard worker. She was by my side always, finding little ways to help me out. You definitely would have loved her. She had one brown eye and one blue eye, and her heart was made of gold. Mallory nodded softly, wrapping her hands around her mug of tea. One fall evening, I was inside working on my computer, and Lola was outside, on the deck, just enjoying the cold. Bernese mountain dogs are, as the name implies, mountain dogs, and they're made to be out in the snow. She loves snow. The deeper the better. But it hadn't snowed yet that year. A surge of emotion came over me. I never told anyone this story before. I needed to pause and drink more tea to stop myself from caving to the sorrow. Lola started barking and I ignored her. Because she was always barking at squirrels and birds and things, thinking she was protecting her territory. What a silly dog. But this time it wasn't a squirrel or a bird. I actually don't even know for sure what it was. But the tracks I found later looked like they might have come from a grizzly. Mallory gasped and held her hands to her face. It felt like if I stopped, I wouldn't be able to start again. So I kept going. When I realized how urgent her barking was, I ran outside. But she was already gone. That eerie silence is something I'll never forget. I searched for her all night and all the next day. I never found her. Just tracks and some blood and fur. I don't know if a bear grabbed her and took her, or if she went chasing after it, or what. I just know I've never been so angry my whole life. I was already dealing with the pain of losing my parents, and now Lola was gone too. After that, I pulled out all my family's old traps from the shed and set them up around the house. It was too little too late, but I needed to feel like I was doing something. It never occurred to me that a human might get hurt in one, and I'm really, really sorry that you did. I looked up to see Mallory nodding vigorously, wiping tears from her eyes.
I don't fault you at all for what happened to my leg. I was the one who trespassed in the dead of night.
Yeah, that's true. She let out a short laugh through her tears. Shifting, I got out of the chair again to find her some tissues. And when I handed them to her, I found myself giving her narrow shoulder a squeeze.
I'm so sorry about Lola. It's a heartbreaking story.
Sorry I made you cry.
No. I'm glad you shared that with me.
For a moment, I wondered if this was it. The moment she would start to open up and share her story with me. Why she had been outside my home, in the middle of nowhere, in the rain at night, all alone. Maybe I should encourage her. Okay, it's your turn
What for?
to tell me something about you. Something real. Like, maybe what brought you here? A look of discomfort crossed her face. She didn't want to tell me. Or, if you're not ready to talk about that, then maybe you could tell me something else. Something more light, please. I hardly know anything about you.
What do you want to know?
Alright,
Hey, how's it going?
I'll let the voice actor take back over. I just wanted to give my little narration there. Yo.
So throughout that whole story, I am sad. Although I'm not crying because, well, I can't cry.
Right.
I'm actually sad. And now it's just turned into a romantic scene in like half a second, really? You're just gonna
Yeah.
put a sad side in half a second after narration and go romantic. Are you serious?
Yeah, this game fucks with your emotions.
Time to recover after that. You can't just switch it to a romantic scene in 5 seconds.
Let's ask her about our favorite memory.
Tell me something about how you grew up. A happy moment or favorite memory?
She paused. She pressed a finger to her lips, thinking hard.
My favorite memory? Building pillow forts with my sister, and playing make-believe that we were airship captains flying through the clouds. We lived at the top of the tallest building on our street, which is probably what inspired our game. I remember we had this old pair of binoculars. They weren't good or anything, but we used to look up at the night sky through them and pretend we were looking into other galaxies.
Space is super cool. I approve.
She giggled. Also, guys, by the way, if you did enjoy that little emotional narration bit there, I do have my own narration channel, guys, The Closet of Fears. I need to be working more content for it. So the videos on there are a little dated and aren't up to date to my current narration skills, but they're still worthy to check out. I collaborated with some great people on them, and I really feel like you enjoy them.
Of course, I wasn't part of the collaboration, but I can tell it was really good.
Yeah, the collaboration I did was with a bunch of people for a Christmas story, which I actually edited myself, and it didn't come out all that bad.
We actually lived really close to the planetarium, and it was always my dream to go there and see a show. But it got closed down when I was just a baby. My mom would always tell me that someday the planetarium would open again. and I just had to be patient. I guess I never really stopped waiting.
She gave me a sad smile.
Hey, I think I've been to that planetarium. I would have been really small, so I don't remember a lot, but that's kind of cool, right? But we could totally go stargazing here in the mountains. There's nothing like it.
She looked away, cheeks flushing pink. She wiped her eyes and shrugged.
Anyway, I should probably let you get back to work now.
The last thing I wanted to do was go back to work. I gave her a little poke just for suggesting it.
Don't do that. I'm super ticklish.
No, are you? I'm sorry.
You
I didn't
can't just
realize.
change the music and mood like that, dude!
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I poked her again, gently wrapping my fingers. She twisted in her seat, laughing, her eyes lighting up. Her laugh was beautiful. She squealed and kicked her feet as I tickled her sides. A playful attempt at at redemption sent me sliding off her chair. Huh?
You know what's funny about that laugh?
What?
It sounded more like a yandere
It did.
or a psychotic person continuously laughing after they just.
Yeah. When it comes to voice acting, if you're not in the right scenario, the laugh could come off wrong. So really, what I would have done for that scenario, which I don't know if they did or not, they could have, who knows. But for that scenario, what I would have done is actually like tickle her. They tickle the voice actor or put her in a situation like that, because then it gets the most like genuine emotion out.
Yeah, it really does.
Like, obviously, I'm no expert on this. I'm not a voice actor, but I am good at getting emotion out, as you can tell from that emotional scene I did. Now, the thing with me is that when I am voice acting, I get inside the character's mind, and inside the character's mind, I feel their emotions. So, if I'm narrating a super sad scene for a long period of time, I'll actually make myself cry. And that will just add on to the realism.
Yeah, that sounds like Aaron, alright.
Yep. I try to be as good as I can for these kind of stuff because I want to get good content out there.
Aaron, if you're gonna do that and you do make it back once you are school again, I do suggest taking drama or acting. Drama club or acting.
Ooh, yeah.
It'll help you get your emotion control and whatnot really easy. And it's really easy.
I actually, back in my old high school, back in San Diego, I took theater.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yep.
Tell me about it.
I was a theater kid.
I was never a theater kid until my older brother brought me into it.
A playful attempt at retaliation sent her sliding off her chair, but I easily caught her, and suddenly, it was like our arms were around each other. We sat there on the floor, both of us laughing through our breathlessness. It was amazing. And then it was a little awkward. I withdrew my arms and got to my feet. I helped her up. We stood there for a moment, just looking at each other.
I have an idea. Let me treat you to a special dinner tonight.
A special dinner? Ooh, and what would that be?
I haven't thought that far ahead yet. Give me a minute.
I thought about what sort of meal I can make from things I had in the kitchen or pantry. Thankfully, I wasn't a very good cook. No, truthfully, I wasn't a very good cook, dumbass.
Damn, Aaron, you better work on your cooking skills before you get yourself a woman.
I know, right? Shit. I mean, I could throw together a salad or a sandwich, but that wouldn't be special enough.
You gotta learn something more, my
A
friend.
thought sprung to my mind. In the pantry was an old bottle of red wine. I didn't know if it was fancy or even good wine, but it was the only bottle of booze I had in the house, and because of that, I valued it highly. Originally, I had intended to save it for a special occasion, specifically for the day the virus was cured. The bottle had been sitting on the shelf for many years. The hopeful note I have attached to it to celebrate the cure faded and dusty.
You know what's funny?
What?
I like how he says, I saved this for a special occasion. Yet he's flirting with a woman.
Right.
And that's his special occasion.
Yeah, but the reason why this is so special that he's flirting with a woman is because he's been. Basically, the story is we play as a guy in the midst of the coronavirus.
Oh, now it all makes sense.
Yeah, so we've been alone for years. Our parents died to the coronavirus.
Shit.
Yeah. So the reason that's why it's like so like it really gets your emotions because it's like you're watching this guy grow and evolve and this girl change his heart and it's like
That's nice. It's real nice.
could I open it now? Should I open it now? No. It was special. Really special. And meant for a day that may not come. Wine is meant to be shared, my brain reminded me. What the hell? I'll do it. I'll share the wine with Mallory. I swished my hand through the air and gave my best promise butter impersonation.
A most decadent helping of popped corn with truffle oil and adult beverages.
Mallory stared at me, then tossed her head back in laughter.
Dinner is popcorn and nondescript alcohol? That sounds fantastic.
While I had the popcorn going, I asked Mallory to go look for the truffle oil from the cellar.
I'm back. I think this is the right one.
She turned the bottle for me to read the label. Scribbled in my own sloppy jiffy marker writing were the words, the good stuff. I nodded and
Good stuff. Oh yes, I want a good cup of the good stuff.
yeah. So this game is by Sad Panda Studios, and Sad Panda Studios are a Canadian company. So like pancake potatoes and truffle oil. I nodded and mentioned my chin to show her motioned with my chin to show her where to find the wine glasses and bowls.
So you made this truffle oil yourself?
Yeah, it's not too hard once you get the hang of it. The first batches I ever made were terrible, though. Lots of trial and error before I landed on the right mix of ingredients and timing.
She brought out a large bowl from the cupboard and placed it beside me for the popcorn.
Wow, that's so cool. I think it's incredible that you've learned to do all these things.
That's just how it goes when you live on your own. If you'd like, I can teach you.
While reaching out to grab the wine glass, she cocked her head curiously at me.
You would want to teach me?
Of course. You're good company, and it might be fun to show you how these things work.
She smiled at me and took the wine glass over to the living room, dusting him off with her sweater as she walked. The popcorn was almost ready. Settling onto the couch to watch a movie on my computer felt very different having a beautiful girl beside me. The same one who, only a few minutes later, was on the verge of tears.
Gone to a romantic scene, movie, right next to the woman that's changing your life. And what was that? Only like 30 seconds? 30 seconds of depression, and then it's just romantic. Man, this whole game just fucks with your emotions.
Yep. I was happy that I could cheer her up, if only for a little while. She seemed much happier with the distraction of popcorn in the movie. The thing I'm scared about, though, because I always read the like tags and like what the game has to offer before I play a game on the channel, right? So I could get the proper warnings and all that. And I should have given the warning already, but I'm going to give it now because it seems like we're getting close to the end of the game, and we still haven't really seen it yet.
Yeah.
So in the sub bases of this game, it says it does mention suicide.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
So if you're not okay with any sort of suicide, discrimination, or any sort of suicide, then do please exit the video now.
Yeah. Now, obviously, I'm pretty sure I'll have a pretty good feeling for when it will come, so I'll give another warning before it happens and I read it. But just know that I do not know for sure completely if and when, because I'm sure it depends completely on your choices. For all I know, I've made the right choices to steer away from what that possibility could be, but you still never know.
You never know, but there could be a chance that it will happen. So if you are not okay with that, you can leave the video now. And I hope you have a prosperous day. That just basically sums it up.
Yep. So basically, this game has multiple endings,
What do you think?
as many of you would guess. It's visual novel. Most of them do have multiple endings based on your choices. So I'm guessing one ending is like a super happy ending, and one ending is, well,
That one suicide ending, which
yeah.
I don't think it's an idiot to talk.
If I
YouTube, yeah.
if I read it properly, there's 9 different endings, so there could be multiple endings that end with that. So like, be prepared.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, this wine is the best tasting thing I've ever had in my life.
And the thing is, you don't know you don't know which character it like belongs to. It could either be Mallory or our character. Her
Yeah, so
cheeks,
we're here to give you we're also here to give you a warning now, just in case you're not okay with any sort of suicide.
or self harm, which I know a lot does trigger a lot of people. Her cheeks begin to
So
turn rosy after just a few sips. It made me happy seeing her like this, and I was glad that I could share that small gift with someone.
What sort of movie would you like to watch?
How about something with action and romance? Oh, and some comedy too.
Well, Jesus, that's a high order. Action, romance, and comedy. Well, time to pull out the Ryan Reynolds. Free Guy.
you know what? Yeah, watch Free Guy. It's hilarious as fuck.
It is a great movie, and it does have action, romance, and comedy because it's fucking Ryan Reynolds.
You know what's funny? The prohibited object that was placed in the middle of the street is actually a bottle of Jack. I think it was Jack or something gin. It was something gin, which is basically alcohol.
Yeah.
And not only that, he chugs a lot of it in this one scene. But you know what? That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
That's a tall order. Let me see what I can find.
Just look up Ryan Reynolds and you'll find some good shit. You'll find like the Adam Project, Free Guy, Deadpool. Nah, Deadpool doesn't have romance. It wasn't long before we both relaxed and let ourselves be absorbed into the movie. It was a strange story about a girl from the moon who fell in love with a human. They had to overcome their differences in order to realize they were destined to be together. Honestly, that just sounds like the down to earth webtoon.
It really does.
I still have yet to download Webtoon and actually read that comic. I should.
Read it.
Bet.
You gotta read it, Aaron. It's got some sad parts to it, but it's kind of happy for most of it.
Makes sense. There was also a moon cat that would burst out wisecracks every 10 minutes. It had Mallory roaring with laughter, as I expected.
This cat, I can't believe some of the things he says.
Give me the money, whore. Her laughter was infectious and soon had me joining in despite the somber humor of the movie.
I made a mistake clearing my bags without checking what God I. God damn it!
Good job. Clumsily, I spilled a bit of wine on my pajama pants. The splotch had landed right on my, well, thing that rhymes with splotch. Crotch!
Yo, bet.
It la-
She about it and I lick it off your crotch, bro. No, man.
that wine's landed right on my cock! The sight of it only made us roar with more laughter. It may have been the wine causing us to act so funny, but it may have just been that we were long overdue for a good, honest laugh. Being like this with her made me feel like my old self, or rather, like the person I might have been had my circumstances not forced me to become a young hermit. I wondered when we had started sitting so close to each other. I suppose it was so we can share the bowl of popcorn without having to reach. But in fact, Mallory was so close to me that I could feel her heart radiating off her thigh beside my hand. I stretched. I stretched out my fingers to graze her leg, testing the waters to see how she would react. To my surprise, she didn't recoil. So there my hand sat for the remainder of the movie. Too nervous to move either way. At one point, I noticed her hand fall to her lap. It was resting in a way that seemed uncomfortable, with her palm facing upwards. It was honestly quite distracting. Before I could figure out if she had left it there for me to hold or not, the movie had ended. I missed my chance.
I really enjoyed that. Thanks so much for watching with me.
I'm lonely. Just that whole romantic scene. I'm lonely.
It's literally become romantic instantly, and not only that, somehow it's already gotten to a point where they're moving way too quick for a relationship.
Well, no, because this is like chapter. Let me just see real quick. Yeah, this is chapter 5.
Oh yeah, then that makes sense, I guess.
Yeah, so there's only 5, 6,
Like,
7. 5, 6, 7. There's only 3 more chapters.
oh, let's see. Jesus Christ, how long have I been lagging?
Parts of it were
Kind
entertaining,
of lags
definitely.
that I hit.
Like that bizarre turtle in a top hat.
Turtle on a top hat?
Burt Reynolds?
Turd Reynolds?
That's right. And how we saved them from that lizard beast was so insane.
What? I know I'm too much of a Marvel nerd because as soon as she said Lizard Beast, all I think about is Spider-Man.
Oh, really? I thought you would have thought of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh yeah, that works. That too. That too. We sat together for another minute, reenacting the ridiculousness of the story we had just experienced. All the windows were dark now, and Mallory looked exhausted. I felt pretty tired too.
I guess
Right.
some sleep.
Ridiculousness with the emphasis around the day.
I guess so.
Yes.
Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. See you in the morning.
Definitely.
A little while later, I left Mallory on the couch and climbed up the stairs to my bedroom. As I settled in the bed, I felt a strange mix of happiness and loneliness. Two feelings I haven't felt or allowed myself to feel in a long, long time. The pain of losing my family had been too much to bear, so my heart had to shut off and I just existed, going through emotions, waiting endlessly for nothing in particular. Now, I was rediscovering myself, relearning what it meant to be human, and it was all because of Mallory. Then, as though she had known I was thinking about her, Mallory called up to me.
Sweet dreams.
You too. Get a good night's sleep.
I yawned and nuzzled deeper into my pillow before I could remember what I had been thinking about. I was fast asleep. Chapter 6: Attachment.
Yo, to chapter 6 already? Yo.
We've been recording for, I believe, 4 hours?
4 hours? Wow, I've been gone for like 3 hours, so I've only been here for 1 hour.
Yep. I'm recording this all as a one-shot.
Yo, the game one shot, no way.
Yeah, I'm recording this all as a one-shot, so basically I can, so I don't need to break up the story. It could all just move smooth. Because, like, with...
Smooth sailing from here, sailor.
Oh, no, I really don't feel like it's gonna be smooth sailing from here.
Well, no, because, well, the romantics are getting intimate real fucking quick.
Good morning, sleepyhead, she just said. The voice drew me upwards towards consciousness, but I didn't know if it was real or a part of my dream. I heard a familiar cracking. Who could be walking up the stairs? I was pretty sure it wasn't me. No, I was definitely lying in bed. My eyelids were heavy and my brain only half awake. A weight pressed down on the bed near my feet.
Wakey, wakey.
It sounded like Mallory. I teethed on the edge of consciousness, hoping I'd be left alone to fall back into slumber. The weight at the end of the bed shifted, shaking me
how
a little.
adorable. Two lovebirds are getting even more comfy.
I squeezed my eyes shut.
Okay, you leave me no choice. Incoming pet attack.
Wait, did I hear that right?
Incoming pounce attack?
Yeah.
Yep.
Did I hear that?
I was jolted awake then, fully this time, by the force of Mallory jumping on top of me. A panicked shout escaped me as I yanked the covers up past my neck, leaving only my face exposed. Mallory beamed, sending... Fuck. Straddling...
Wait, she beamed? Beamed for what, your cock?
Straddling me proudly, her clear admiration eyes filled with mischief. Her fucking eyes are so cute. Aquamarine eyes.
Oops, did I scare you? Well, you left me no choice. I tried calling you, throwing things at you, and wafting delicious smells in your direction. None of those worked, so this was my last resort for getting you to wake up.
Why'd you throw stuff at me? What'd you throw?
And it did the trick. You're awake now.
What kind of monster just pounces like that on a poor defenseless sleeping person?
Monster, you say? Wow, you sure do know how to give throw a compliment.
I scowled at her playfully. I was pretty sure she was resting her whole weight on me, but she felt like nothing. And though I've been legitimately startled and more than a little confused, I found now that I didn't dislike the situation.
If you're jumping about like this, does that mean your leg is feeling better?
Also, Michael, he asked if her leg's feeling better because when you first meet her, she's caught in a bear trap outside your home.
Shit.
Yep. Therefore,
Sounds like fun.
why he was apologizing earlier when I was doing the narration for her getting hurt in a bear trap.
Oh. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense now.
Yep. Mallory looked down at her bandaged leg and then back at me. She pressed her lips.
It doesn't hurt as much, but it feels kind of weak. Like it might give out if I put too much weight on it.
Then why are you jumping on me?
Yeah, wait a minute.
I didn't know enough to know if that was normal or what it meant. I nodded vaguely and just stared up at her, and she stared down at me. And then I shook myself.
So why do you need me to wake up so urgently?
She cocked her head.
I made you breakfast and I didn't want it to get cold.
Bitch, you could have waited till I woke up to make me breakfast.
And I was
She's just hungry, man. Just get her some fucking food.
She makes her own food.
You won't get a waifu if you do that, Aaron.
missed you.
What does she mean by usually way up earlier? I craned my neck to check the clock on my nightstand. Oh, that's what she meant.
Damn, what's up with me? I never sleep this long.
Sometimes your body just needs a little extra rest. Okay, now.
Fuck.
Mallory twisted, leaning over the bed, and produced as if from nowhere a plate of breakfast.
Ta-da!
Waffles!
Waffles!
She held the plate out, showing me the stack of fluffy golden waffles. They smelled amazing and fruity and sweet, flicked with red and drizzled with maple syrup.
My mouth is watering. I never knew that was an actual thing that happened to mouths.
Wait, you're telling me this motherfucker never knew?
He's never had anyone to cook for him.
Oh. Damn, what a loner.
I know, right? He's been alone for 5 years?
Oh man, I wonder how long he's been alone for. 10 fucking years.
You'll have to tell me once.
Now I want some strawberry waffles.
I may have outdone myself this time.
Bet. I'm gonna see if I can make some later.
Damn.
That's
And
okay.
then I will find my way to your house.
You know my address.
Yep, I will find my way to your house by walking.
I nodded.
There are tons of maple trees around here. I harvest their sap at the end of each winter. It's pretty simple. I drill small holes into the trees and insert what's called a spile, which is like a spout. The sap drains out through there and into a bucket.
You see, and now I'm learning how Canadians get their maple syrup.
Do I look like a fucking Canadian that needs to learn this? No.
No, but it's still cool knowledge now.
Yeah, I mean, then again, I already knew because of the amount of ELD tests that I had to take.
Right. So,
you know what I mean?
Sad Panda Studios, props to you guys, dude. This is so good. You have a game that not only tugs your heartstrings, but also teaches you, some actually really cool stuff.
It teaches you really good life lessons, and not only that, it teaches you how to comfort someone as well, which is really good.
Yep, it teaches you how to comfort someone, how to survive in a situation like this, because this is real shit. This is real shit that happened and can happen again.
Yep. And if you're not careful enough, you could very well end up dying. If you're not careful.
You won't always have a Mallory to save you.
Oops. Yep. Well, except I have someone else to save me. It's a Willow.
You have a willow.
Yeah, I have a willow.
He has a tree.
I mean, she did change her name into a tree, so sometimes she calls herself Willow Tree on the Discords.
Yeah, I saw
I'm not
that.
surprised.
When I have enough to fill a pot, I essentially boil it down until it's mostly evaporated. Then it's syrup. And the best part is, it keeps forever. So I can just store it in glass jars in my pantry.
So the
Mallory had never
Just
looked
so-
happier or more amazed or more beautiful.
That sounds like some kind of fairy magic.
Bitch, I'll show you fairy magic.
what the fuck?
I laughed.
The real magic is your cooking. This looks incredible.
I'm not.
Although, do you mind taking it downstairs so we can eat there? I'd like to get dressed and, well,
The fact that I saw cooking and thought the real magic is your cock.
What the fuck?
I don't know. Fucking Josh went in my head earlier. I'm like, wait, what?
You're concerning the Asian as much as you're concerning your own life, which is not very well.
I said, I looked her up and down and said, girl, you're looking fine. Then she pulled out a penis that was twice the size of mine. Yeehaw!
What the fuck?
That's the
You and Josh in a thing?
That's the second time in this video I've made that joke, and I regret it deeply.
What?
That's the second time I made that fucking joke. Yeah, my life is very concerning. Mallory looked down at herself and the way she was straddling me. Her face turned bright red quite rapidly. She stumbled to get off me, nearly dropping the plate of waffles in her flustered state. If she dropped those waffles, I would drop kick her out the window.
No, she drops those waffles, you'll eat her ass. No.
Well, time to eat something else, Fluffy.
I'll do that now. Sorry.
No, I swear, Aaron. The first thing you'll ever do, instead of going for the ass, I'm pretty sure you'll go for the tits.
Oh, yeah, because like they're just right there and...
Knowing you, yeah, you'd go for the tits immediately. There's
Wait.
just no doubt about it.
Oh no, if you have a plate of waffles in my face, I'm not going for anything but those waffles. I don't care if I'm butt naked in my underwear. I'm eating those waffles.
And if someone drops the waffles and it's a female, you would just eat their, or you would just bite onto their tits or something.
Yeah, and then scream, I will not let go until I am fed waffles. And then get the cops called. Again.
Well, aren't you just feisty for, Josh?
Nah, Josh's tits are too small.
Ah, damn. For a second, I thought you would have enjoyed Josh's.
I want waffles now, god damn it. It's almost 1 o'clock at night and I want waffles.
Well, shut the fuck up and maybe I'll make you some waffles.
Without making eye contact, she raced down the stairs. Then came the sound of cutlery being fumbled with in the kitchen below. I dragged my hand down my face, equal parts ashamed, expired, and happy. Happy! After breakfast, Mallory was quick to scoop up my plate and cutlery. I offered to help, but she said she would do them herself. By now I had learned that there was no arguing with her, not because she was particularly stubborn, but because I caved at the slightest pushback. She made me weak, but, like, in a nice way. So while she cleaned up, I walked to the window overlooking the garden. The skies were dark and dreary, far more ominous this morning than before. The ground glistened, and I could see little puddles on the path leading up to the door. They rippled. They rippled as a gust of wind rushed past.
I guess it's another day indoors. Look how glum that weather is.
I glanced back at Mallory in the kitchen. She took a look through the window, making a pouty face.
Also, clouds like this mean we're not getting any solar, so we're relying on what's stored in the battery bank for now. We should limit how much electricity we use today.
Okay, I'll be extra careful.
I turned back to the window and pressed my hand against it. The glass was cold, much colder than usual. If it was gonna rain all day and be chilly, I should bring in extra wood for the fire. 30 pieces should do. Then I stole another glance back at Mallory. Mallory in her threadbare sweater dress, so thin and so short. Better make it 50 pieces. I told my brain. My brain agreed.
Yes. You want to go outside, it's cold, and what you do, you bring yourself a Mallory and then you use her as.
Outside,
Well,
the
you're
rain was
first.
really coming down. I kept close to the edge of the cabin, sneaking along under what cover there was on my way to the woodshed. The ground was too muddy to use the wheelbarrow, so I figured I'd have to make more than one trip. How the fuck were you planning to bring 50 pieces of wood back in one trip anyway? Who the fuck are you?
He's a fucking alpha male, bro. He skipped prom. And he turned his mind into a grind set, brother.
And you would think you'd have some sort of like path, because when you're getting firewood, you don't want that wood to be wet. So you think you'd make a path
Oh, yeah,
to keep the wood dry.
Yeah, you want to keep it nice and dry. So
Because,
that it get nice and toasty real quick.
yeah, because if your wood's wet, it's gonna not burn.
It's gonna stall out. It's not gonna burn. It's just gonna stall out.
Yeah, and it won't. You'll freeze to death.
Yeah.
I gathered up a big armload of firewood and brought it back to the cabin. I repeated this process, getting wetter and colder as I went. Or I guess if he had the wheelbarrow, he would make it in one. He would make 50 in one trip. Yeah, that's right.
I mean, he did say I need more than one trip, so.
Yeah, so that's because he couldn't use the wheelbarrow. So never mind. I just didn't think. On my last trip to the woodshed, it occurred to me that I would never have bothered with this much effort if it were only myself in the cabin. I would have made do with the few logs already inside, wrapped myself in blankets, and if it came to it, suffered the cold. Because I'm a Chad. But Mallory deserved better than that. After bringing all the wood inside, I laid it out on a towel beside the fireplace. I always inspected the logs for bugs. I didn't want anything creepy hitching a ride inside my home. Once that task was done, I arranged a couple of logs along with some kindling and got a little fire going in the fireplace. I sat there for a few moments, smoking the flames while the wood hissed and popped. Soon the whole living room was toasty. Mallory appeared at my side and sat down. She leaned towards the fire, its orange glow warming her face. I caught myself staring at her and slipped my hands against my thighs. My.
Well, I better make use of this time and get some work done on my computer.
Doesn't that use up the electricity?
The computer only draws around 250 watts. A couple of hours won't make much of a difference.
Now, for those of you who are still watching from the beginning and then you're wondering, 250, but I thought the thing can only hold up to 30 watts. No, it's not watts, it's kilowatts. Kilowatts are a lot bigger than watts.
Kilowatts are bigger than watts, but watts have more duration.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
And also, the solar panels can gather up to 30 kilowatts, but we never really explained how much his solar battery can hold.
Solar batteries can hold a lot. The only bad
Yeah.
part about it is how much it drains.
Yeah. So if you're in a situation like this and you do have solar panels and all that, definitely do be careful when it comes to that because, yeah, using your computer will be risky.
And choosing the wrong options can totally fuck over for whatever run you're trying to do.
Yeah. But no, I mean, I'm not even in the game. I mean, like in real life, if you're doing something like this, like if you're like in a situation where like it's a rainy and super fucking cloudy and shit, and the sun ain't shining through, you can't charge up your batteries. Don't do anything stupid like using your computer for something dumb or all that. Conserve that energy until the sun comes back.
Conserve the energy until there's an emergency.
Yeah. Like, let's say you fucking need to look something up so you can stop an infection or something or all that. Like, that's something you'd use a computer for, not for like porn.
What?
That's all I could think about because this is made by a porn studio.
Oh.
Oh yeah, this is made by a porn studio. This game that fucking tugs at your heartstrings teaches you so much scientific facts. Made by a Canadian porn studio. What are the odds?
That's the weird part.
That's why I never judge a book by its cover.
Indeed, you don't.
Because for all you know, that book has big old tits and ready to fuck you.
What?
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 What? Anyway, Mallory stayed by the fire while I went to my desk and booted up my computer. The sound of the buzzing rain outside and the crackling fire in the fireplace soothed me as I settled into my chair. I could live like this forever, I thought. The peaceful atmosphere was interrupted by an annoying crusade of charms from my email. I took a peek at my inbox and saw more spam. Of course. Read the spam. Maybe it'll be entertaining. I opened up the first sketchy forward. I opened up the first of the sketchy forwards.
Wow, more new cures for the virus discovered. This says, miraculous cure found. Dihydrogen monoxide combined with pink sodium chloride will save your life. Click here now to
Did I
learn.
hear that right?
Yeah,
Dick
no,
sodium
that link is
chloride?
definitely staying blue.
Yeah, I don't think dehydrated monoxide combined with pink sodium chloride will save your life.
No, it won't. Instead, it'll actually create a compact explosive.
Yep.
If mixed wrong, then yes, it'll create a compact explosive.
Yeah, so,
The second one has more
But if you mix it correctly, it can be used as an acid, so then you can burn shit open.
yeah, so, kids, don't go mixing your, dehydrated monoxide with, any pink sodium chloride, if for some reason you guys have that lying around.
Never go near that stuff either. It's highly dangerous.
Oh, yeah. Mallory laughed.
You never know. One of those headlines might turn out to be true someday.
Oh,
Just
Mallory,
saying.
you're such an optimist.
I
don't
rolled
like
my
messing
eyes
around.
playfully.
Aaron, I don't like messing around with dangerous stuff, but when it comes to science and trying to figure stuff out, you have to do it.
Yep. Without thinking about it more than that, I deleted both the emails. Then I spent a few minutes checking some websites that were part of my daily routine. Science for tech news, world news, weather. A random ad for an amazing delivery service reminded me about that first aid kit I needed to replace. I decided that I might as well grab some painkillers too, since the There only been a handful left in the bottle, and Mallory had asked for one for her leg. She seemed much better now, but still, it was good to have things like that on hand. You never know when a headache might strike or joint might get sprained. That's very true.
Very, very true. If something can help you out, especially with headaches, then you're definitely gonna need it. If you
Yeah,
have a really strong headache, there's a chance that you can most likely knock yourself unconscious due to blacking out because of the pain it causes.
yep,
There's a chance that you could be knocked out. So, do have something that can help with headaches.
yeah. Always
Always,
be prepared.
always be prepared with this kind of stuff, whether it's water, medication, and always have your medication prescribed by a doctor or a pharmacist.
Yeah, like my family in a secure location, because if you don't have it in a secure location, you're not smart. We have ibuprofen set aside in case we need it, because my family has a history of pancreatitis. I have it, my mom has it, my brother has it. We have pills to help with our pancreatitis when it starts acting up. I would have taken like one of those pills earlier, but I didn't know where they were, so I had to deal with the pain. Very nice.
But yeah, do be aware. If you have something that can help with headaches, always have some.
Yeah. I ordered the new first aid kit and the aspirin. And then something else caught my eye. It was a type of ad I've never usually get, and certainly never pay mind to. But for some reason I did this time. It was just a basic advertisement plating some cheesy jewelry, but something compelled me to take a closer look. After clicking through, I was presented with an image of a stunning silver ring in the shape of a bow. The color the color of the and the sparkle immediately reminded me of Mallory. I wanted to buy it for her. The next thing I know, the order had been placed, and a message appeared letting me know that all three of my items purchased would be arriving via drone drop within the next few days. The whole order plus delivery fees was was ridiculously expensive, but what else was I gonna spend my money on? Porn? I leaned back in my
Knowing
chair.
you're in,
To be fair, I didn't buy this game. It was given to me as a birthday gift.
yeah, I know. I said most likely knowing you probably would.
Yeah. I leaned back in my chair a little bit in disbelief of myself. I looked over at Mallory sitting in the living room. She had that old basket of clothing set beside her, with a little pile of things neatly refolded beside it. Her head was bent low over some garment in her lap, her fingers working away. I realized that she was using a needle and thread, sewing up holes and fastening buttons back where they belonged. I forgot about the work I wanted to get done. I got out of my seat and wandered over to look more closely at what she was doing.
Are you mending my clothes?
She brightened.
Yes, those ones are already done, and these ones here are still in progress.
I didn't even know you'd been working on this.
Well, normally I work on it before I go to sleep or when I first wake up. I find it sort of meditative.
You know,
She
you
already
don't have to
trying
do
to
all
act
these
like
things
a
for me.
housewife to you, Aaron.
She's been cleaning the house and making food.
Yeah, I know, but like, hasn't she started trying to act like one though?
Yeah,
I mean, think about it. Her psycho lab could be Yandere, and Yanderes usually take care of who they truly love. In other words, they sometimes even stalk the people they try to love.
but then again, you don't really need to. She doesn't really need to stalk him with her alone in a cabin.
Yeah, I know, that's why I said sometimes, but
Yeah.
Some Yandere is also stunk, but it kind of depends on who it is and what their specialty is.
Yeah, also, guys, don't fuck around with Yanderes.
Oh yeah, I know how it feels like. It's not okay. It's
Willow.
not a Willow's one, yes,
But
but
don't
she's a really
yeah, don't fuck around with Yanderes. If you fuck around with Yanderes, you will regret it.
you have a chance of dying, and if you break their hearts,
Kill
they'll
your loved
still
ones.
stalk you, and they'll kidnap you and lock them in whatever attic, basement, room, whatever, closet, and try to do a rehabilitation progression on your mind, so then you will like the person.
Yep. So be careful, senpai. I could be creepy if I needed to.
I like keeping busy, and I like being
I mean,
helpful.
Aaron, your channel for your like documentaries and whatnot, you can literally write down why not to mess with yande's.
Yep.
Really, you've been so generous and kind taking me in like this. I just want to do everything I can to help you.
She kept working while she talked. So sweet and matter of fact, I smiled. And suddenly I really, really didn't want to bother with work. I just wanted to hang out with her.
You know, I don't think I'm in the right headspace for work today. Luckily, I don't have any looming deadlines, so maybe I'll take today off. We could just sit and enjoy the fire together. Maybe we could play a board game.
Mallory looked up at me in surprise.
I love games. What did you have in mind?
Monopoly. I searched my memory. What two-player games did I have kicking around? Most of the board games left in the cabin were more than a decade old. They were the ones I used to play with my family when we vacationed here, and many of them were probably missing cards or pieces. Chess. That's just my nerd brain speaking. Chess is so fun though. And I'm actually not too bad at chess either.
How about chess?
Oh fuck. Shut up, Aaron. Fake video game me that gets bitches. But yes, chess is very fun, and I respect your decision. Suddenly, surely the chess set on the game shelf would still be intact, and these old pieces would be thrilled to get some use after all these years. What's up?
How's life?
It's good.
That's nice. You ever gonna get back to school?
No idea.
I heard your case went back up.
Well, we won't talk about that on stream. Not stream, on video, but
Okay, to sum it up, Aaron did stupid thing, he got expelled, but he's going back.
I got expelled, but I sort of have a case to try to get back to school.
Okay, so he's gotten kicked out of school and he needs a case to get back in.
Yep. You see, kids, don't do stupid shit, because if you do stupid shit, you get stupid consequences. I hate being an adult, or almost an adult.
That's okay. Neither am I.
Well, okay.
Meet me at the table, okay?
I hate being an adult. Huh, well, that's okay. Neither am I. Great timing, game. Great fucking timing. I went to retrieve the chess set just where I remembered. I grabbed the box and was dusting it off with my sleeve when I heard Mallory make a little noise. I turned to check on her. She was still sitting on the floor beside the fireplace, mending clothes sewn about.
What's wrong?
She raised her hand to her lips and began biting her nail.
Can't get up. My leg's fallen asleep.
Her words brought back a familiar phrase she said the night we met. I chuckled and reached out my hand to help my hand
Guess
her.
it's only asleep and not caught in a trap this time.
She smiled and accepted my hand to lift her up. Funny how I didn't even think twice about it anymore.
White or black?
I want to be black. We set the board out on the table and started setting up the pieces.
Wait, please.
Hey, bet I'm black. Oh, there goes Michael. I sat down on the black side of the board and finished arranging my pieces when I looked up at Mallory. When I looked up, Mallory was examining the box with pressed
Are you
lips.
missing a piece?
Looks that way. I don't mind stuffing in a salt shaker or something else to play with.
No way. We should play with real pieces.
She gave me a look. It was a sort of dismissive, sort of disheartened, but I meant what I said, and I knew I had to cheer her up.
Seriously, I can make you a proper chess piece. And I can make it look however you like.
Mallory stared at me, one eyebrow a little higher than the other.
How?
I held out one finger. I held out one finger and headed towards my computer desk.
Remember the gauze with the cute potato pattern on it? I printed that out with my 3D printer. See?
I broke the equipment out and hooked it up to my computer, giving her a quick overview as I did.
This is just a small one, but it's very useful and quite simple. I just plug in the USB cable to my computer, then use a program to tell the printer what to make.
Wow, that's so cool. I'm missing the queen. Can it make that piece?
I let out a laugh, throwing my head back as I did so.
This baby can make anything your heart desires. Ask and you shall receive.
She curled her chin while she thought.
I desire a cat.
A cat queen? Alright, that works.
Can I watch?
The enthusiasm she showed left no room for arguments. I loaded up my software to search for cat and picked out a cat figurine. I set it up to print and let Mallory press the very last OK button to get the process started. Several indicator lights on the 3D printer flashed as it got to work. It started to hum and whirl.
It's like something out of science fiction.
Mallory tilted her head to get a better look at the pillar. She stood up to lean over and watch the cat being formed from above. The angle exposed her cleavage and bra. I tried not to look, unsure if she was aware of what her position was putting out on display. I'd rather assume it was a mistake and not take advantage of it, no matter how attractive the sight was. We were both quiet while we watched. Level after level, the cat queen built upon itself, and about 4 minutes later, we had our replacement chess piece. I removed the piece from the printer and handed it to Mallory, and watched her enthusiasm turn from amazement to joy.
It's perfect.
And it wasn't the only thing. We sat down to play, and the conversation came so easily. We shared what we knew about chess, and we each learned how to play the game itself dated back to the 15th century. And these days, most people play it online. We talked about Deep Blue, the first computer to be a world chess champion, and then the conversation turned to other random things. Things that made us laugh, like anecdotes from childhood, questions we had about the universe. It turned into one of those days where the time just passed you by, impossible to notice, until Mara sat up straight. I was completing my options, pointing urgently.
Nah, I'm not falling for that. You just want me to turn my back so you can move the pieces around. You trickster, you.
I tisked at her, shaking my head, and she left.
No, seriously. Look, the sun is shining over there.
One second, guys. Two. Two. Uh. Ow.
Can we go outside to look at it?
Oh, fuck. Pain coming back. Ugh. I twisted in my seat. Through the window, I could see the great gray sky. And there, over the mountain, a glowing crag shining golden sunbeams down onto the land.
Wow. Okay, yeah. Good idea. And I know a perfect viewing spot.
Ow. Almost done, guys. Just gotta keep powering through it. Fuck. Ow. Ah, ha, ha. 1 minute, guys. Man, there's no way to pause the recording. Bullshit. I was really hoping to pause the recording until I was rid of the pain, but I can't. Stupid ass Mac. Can't use OBS. The thing I'm used to. Outside, the air was damp. We walked together around the site of the house to the ladder. Side the house to the ladder we'd used the other day. Ugh. I climbed up first, then turned to help Mallory up to last. Ladder rang. The last ladder rung over the edge of the roof. Her hands felt so little and fragile in mine.
Watch your step. It's still wet, it might be slippery. Luckily, the ridges help give traction.
We stood side by side, and agonizing caution, and only out of precaution I older. The sun was on its way down, and I could tell the sunset was going to be incredible.
What do you think? Pretty good spot to watch the sunset?
Mallory took a few steps forward, leaving my hands empty. I shoved them in my pockets. For a moment, everything was quiet. I scanned the world around me and saw gray clouds streaking downward. In the distance, trees in heavy shadow, with their tips lit up by the shrinking sun. The ruins of the city nested in the thriving landscape, and her. She let out a long, careful sigh, turning slightly to look in my direction.
It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
A cold wind blew past, causing her stunning platinum hair and sending a few strands dancing along her head. There was something mournful in her tone, and it made my heart ache.
Thank you. From the bottom of my heart for showing me all of this.
I stared at her, wondering why she sounded so sad, yet so understanding. That her sadness was the same as mine. God, she was beautiful. I stared and stared and didn't know how I'd lived so long without her. Something changed up under that roof. I came back to myself and a strong, cold gust rushed past me, and I realized the sun had dipped beneath the horizon. I spent the whole time watching Mallory instead of the sunset.
It's already over? It happened so quick.
Yeah, it did.
Mallory had her arms wrapped around herself. I saw goosebumps on her legs, a little shivering in her shoulders.
I don't know about you, but I'm freezing. Shall we go back in?
I never paid attention before. I never cared.
She was so sad. I wanted to make it stop for her, but didn't know how. Ag.
Maybe the most beautiful things are beautiful because they're fleeting. I have to appreciate them while they're there. But hey, there'll be another sunset tomorrow.
It was getting dark now. I felt a few raindrops and the air felt heavy and sharp.
It's starting to rain again. Come on, let's go in.
Mallory turned slowly, nodding, not looking me in the eye. I stood by the ladder.
After you.
Her head was bowed, and she moved so tenderly, but I couldn't tell whether it was because she was sad or because she was nervous. Help her off the roof.
Let me help you down.
I offered my hand. She grasped it firmly and shuffled towards the edge of the roof, turning around. She lowered herself onto the ladder slowly, making her way down, one careful step at a time. I waited for her to reach the ground before climbing down after her.
Thank you. You're like my own personal guardian. I feel like you'd never let anything bad happen to me.
Of course not.
Not if you could help it anyway.
Of course. I care about your well-being.
She smiled at me, and we carefully made our way back inside the house. The fire had burned low, but the inside the cabin was warm and inviting. I felt a strange sense of calm.
It's so nice in here. I didn't realize how cold I was.
I nodded, resisting the urge to remind her about the jacket I've offered every time I went through the door. I could tell she wasn't in the mood for me to poke fun at her. It was getting late, my stomach ached for something to eat, and I was sure she needed something too.
How about I heat up something from the freezer? And while we're waiting, we can have tea. It's my turn to make it this time.
That sounds nice.
She settled herself by the fire, gazing into the glowing embers. She seemed a million miles away. I made my way over to the kitchen and filled up the kettle. I took out a container of stew and began the process of throwing it on the stove. I searched through my pantry for a particular jar of loose leaf tea, something I wanted her to try, and waited for the water to boil. When the tea was made, I poured Mallory's into a tacky cat mug my mother had bought at a yard sale once upon a time. I was glad to see Mallory's eyes light up when I handed her the mug.
Oh my, this is the cutest.
I thought you might like it.
I sat by her on the couch. The rain was coming down again, drumming hard on the window. We sat just listening, sipping our tea.
This tea is super yummy. Where did you get it from?
Phew, I was hoping you'd say that. I actually made it myself. If you didn't like it, I probably would have told you it was a free sample that came in the mail or something.
You really made it? Like you grew it in your fish garden?
Yep.
Yep, harvested the tea leaves myself, dried them, tested different blends.
That's amazing. Who taught you all that?
I cleared my throat, a little nervous.
My mom did. She was a doctor. But she always had an affinity for herbal home remedies, too. You know, ginger for an upset stomach, honey for a sore throat, antibiotics for an infection. When I was a kid, I didn't know there was any difference. All I knew was that whenever I was sick or hurt, my mom would whip out some drink or salve that made everything better. It was like witchcraft. She was really the one who taught me all about plants, how to take care of them, how they can be used.
Remembering my mother like this made my throat feel tight, brought a tear to my eye, and a smile to my lips. It was the strangest feeling, totally bittersweet. Mallory's voice softened.
Your mother sounds incredible. If she was a doctor, then she'd probably save many lives.
Yes, she and my father both helped save many people.
Gathering the courage to continue talking about them, you took a deep breath and closed your eyes.
They both died helping people. Till the bitter end, they tried to save as many lives as possible.
Mallory put her hand on top of mine. It was unusually warm, probably as a result of holding onto the mug.
They left behind a wonderful person, and you should be proud of that fact. I am sorry that you lost them.
Hearing her kind words nearly sent me into another wave of emotions, but I managed to hold them back.
Thanks. So, is it your turn again? I've told you about my parents and my dog, but you haven't told me anything about your family.
I tried to make my voice sound light and teasing, but really I was serious. I wanted to know her. Her head twitched, and for a second I was afraid she would take it away. But she didn't. She just stared at me. And then the silence went on so long I felt I had to fill in.
Honestly, Mallory, why are you so secretive? Why can't you tell me what you were doing out in the rain that night? I want to know what brought you to me.
That did it. She pulled away and snuck a little deeper into the couch, looking so sorrow it hurt.
I'm scared to talk about it. Just thinking about it hurts so much. And I'm afraid that if I say it out loud, I won't be able to take the pain.
I frowned.
I understand. But if you share it with someone who cares about you, then they'll carry some of that pain too. You won't have to shoulder it alone. That someone is me, by the way. In case it wasn't obvious.
She smiled softly.
I do want you to know me. To know about them. My family. Life was hard, but I loved them so much. It was just me, my mom,
Ooh.
and my little sister. That was my bubble. We lived in a 2-bedroom apartment. We learned to do a lot with the little. Cooking nice meals out of subpar food, dressing up in old worn-out clothes, reenacting our favorite books when we couldn't read because the power was out again and there was no light. Our mom was a factory worker, so she had to go out every day to earn money for us so that we could at least survive. And when she started showing symptoms, we sent her home. She tried to protect us. She stayed in her room, but we still went in, always trying to get her to eat or drink, giving her aspirin to keep down that awful fever. She kept telling us to stop coming in. We called for an ambulance already, but we were still on the waiting list. And what were we supposed to do? Leave her to die alone in her room? Well, she did that. My sister was with her when it happened. I was out in the kitchen making myself something to eat. I can't even remember what it was.
A tear ran down Mallory's cheek. Oops.
By the time it was our turn for the ambulance to come, it was enough to take away a body. My sister and I, we didn't know what to do. How were we going to be able to buy food or pay for electricity? We were at the mercy of companies already struggling to produce anything. Factories in the middle of shutdowns due to waves of sickness. It just seemed hopeless.
This is all real shit that happened. Maybe not this exactly here, but these situations happened.
We had learned about people living outside the cities, smaller communities living off the land instead of trying to survive the heat wave. We thought if that was real, maybe we should just leave this behind. Somehow figure out a way to be like those people. We did.
I nodded. For a long time I wondered why anyone had chosen to stay in cities. Eventually I realized not everyone was lucky enough to have inherited an off-the-grid cabin like I did. I couldn't imagine the impossibility of getting started from scratch. Mallory gripped the edges of her sweater dress so tightly she trembled.
About a week after our mom died, my sister gave me some laundry she just finished washing.
God, this hurts.
She asked me to hang it out on the balcony to dry. And while I did that, she locked me outside. yelling at her through the glass to open up. She told me she couldn't because she was sick. She'd started developing symptoms the night before, and she struggled with it all night and all morning. Finally, I begged her to open the door. She refused. She said there was no safe way for us to stay together. Our mother's attempts to protect us hadn't worked. So my sister decided to take drastic action while she could.
Ouch. Mallory nodded slowly.
We both cried, looking at each other from opposite sides of the glass. She begged me to go. So I did. I climbed down the fire escape and just started walking. I wandered along the river and out of the suburbs into the woods. I didn't have anywhere to go, so I just kept on going. Eventually, I was heading up the mountain, totally lost, and that's when I found this place.
Ouch. That all sucks. I shook my head, completely at a loss for words. I never could have imagined this was her tale. Even when she first came to me, bleeding and rain-drenched, she'd been bright and kind and helpful. Then I remembered the quiet little sobs I heard after turning my back, and the way she sometimes seemed so far away. And I wanted to wrap her up in my arms and hold her so tight that no more grief could touch her. She turned and smiled at me through her tears, and I realized how good she was at putting on that brave, optimistic face.
I still think that maybe, somehow, my sister's okay. Maybe she called for help and it came in time and found room for her in a hospital ward, and she's fighting right now to pull through. I wonder if this was fate all along. I found you, and you taught me all these things. And we're all going to be just fine.
Stunned by her words, I slid off the couch and knelt before her. My body acted on its own. Relieved that she was safe here with me, I took her hands in mine to reassure her.
I think you're right. I think it was fate. Because as much as you needed someone like me, I needed someone like you even more.
I felt like I was drowning in her eyes. The rain was beating down outside, roaring louder as gusts of wind sent torches crashing through the cabin. I felt this closeness with her, and I hungered for more. More talking, more banter, more laughter, more time, more touching, more everything. Through the noise of the rain, I heard the pot of stew I left on the stove starting to bubble.
I should check that.
Mallory wiped her tears as I got up and returned to the kitchen. The stew was thawed and heated through quite nicely. Especially considering I left it unattended for so long. Imagine how awkward it would have been to serve her burnt food after our whole talk. I brought Mallory a bowl. She thanked me. We sat and ate and talked a little, the conversation growing lighter as the cabin darkened. The storm kept on and on outside, and soon roaring clouds of thunder were shaking the sky. Mallory's face grew paler as the noise grew, She sat her empty bowl aside and shifted uncomfortably, her eyes glistening.
It's gotten pretty late. I guess we should go to sleep.
Are you okay?
Oh, totally. I just feel a little on edge during storms. That's all. No big deal. It's really, really fine.
I'm gonna quickly call up Orange Juice again. Good old Michael. See if he's up.
Okay, well, there's the crank flashlight on the desk over by the door, if you feel like you need some backup light. And you know I'm just upstairs. Good night, Mallory.
I climbed upstairs, got undressed. No shit. Oops. Oops. Anyway, I climbed upstairs, got undressed, and crawled into bed. I stared at the ceiling as rain poured down the window beside me, wind howling down the mountain range. I thought about everything Mallory had told me and everything that had happened between us over the past few days. I turned off the light. Slowly, slowly, I drifted towards sleep, less and less aware of the flashes of lightning and booming thunder. I started to dream without fully realizing it, imagining that my old house cat Fidget had crawled into bed with me, imagining that my bed was floating in an ocean of waves.
What's up?
You missed it!
You there?
You missed it!
Dude, my phone fucking died.
You missed it! She opened up!
Oh no, wait, which way should you open up? Her bra, her pants, or her emotions?
Emotion.
Ah, that's nice.
Yeah, basically,
Looks like Aaron's getting his romantic love.
Mallory's story is that her and her sister, her mother, were living in the city in an apartment. Her mom working a factory job to just scrape by and keep her kids afloat. But one day her mother started showing symptoms and got sent home. The mother locked herself in the room to keep her daughters safe. And eventually, the symptoms got too bad and she died.
Damn.
An ambulance they called got there just in time to take away a body. The two sisters were scared about what they're going to do, how they're going to pay the bills and keep the electricity on, keep food on their table. One day, Mallory's sister sent her outside to hang the laundry up, and she locked her outside.
Oh no.
She locked her outside because she also developed symptoms. She begged her sister to run and go because she didn't want to get her sick. And so Mallory did. And she still doesn't know what happened to her sister. She hopes that she's okay in a hospital getting treatment, but I think it's safe to say we know what happened.
Yeah, the sister's gone.
Sister's dead. Her mother's dead.
The sister is gone. There's just no other way to put it. The sister is just gone.
And it makes you feel like such an asshole for earlier on in the game when you're yelling at her about, like, is this why your bubble kicked you out?
No.
I started to dream without fully realizing it, imagining that my old house cat Fidget had crawled into bed with me, imagining that my bed was floating on ocean waves. And now there's a big thunderstorm outside.
Oh,
A crank of thunder louder than the rest, and a squeal coming from somewhere very close woke me. Oh, that's a
was that Mallory?
yes, and this scene, that's so cute.
Talk about it, bro. Talk about it.
I'm screen sharing. It's image.
Not
Come on, there you go. Screen share. If it would hurry up, Discord. Oh shit. Mallory peered at me from beneath my own blankets. For a moment, I thought it was a dream, but no. I could feel her there beside me, trembling.
I'm sorry.
Not gonna lie, her screech was adorable.
It was.
I just get so scared. I can't help it.
But yeah, the sister's gone. There's just no other place now.
Yep. The tremors in her voice were even worse than in her body. I suspected the storm had made her a little uneasy, but I had no idea she'd been fighting this much terror. I sat up, reaching for her. My only instinct to comfort and protect. That's when I remembered I was in my underwear. Maybe she wouldn't notice.
It's okay. It's only noise.
Of course
It'll
you'll
be over
fucking
soon.
notice, you dimwit.
But then again, it's not your fault. It's your bed.
Yeah, fair point, fair point.
She nuzzled into me, sniffling, her face red. Mascara. I just shut up. Her face glistening. Her face. Her chest. She was sweating and crying. Her heart pounded so hard I could feel it through the mattress.
I don't want to sleep alone tonight.
Okay. It's okay.
I stopped short in disbelief of how much my mindset had changed. How had I gone from refusing to be anywhere near her to this? She was in my bed and we were breathing each other's air. And I haven't even checked her temperature.
I want to stay with you.
She whispered this, touching my hand, her eyes pleading with me. She was so beautiful. All I wanted to do in that moment was kiss her. Show her how you feel or hold back, it's too soon.
Show her how you feel, Aaron. Show her.
I got to.
You got to.
Slowly, I leaned in and brushed my lips against hers. A moment later, she kissed me back.
It worked.
We looked at each other again, and my arms tightened around her.
I want you to stay with me too.
Oh, She shifted closer to me, resting her head on the pillow next to mine. She sniffled, giving me a soft smile as I stroked her hair. I watched Mallory's eyes fall shut, her breathing become deep and slow, and though she'd fallen asleep, that little smile never faded. I kept stroking her hair. It felt so soft between my fingers. I was hypnotized. How had I lived all alone for so long? How had I not known what I was missing? As the storm gradually retreated and the night grew darker and quieter, I struggled to keep my eyes open. Maybe I was a little afraid that if I let myself fall asleep, I'd wake up to find this was all a dream. But eventually, I fell asleep anyway. End of chapter 6.
Yeah, let's go, Aaron.
So, little
How you feel? Let's go.
little thing there because I know this because of the fucking uncensored shit. And this is a porn game by a porn studio. I have a feeling that if uncensored mode was on, that would have been a lot more than a kiss.
Oh yeah, it would have been probably.
Most definitely. Anyway, the second to last chapter, guys. We're almost done. And we've only been recording for 5 hours. So about almost 6 hour video. That's one of the longest videos I've ever recorded.
Not really.
No, because streaming doesn't count. I mean actually recording session.
Oh, then yeah, most likely.
I don't care about the long recording sessions either. If you guys want to see more videos like this, I'm happy. I love these type of games.
Hell yeah.
It gives me a reason to narrate. So bet.
Plus, we got an Asian.
Plus, yeah, we do have an Asian. The next morning, I awoke to the sound of rain softly pelting the windows. The storm had passed, leaving only a damp, drizzly day behind me. I kept my eyes closed and listened. I could hear the faint sound of rain dropping from the downspout along the house. I had stretched out my arms. The bed around me was empty and cold. Mallory was gone, but I knew she had been there because I could still feel her on my skin. The cabin felt extra chilly. I got out of bed and dressed up warm. Pulling on a pair of worn-out slippers, I made my way downstairs.
Wait, what if your character is schizophrenic?
Oh shit.
And this whole time he was chasing after a person who was just a figment of his imagination that was trying to slowly lure him to death.
Well, then that figment of imagination fucked him.
Oh jeez.
What was he actually fucking a coyote? I could see it. Right away, I spotted Mallory in the kitchen, and I felt my face break into a smile. She had a bucket. And a bunch of rags out, and she seemed to be cleaning quite furiously with a cloth and spray bottle in hand.
Good morning.
She startled upright, fumbling and dropping the spray bottle. It clattered to the floor at her feet.
Sorry. I guess these slippers add +1 to my sneak ability.
It's not an RPG, silly. Oh no.
What happened?
Mallory bent to pick up the bottle. When she stood back up, I noticed how red her cheeks were, and how the rest of her face looked almost sickly pale.
Oh, she's dying, isn't she?
Are you feeling okay?
She quickly averted her gaze.
I'm fine. I just got dizzy from standing up so quickly.
Did you get dizzy from standing up so quickly, Mallory? The fuck?
Yeah, what's with the elevator music?
I don't know. I didn't think I really believed her. She was feeling awkward. Maybe even hiding something? Had I done something to make her uncomfortable? Fucked her? I looked around at the sparkling kitchen. The cabinets, appliances, and dishes, all glimmering like new.
You must have woken up really early to get this much work done. Did you get enough sleep?
What's that? Oh, yes, I did.
Oh, I can just wear this on my neck and it'll work just the same.
That's a lie. You did not get enough sleep. That's for damn sure.
Yep. Cleaning takes a lot. Then her face softened and her tone turned sincere.
I think last night was the best sleep I've ever had.
Alright, fair enough. Sleep after sex, I sure would be great.
Yeah, quote unquote sleep, and the emphasis around the sleep.
Yep. My heart flooded with acknowledgement and with the memory of
Totally
falling
not like
asleep with her
they
in my
just had
arms.
sex in the bed.
Good. I
You know what I
agree.
mean?
She nodded and turned her back to finish up her chores in the kitchen. That sickly pale comment and how red her cheeks were and shit, that worries me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I decided to go check in with work stuff, so I booted up my computer. There were only a handful of emails needing attention. I handled those and glanced through my work deadlines, making sure I was still on track with each of my freelance jobs. For whatever reason, I wasn't finding it easy to focus. I kept glancing out the window, then zoning out as I watched the dripping rain. It really showed no sign of stopping. I noticed an empty glass I left on the table outside was filled to the brim with rainwater. The soaked wooden planks on the deck looked dark like caramel. Caramel. I thought about the coming winter. I'd love to show Mallory how to protect the garden and the hens and bees from when the weather gets colder. And then there are all the fun things we could do together. I wonder if she'd ever gone tobogganing. I don't know if I said that right. I know toboggan is how you say it. Tobogganing? Before. Or had a bonfire in the snow. If I could find somewhere online to buy marshmallows and order them. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be I found somewhere online to buy marshmallows and ordered them right away. They might get dropped off sometime in winter. Oh no, if I could find somewhere online to buy marshmallows. Okay, that works. Yeah, never mind. The fuck?
What happened?
Then came the sudden
Aaron,
clutter. Yeah, it just scared shit out of me.
What did?
This right here. Then came a sudden clutter and a thud from the kitchen. I jumped, nearly knocking my coffee mug off the desk.
Mallory?
She didn't answer. I stood up quickly, walking over to see what had happened. My throat tightened when I looked past the counter. Mallory was sprawled on the floor, her cheeks red and bangs of sweat glistening on her forehead. Her eyes were closed, her hand gently lying to its side.
Mallory!
I rushed over to her side, dropping to my knees and propping her in my arms. The touch of her skin warmed my hands. She was burning up.
Aww.
A groan left her lips and her eyes fluttered open.
Mallory, are you okay?
Hey there. Why are we on the floor?
Her gaze seemed to drift past me, as though she was having a hard time focusing.
You must have fainted. I knew something wasn't right. Why didn't you tell me?
I'm fine. It was just a sudden dizzy spell. I haven't eaten breakfast, that's probably it.
You're sick.
Bullshittery, she caught the sickness and she doesn't want to worry you.
But I could feel her body starting to tremble. Her skin felt fever hot, and yet there were goosebumps on her arms and legs. Shit. My only instinct now was to make sure she was okay. I lifted her up off the floor.
Oh my, what are you doing? Ew, put me down!
I quickly carried her over to the couch and put her down there. I covered her in blankets and tucked her in tightly, my face set with grim determination. I brushed her hair back to feel her forehead and groaned in the anxious way and ignored the anxious way my stomach clenched. I drifted back to the kitchen, grabbed the thermometer scanner from the drawer, and returned to Mallory's side.
Honestly, I'm fine. I probably just overworked myself.
Shut up.
Not buying it.
I held to the scanner. It seemed to take forever to come up with a reading, and when it did, my heart sunk.
You definitely have a fever.
Mallory seemed to shrink under the blankets. Seeing her like this, looking so helpless and uncertain, made my heart feel like it was being painfully squeezed.
Is it your leg? Let me look at it. Maybe you've developed an infection.
Hopefully. No, it's not an infection. It's the corona.
When did you start feeling sick? This morning? We can get your temperature under control with some aspirin, no worries. And then we'll go from there.
I didn't know when I had started to pace, but there I was, heading this way and that, making my way over to the kitchen to search for whatever it was that could help her. I filled a glass with water and reached up to my cupboard for the aspirin bottle, grateful to have kept the supply. It's not there anymore, is it? How long has she been lying?
That's a true question. How long has she been lying?
Because I noticed at some point we stopped checking her temperature.
That's true, you did.
Because after we got more comfortable with her, we didn't feel afraid, so we stopped checking her temperature. So it could have been any time then. For all we know, she could have been sneaking aspirins and shit. Except it wasn't
Yeah, she
there.
could have been.
Where was it? Had I misplaced it? Maybe Mallory had put it away somewhere else by mistake. I brought her the glass of water anyway and used a damp cloth to cool her forehead.
Shh. Just relax and let
Telling
me take
you,
care
it's
of you for a
over.
minute.
She's dead.
She opened her mouth to argue, probably, but backed down when she saw the look in my eyes. I moved to her feet and pushed back the blanket to expose her injured leg. I carefully unwrapped the gauze and peeled back the bandages to see what was going on. There was bruising around the wound, and it was still a bit swollen, but then it'd only been a few days. The healing process for something like this would take weeks.
I should be keeping a closer eye on this.
I shook my head.
Drink your water, okay? And you should have something to eat. What would you like?
I'm not really hungry. I just feel a bit tired. I'm sure I'll feel good as new if I just have a little nap.
I let out a concerned
Bitch,
sigh,
just
but
accept,
agreed. After tucking
just
her in a
accept
little
it.
tighter, no! I crossed back into the kitchen and stood there aimlessly for a minute or two. I didn't know what to do. Make her a pot of soup, said my brain. Good idea, brain, I thought.
Carrots, onions, celery, potatoes. Potatoes? Oh no, of course I don't have potatoes.
I muttered to myself as I searched my kitchen for ingredients, then began roughly chopping what I had. There was some rice in the pantry, I know. And
Hey, you better have an Asian license for that.
haha, there was some rice in the pantry, I knew. And some peas in the freezer. Soon I was topping my soup ingredients into a pot with a shower of salt and drizzled parsley. I covered all of it with a stock I made from chicken bones and vegetable scraps, then set it to simmer. When I crept back over to check on Mallory, I found her deeply asleep. I exchanged a damp cloth on her forehead and piled more blankets around her. Fuck. Then just sat and watched her, feeling fuck me. Deep down, I knew what this could be, but I didn't want to think about that. And if I did have to think about it, I didn't want to believe it. If I had every reason to believe it, no. I stood up and returned to the kitchen. Given the bubbling soup a stir and remembered the aspirin, I started searching for it again, checking each of the drawers and cabinets. I searched in the bathroom and in the living room, even getting down on my knees to see if I'd rolled underneath some of the furniture. That's when I spotted it, hidden beneath the couch where Mallory was resting. I reached under the couch and grabbed the bottle. A feeling of imminent dread began to form within me. Already I could tell by the weight of the bottle and the silence as I turned it, but I had to see it to believe it. I popped off the cap and looked inside. It's empty, isn't it? The bottle was empty. At least 20, maybe 30 tablets gone in less than a week. Holy shit.
Damn, she's overdosing.
Let's see. If I'm assuming right that each chapter is 1 day, and I believed we stopped checking her temperature around chapter 4.
Which means, what chapter were we on?
We are on chapter 7 right now.
Chapter 7? 8?
We're on chapter 7 right now.
Okay, that means you stopped checking for 3 days.
You start checking for 3 days. The normal amount of aspirin you'd usually take is like 2 tablets, maybe. She had been taking so many tablets.
I'm just surprised how she's even alive.
Aspirin's a like powerful drug.
Oh yeah. I'm just surprised how she's even still alive.
I looked up at Mallory's sleeping face. I jumped out loud, thwack, on the window. Errantly, I wondered if someone had thrown a rock. It was more likely that a bird had flown into the glass, especially considering how clean it had been since Mallory came to stay. I went to the window to check. Sure enough, a large black bird lay dead on the porch. It appeared to have snapped its neck when it hit the window. If that's not fucking foreshadowing, I don't know what is.
It was foreshadowing that the glass that was extremely clean was her life goal to stay alive. And the clothes too.
Mallory would hate to see that.
I glanced back to her, a little worried I'd wake her up by talking to myself, but even the loud noise of the bird hitting the window hadn't caused her to stir. In that moment, I realized I was still clutching the empty aspirin bottle. I looked down at it. She must have been taking them in secret, but why? For the pain in her leg? Or for some other ailment? An overwhelming sense of frustration washed over me in that moment, and without thinking, my hand squeezed the bottle so tightly that it broke. I threw the broken bottle in the trash and stormed outside to deal with the dead bird's body. It wasn't until that evening that Mallory woke up. She started coughing right away, even as she got up, clenching the blankets close to herself.
What time is it?
Don't get up. At least not so fast. Let me help you.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm get a can of soda.
Alright.
Where's the other one?
I stood in the kitchen, tending the soup that I'd been keeping warm for hours. Mallory looked around groggily, rubbing her eyes.
But it's nighttime. Why did you let me sleep so long? I only wanted to rest for an hour or so.
That's not what your body wanted. I'm glad you got some rest anyway. It was clearly much needed.
Though I told her not to move yet, she bundled the blankets around her and made her way to the kitchen.
Hi.
She leaned against the support beam. Her cheeks were still red and her eyelids looked heavy.
Aaron, it doesn't even sound like you're playing a game. It just sounds like you're reading a novel.
It does. That's basically what it is. It's a visual novel.
Yeah, it's a visual novel, but it's more like you're reading a audio book, even though it's already got like voice acting and whatnot. You're like, turn off the audio and turn on subtitles.
Right? Like if I were to go in here, turn off the music at all completely, and just completely with like a bland ass voice, boom, audiobook.
Yeah, but I think it sounds great with the music in the background. I mean, some audiobooks do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The way she wrapped a blanket around herself made her resemble a colorful turtle, with her long, slender arms poking out to hold onto the beam.
It's a turtle.
I like turtle.
How do you feel?
My muscles are a bit achy, but I don't feel cold anymore. I think all the blankets you piled on top of me helped.
I nodded and turned my attention back to the stove. I wanted to ask about the aspirin, but was nervous.
Wait, are you cooking?
She took a step towards me, trying to peer into the pot, then wobbled and had to return to support beam. It looked as though she barely had any strength to stand. I bit my tongue, not wanting to be overbearing, but I'd get her to sit back down by offering some food.
I am. It's ready to eat now. Go have a seat and I'll bring you a bowl.
I half expected her to argue, to insist she could get her own bowl or that I should sit while she served me. but instead she just backed away and went to sit at the table.
It looks really good. Thank you for making it.
I'm telling you, man, she ain't gonna make it.
She's gonna make it.
My pleasure. I bet you thought I had no cooking skills. Well, it's finally my time to shine.
Well, I won't lie, she is a beaut, but I only have one true love. And it's not in the 2D world.
She laughed half-heartedly.
I look forward to seeing what you're capable of, Cooking Senpai.
Cooking senpai.
You know what I mean? I have a love, but it's not in the 2D world, it's in the 3D world.
You can have both.
Oh no. I think a waifu would probably piss off about Willow.
Willow would fucking
Know what I
murder
mean?
a game.
No, she would not murder the game. She would murder the anime or the game itself, yeah.
She folded her blanklet.
Ah, yes, Blanklet.
She folded her blanket neatly over the chair beside her, then placed her arms on the table to form a pillow for her head. She sat with her head down until I set a bowl of soup beside her.
Oh, that looks so wonderful.
I swear, the second I'm gonna say she's a waifu, I swear, Willow's gonna bust down my window and murder my screen.
The bitch! She leaned over the steaming bowl with her eyes closed, holding back her hair as she breathed in slowly.
I use lots of spices. They make all the difference when flavoring a dish.
Hey, he used her own words against her.
Oh, I see. You stuck with your name, Aaron.
Yep. I gave her a little wink and smiled.
Bon appetit.
We both raised steaming spoonfuls of soup, blowing on them softly. Only Mallory's exhale turned raspy, hunched, and she started to cough.
That's silly.
She dropped her spoon back into the bowl and held a hand to her throat.
I'm sorry, but Aaron ran out of supply of cum for you, alright?
Aw, fuck. My snake! No!
You know what I mean, Aaron?
Yeah. Dude, you know that snake John got me for my birthday?
Yeah.
My brother killed it.
What?
My brother killed it.
How? Yo, I gotta see this.
Broke his jaw off. I need to rewire the red.
How?
Stepped on it, dick.
What?
He stepped on it.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
I know, right? Now I need to rewire this.
Whoa.
Now I need to rewire this red wire here and glue its mouth back on.
Bro, what the fuck?
Yep. She dropped her spoon back into the bowl and held her hand to her throat.
I'm gonna say it, Aaron. I'm gonna say it. And if Willow breaks down your house door and murders your computer screen, I'm sorry, alright? But she's waifu material. Well, at least what some people would say just because of her looks. But, in all reality, it also matters about how the person acts and how much you can actually trust the person, you know?
Yeah, and she's definitely material.
Yeah. Most definitely. Although some people may not agree because of the lying she did with the antiseptics, but yeah, it's still waifu material.
Yeah, because she did that so you wouldn't worry about her. She didn't want to make you upset.
Yeah, no.
Was it the best way to go about it? No.
No, but she didn't want others to worry about her because, well, she kind of went along on her own for a while, you know?
Yeah. Alright.
I'm so sorry.
Too spicy?
No, I can't. I don't know why.
Mallory tried her best to stifle the cough with little success. A nervous laugh came out of my mouth.
Those autumn allergies are so annoying, am I right?
She didn't answer. She was breathing very slowly and focusing very hard on bringing a spoonful of soup to her mouth. She slurped it, and honestly, she looked like she wanted to throw up.
That bad?
No,
She was wrecked with another coughing fit. Her chest seemed to rattle with each breath.
Shit, I don't think she's gonna make it out alive.
I couldn't stand seeing her like this. I went to her, rubbing her back as I pushed a glass of water into her hands.
Here, drink some.
She nodded and clutched the glass hard, trying her best to drink while her chest heaved. A minute later, after she'd managed to take a few sips, she was able to breathe a little more easily.
Aaron, I'm gonna do an ultimate move. You ready?
I'm so sorry. I can't seem to stop.
Yes.
And I'm pulling ultimate move. You ready?
Oh god.
I know how to think she'll live, or she will live. You ready?
How?
The power of believing.
True?
You don't have to
It's
be
all
sorry.
about beliefs.
Tears began to roll down her face. They splashed onto the table and into her negated soup bowl.
What if?
Shh.
More tears dripped from her eyes, more coughs rattled in her chest.
You don't have to worry. Everything will be okay. All you need to do is rest and let me take care of you. This will pass.
I think I maybe just want to lie down.
Okay. I'll help you upstairs to the bed. He'll be extra comfy there.
She gave a small nod. Her eyes were puffy and red as she gathered up her blankets in her arms. We headed for the stairs. I walked with her, taking the steps one at a time and holding her in case she lost her strength. Her skin felt even hotter, burning me even through her sleeve. She needed a fever reducer, that was certain. I made a mental note to check when that new bottle of aspirin I ordered would arrive. Once we made it to this upper floor, Mallory pushed me away and started coughing into her blankets, doubling over and trying to muffle the sound of her pain. I undid the...
Wait. I think I know what's going on here. So you know how she's taking the aspirin, right?
Right.
Right, Aaron?
Right.
What they don't know is, what if she's pregnant?
That wouldn't work from just one night.
Yeah, but still, like, think about it. Because if it's already been a week, and it's only been 3 chapters, a week from 3 chapters, so then that would be about almost 2.5 days for each chapter.
No, because each chapter ends with them going to bed, meaning it'll be a day.
Yeah, but for some odd reason, if it's been a whole week.
No,
from
it
checking
said
your
a bunch. It
temperature,
said 30 to 20 tablets gone in less than a week.
less than a week. Odd. Because if it was less than a week, last time we checked was around third or fourth chapter, yeah?
Yeah, I believe so.
Third or fourth chapter. Yeah, if anyone were to take that many pills within less than a week, they would be dead.
Huh.
All these blankets are so heavy. I can barely move.
Good. That means you're
He's
tucked
dying.
in, safe and sound.
I brushed her hair back, tracing the side of her burning face with my fingertips.
I'm going to get you some water and things. And then I'll be back, okay?
I hurried back downstairs and started loading up a tray with water, a few damp face cloths, and her uneaten bowl of soup. I wanted to have it right there beside her the minute she had an appetite. But of course, that wouldn't be enough. I racked my brain for anything I had in the house to help drive down her fever. And then it hit me. My mother used to talk about the healing properties of basil and garlic. I couldn't quite recall the specifics, but it was something. And I had both of those items growing in my house. I rushed over to the kitchen to fill a kettle with water. While that was coming to a boil, I darted into the aquaponics room. There were 4 medium-sized basil plants sitting happily under their grow lights, waiting for me to harvest their emerald petals. In that moment, my heart inflated twice its size, full of joy that I might finally be able to do something to help soothe Mallory's pain. I
I don't
panicked.
think it'll soothe her pain. What if it, doubles or something? What if it just puts her out of her misery just silently?
Shit.
I don't know, spooky stuff to think about.
I picked a handful of leaves from all the basil plants, which were different strands, but I didn't think it would matter. Next, I dug out some garlic and exchanged a homemade jar of honey that was sitting on the back shelf. Looking around at all the plants and fish, I did one last scan in case there was anything else I could use. On impulse, I spotted a bright red hibiscus flower in bloom and plucked it. The lone flower had an unusually bright color amongst all the other dark leafy greens. Dashing back to the kitchen, I added the garlic, basil, and honey to the boiling water. The concoction probably wouldn't taste very good, but I hoped it would soothe her throat to help with her cough. Delicately, I placed the flower on the tray, along with the mug of freshly brewed tea. The smell was overpowering.
Well, duh, it's a strong concoction of herbal tea. It's really useful for healing certain how do I say this? Unfound or unknown throat soreness or dryness, and it also helps with a little bit of trying to gain fevers or colds back, and it also helps with metabolism,
Fair enough.
which is great.
Maybe she wouldn't be able to smell it?
Man, it's great to have an Asian around sometimes.
Ascending the stairs, I could hear Mallory coughing. She wasn't trying to stifle it anymore. I paused under the steps, waiting for her to finish and then get out, a small groan following the coughing fit. I climbed the rest of the way up the stairs, peering what I had hoped was an optimistic expression on her face.
Hey, I'm back. And I brought you your soup, in case you have an appetite. Also, some tea that should help with that cough.
She pulled the covers close to her face in a poor attempt to hide herself. I rested the tray next to the bed and placed one of the damp cloths on her forehead. In the dim light of the bedside lamp, I could see trickles of sweat on her face, neck, and breasts.
Thank you, but you're doing too
Hey, Aaron, where are you staring at? I don't think you should be looking at her tits, bro.
Please, it doesn't feel like enough. Isn't there anything else I can get for you?
Her expression turned into a perplexed one for a moment. Then she forced a little smile.
Well, now that you mention it, I could use some tissues.
Ah, right. I've got some in this drawer here. Ta-da!
She took the packet of tissues and turned her face away, coughing a wet, guttural cough.
Why are you so determined to take care of me?
Her gaze was filled with hope and confusion. I took her hand in mine and gave it a small squeeze.
You would do the same for me, wouldn't you?
Her lips parted and her eyes opened wide. She gave me a soundless nod of reinsurance.
It's a no-brainer. I care about you and want you to feel better. It's as simple as that.
There was a long silence between us, exchanging our knowing looks with gentle hand squeezes. I thought about the aspirin, like the 20 or 30 pills that had disappeared in the space of a few days.
Hey, I found the aspirin bottle, by the way.
She gasped, pulling back her hand from mine to cover her face.
I'm so sorry. I should have said something sooner.
I mean, yeah, you should have. Was it for your leg? To stop it hurting? Or did you know you were developing a fever? You know what? It doesn't matter. I placed an order for more. It should be here tomorrow or the next day, I think. I want you to know that I'm grateful to have you here.
I feel like that aspirin is never going to arrive.
No, the aspirin might arrive. It's going to be either heavily damaged to a point where there's going to be little to no aspirin that's going to help. Because remember, it's going to be in a drone drop delivery system, which means sometimes the drone might be damaged and it'll crash along the way, but it can also have like small system repairs so that it can still continue its journey. But whatever package was there could have been heavily damaged. I don't know, stuff to think about.
Yep.
You know what I mean, Aaron?
Yep. Parting her fingers so that her eyes peeked through, she slowly lowered her defenses.
I don't want to be sick.
No one does, Mallory.
I know.
I don't want you to get sick.
I'm not worried about that.
You can't be near me. You need to stay away.
I stretched out next to her on the bed, my face resting close to hers.
I'm staying right here, by your side, no matter what.
She turned to look at the tray of soup with the water and tea beside it.
What a pretty flower. Where did it come from?
She reached over.
Oh shit, Aaron, you're sleepy.
No. She reached over to gently pick up the scarlet blossom. That sounds awesome.
From my fish garden, or whatever you called it. It must have opened up today. I don't remember seeing it when I fed the fish yesterday.
It's beautiful. What type of flower is it?
Hibiscus. They only bloom for a short while, so we're lucky we got to see it.
She lay there with her eyes closed, with the flower pressed to her nose.
The petals make a wonderful tea. I'll make you some with the other blossoms, if you you like?
Mallory opened her eyes, but didn't look at me. She was staring into space, deep in thought.
What is it?
Oh, nothing. The rain sounds nice. I think it's making me sleepy.
I didn't quite believe that. It seemed like there was something she didn't want to say. I couldn't push her
obvious.
now.
That's perfectly
She doesn't
alright.
want to tell us anything. She's hiding something.
Good night.
Wait, what if she was gonna tell you that your whole life was in a simulation, bro? Breaking the fourth wall.
Shit. I lie there watching her breathe, counting the minutes between each coughing fit, resting my hand on her burning chest so I could feel her heartbeat. I had been somewhat like this before. My
Ain't you a horny
parents.
bitch?
I tried my best to care for them when they were sick. I've been afraid, but I've gotten sick. I hadn't gotten sick. A part of me almost wondered, even hoped, that I might be immune. That thought in the back of my mind hadn't eased the fear of strangers, of Mallory, when she first appeared in my life. But now I didn't care. Either way, all I wanted was for her to get better. Eventually,
Something romantic going on between you two.
I drifted off to sleep too. That's the end of chapter 7?
Shit.
This is the last
Wonder what
chapter.
chapter 8's gonna be.
Chapter 8, Infection.
Yeah, knew it. She is going to die. Because remember, if it's infection and her mother caught it first, died, then her sister caught it, and we don't know what happened, but our most presumable guess, she died. You can probably guess what happened to her.
Dude, and throughout the game, I just
You know
right
what
now,
I mean?
yeah, I just right now thought of this. Throughout the game, it uses the word infectious
Don't
and
know.
all that a
Stuff to
lot.
think about. Huh?
Throughout the game, it uses the phrase infectious a lot.
Yeah, but
Her laugh,
here's what.
was infectious. Her smile was infectious.
Okay. So the whole thing was living up to the infection that her mother caught, then her sister. So what's happening is the infection is spreading out, and it kills things that it infects. First her mother, then her sister, and now it's gonna be her. What do you think?
I think that sucks.
Yeah, it does. But yeah, so that's my guess. What do you think?
I think we're waking up in the middle of the night. What the fuck? In the dead of night, something woke me up. The sound of the wind? An animal? Whatever it was, it had piled up out of some dream. It pulled me out of some dream. I sat up and listened. The night was quiet now. Nothing but crickets and white noise. I realized I really needed to pee. That's random. Carefully as not to wake Mallory, I got out of bed. I headed downstairs to the bathroom half asleep in the dark. Once I was done, I went to the kitchen for some water. I stood by the window with my glass, looking out at the sleeping world. I wasn't used to being awake at this hour. It was a little eerie. I glanced up at the dark loft where Mallory slept. For a while, her coughing had kept her and me awake, but I'd rub her back until we both drifted off. Thankfully, she was sleeping peacefully now, getting the rest she needed. Worry me, my
No,
stomach
I'm
feels
telling you.
sick. Huh?
telling you, man, she's carrying the infection.
COVID. Worry made my stomach
You
feel
know what I mean?
sick and my chest feel hollow.
There's no way I'm getting back to sleep now.
I paced back and forth for a minute, dragging my hands across my face. I needed a distraction, something to shut to my brain or at least get rid of this nervous energy. Smacking my head, I went to my desk and dropped into my chair. Computers are usually pretty distracting. I turned on the monitor and pulled out my keyboard. It's a quiet keyboard, so I didn't have to worry about making too much noise when I'm typing. There are more emails
Amazing.
waiting in my inbox. One was from a college who worked out of Vietnam. The time difference would have meant it was late in the afternoon over there, so she was probably wrapping up her work day as I sat there in the darkest hour of night. The subject line read, "Remedy distribution underway." Just reading it made my blood boil. I was so sick of these empty promises, and for what? Read the spam anyway, you never know. Delete the damn spam, who cares?
Yeah, for some odd reason, the stream just cut out on my side entirely. I'm like, wonder what happened.
Okay, so every other spam thing is said just for fun, or maybe it'll be entertaining.
That doesn't sound right at all. Just sounds like a scam.
No, because laugh at this how bad it is. Like entertain Mallory by reading the shitty headline. But this one is like, read the spam anyway, you never know. Delete the damn spam, who cares? This one has like more emphasis on it. I'm gonna read it. I opened the email anyway, thinking maybe I could find whoever started this viral forwarding chain and send them a piece of my mind. But then my curiosity was pinged. The body of the email had a surprisingly official-looking global health agency logo at its top. There are multiple language options. I scrolled to the appropriate section and started to read.
Public notice. The worldwide distribution of R-Pandavax is underway. Please read on for information on how and where to seek treatment. Patients who receive R-Pandavax have a 96% chance of recovering, up from the 45% seen with traditional medical intervention. Right, I wish. R-Pandavax rollouts are now taking place, with med tents being set up outside major hospital locations in the countries and cities listed below. Symptomatic individuals should visit their nearest med tent as soon as possible for assessment and hospital admission.
Hang on. This couldn't be real, could it? I scanned down the list and then I saw it. The name of our city.
Is this actually real? R-Pandavax treatment will be administered free of charge with identification requirements relaxed by emergency order. R-Pandavax may also have a preventative effect, and individuals who have not been infected may opt to receive an immunizing dose.
I scrolled down, searching the screen for some evidence that it was fake, a scam, a lie. I pulled up the internet and searched R-Pandavax. Like 100 articles came up, all posted within the last 24 hours. Bulletins from different news sources, segments from researchers, schedules being shared. I called up toward the loft, my voice shaking like crazy, my gaze not leaving the screen. I stood up.
You know what I think? If you had deleted that, you wouldn't have found out that there probably could have been a way to cure it.
Right.
By heading to the nearby hospital, you know?
Right.
glad you chose to read it.
Right?
You wouldn't be able to save the waifu, bro.
Tremors running through my body, my whole
Mallory,
body.
it's real! Mallory, we have to go now!
Why isn't she answering? I was dashing up the stairs, struggling towards the bed, ready to pick her up and carry her out of the cabin if I had to. I couldn't believe this. I couldn't believe our luck. It felt like a dream. Could it really be real? I reached across the bed for her and she wasn't there.
Mallory?
Where'd she go?
I looked around the dark room wildly.
Mallory!
The cabin remained silent. My heart pounded. Where was she? I raced back downstairs, calling out again and again as I searched the cabin, throwing open the door to the aquaponics room and the bathroom, and the storage room frantic. Where was she? That's when I noticed something resting on the kitchen table. A small notebook left open. I went over and picked it up. The top page had a note written in purple ink. A lump formed in my throat, and my stomach twisted.
We both know I have it. My only hope is that it's not too late. That I haven't passed it to you. Because I want you to carry on with your life. Don't worry about me. I'm going back home to find out what happened to my sister. Whatever the answer is, I'm comforted to know we'll see each other again soon.
No.
I hope you know I would have stayed with you forever. But I'm thankful we had the time that we did. Love, Mallory.
I stared at the letter. No, I had only just been lying next to her in bed. I had only just found out that I might actually be able to help her. And now she was gone? I crumpled the paper in my hand, forming a tight fist. In that moment, I was ready to put a hole through my wall. My heart was racing. I couldn't think straight.
Damn it!
I had to go after her. She couldn't have made it far, not with her leg, and how sick she was. I was determined to find her, convince her to come back, convince her that we should be together, whatever the circumstances. She needed to know how I felt about her, how much she meant to me. I raced to get dressed, throwing on a sweater and the first pair of shoes I found, shoving my feet into some shoes, and grabbing the crank-powered flashlight at the side table. There wasn't time to think, I just had to move. I burst through the front door and out onto the porch, nearly tripping down the steps before racing across the muddy lawn, my feet splashing in puddles. I was panting, sprinting almost blindly through the dark in whatever direction I thought Mallory might have gone. I was through the garden, over the hill, and nearing the woods when... Fuck. No.
What?
Fuck!
She died?
No. Earlier in the game, it gives you a choice to either move a bear trap or leave it where it is.
Oh, no.
I chose to move it. And because it was closer to the woods, and we just bolted out of the house running towards the wood path, I stepped on the bear trap.
What? You stepped on the bear trap?
Yep. Suddenly, I slammed against the ground. Pain shot through me. It took me a moment to get my bearings and understand what had happened. The trap. How the hell? But no. I completely forgot about moving it. How did I let this happen? Fuck you, Josh, you're right. I struggled against the
Should have
ground,
kept
gritting my
your
teeth.
shot there.
I couldn't let this slow me down. I gathered the strength to push myself up and looked back at my foot. That's a chunk out of my foot.
I literally can't see because your stream on the Discord server or Discord just shut down. You know?
You could have said that. I would have put it back up.
Yeah, I'm gonna join back real quick. Let's go, December 31st. Loads up this time. Woo. Far, got nothing but the green. Oh boy. I think I've broken something. Hang on. Oh yeah, I definitely broke something. Cause I don't see anything.
If
Oh, it's loaded. Alright, there we go. Oh, Jesus Christ! That's a huge chunk out of your foot.
Yep.
That's a huge ass chunk coming out of your foot, friend.
Wait, no. It's not as bad as it looks. It's stabbed into the side.
No, because the way the placement is towards the back of your ankle or your heel, that shit's gonna rip out a good chunk out of your back part of the foot, and it'll be even harder to walk.
Oh wait, yeah. I forget. These ends are serrated too,
Yeah, that's right.
and those things are designed to clamp
That
all the
thing,
way down.
yeah, and that thing's gonna take a huge ass chunk out of your foot, bro.
It was my foot that had gotten caught at a strange angle. I could only assume it was because of the way I had been running so fast, particularly practically flying over the slopping ground. I twisted and reached to release the trap, which took a few tries. Finally, I was able to scramble away and stand up, but the pain in my foot was excruciating. No time to deal with that now. I continued down the path, limping heavily and bleeding into my shoe, calling Mallory's name. Why is it going purple? I don't like that. As I made my way, I shoved my hand into my sweater pocket and pulled out the flashlight, the same one that had led me to Mallory that first night. I immediately started cranking it, hoping against hope that it would lead me to her again. But as I entered the trees, I stopped, hesitating. Mallory's note said she headed back to the city to check on her sister. Most likely she had taken the footpath through the woods. The path she had taken to get here in the first place. I might be able to catch up with her if I followed, but it depended on how much of a head start she had. If I followed the old driveway instead, I'd eventually make it to the highway. It was a longer path, but a more straightforward one. If I can manage to flag down a car and get a ride, then I might even reach the city before Mallory did. I had to pick quickly. Fuck.
So, what are the benefits and what are the non-benefits here?
The highway, heading for the highway is the longer path, but if I'm able to flag down a car, I could get to the city faster. going through the trees is the most direct path, but depending on how much of a head start Mallory has, she'll get there before us.
Oh shit, this one's gonna be tough. Oh no. Go through the trees because you never know if you collapse.
I'm thinking
What do you
maybe.
think?
I think maybe if we're able to make it to the highway, there's a hospital in the city, right?
Yeah.
And that bear trap got our foot pretty bad, and I'm sure we're not looking too good right now. If a
Oh
car,
yeah, you aren't.
yeah, if a car were to see us, maybe they'll be like, "Oh shit, get the fuck in."
Well, sometimes they don't like hitchhikers, so they'll just toss you out.
It's like really, it's a gamble of do you want to try to get there before her, or gamble that she's already there.
Man, this shit tricky. Um, I still think it's a good idea to go through the forest just in case she collapsed. You know what I mean?
Right, but depending on how much of a head start, even if she collapsed, she could have like woken up already and continued going.
True, true. Damn, this shit tricky, man. This shit tricky.
I think I'll head for the highway and hope I could get a ride with how like banged up I look. Because if I could get there before her, then that can be like, all right, she's not here. I can meet up with her on that path.
Go for it.
Let's go for the highway. Both options seem so
Run to the
risky.
highway, friend.
I took my chances and started down the driveway toward the main road. Already, I could barely walk on my injured foot. My shoe felt tight and wet, and every step sent pain shooting through my soul. Oh, yeah, that's true. I didn't even think about that. Our foot is injured right now, and going through the forest, there's a lot of jagged rocks and branches and roots.
Yeah, true. But have you taken into consideration about the chances of you actually being a hitchhiker and people actually being able to pick you up?
Either way, it's like a 50-50 chance for both.
Yeah, that's exactly the point.
The light from the flashlight bobbed ahead of me, lighting up potholes and stones for me to step around and over. It took longer than it should have, but soon I was at the turn where the driveway met the main road, with high must lights toward me, towering over me. The road itself was desecrate. Of course, few people traveled anymore. Still, as I shrugged along the shoulder of in the direction of the city, I kept on cranking my flashlight, swinging it back and forth on the off chance that anyone might come along and see me. The thought of Mallory kept me going. I walked for a long, long time. I felt like a ghost world.
Please, is anyone out there?
My voice had more despair than I even realized I was feeling. But then, as if my desperate voice had summoned it, a car approached in the distance. I heard it before I
Hell
saw
yeah.
it, and when I saw it, I started waving my arms again. You're supposed to stay away from people, my brain reminded me.
Shut up! That's not important right now!
The car was getting closer, its headlights glaring. I tried to jump, but my foot hurt too much.
Stop! Please! Stop! I need help!
The car began to slow. I stumbled towards it. The window rolled down. The driver peered out, saw my bloodied foot, and gasped.
Oh my god, what happened to you?
I'm trying to get to the city. Please, I'm hurt, and she's...
I couldn't even say it. How could I explain?
Get in. I'll take you to the hospital.
Ooh, I wanted to cry. I huddled into the passenger door and climbed in. By car, the city rose up around us within minutes. As we moved toward the dim, pre-dawn streets, I looked out at the city. I looked out at the place I had never hoped to return to. It looked so much more desperate than I imagined. The buildings were totally overgrown. There were broken windows and crumbling bricks, and the roads were all cracked apart. Here and there, bits of "keep your distance" tape fluttered. Forgotten, the people who were left did not need to be reminded. There was a lot of vandalism, too. We drove past one dusty looking grocery store which had 3 people lined up outside, each of them wearing a heavy duty mask and spaced at least 8 feet apart from one another. Wait, grocery store? In Mallory's story, she said that there's only one grocery store by where she lived. And in her note, she said she was going home. I could imagine how tough it must have been on Mallory and her family living here, trying to stay safe and survive in a rundown dump like this. The hospital came into view. There's a phone number on the side of the tent. Five 555-8484-322. I don't know if that's important or not.
What?
The phone number on the side of the tent.
Remember it. Remember it. It might be very important, so remember it.
When I saw the men tent erected in the
Did you write
city,
it down or
I'm remembering it. 555-8484-322. When I saw the men tent in the street outside the hospital, I almost couldn't believe my eyes. It existed just like the email bulletin said it would, but there were hardly anyone around. A medical worker ducked out in PPE emerged from the tent, holding a clipboard, looking around. A man with a small child called out from several feet away, and a worker began asking questions I couldn't hear. This was how they were saving the world, quietly with eerie calm. Daring to hope, I looked around for Mallory, and if by some miracle she had made her way here, then maybe everything would actually be okay. I spotted another small group loitering nearby, and I lurched towards them.
I'm looking for a girl. Her name is Mallory. Her hair is long and white. She's wearing purple.
I moved from person to person, pleading, but no one had an answer for me. All of a sudden, I heard the faint squeal of a megaphone, a voice crackling over the near empty street.
If you are awaiting preventative care, we ask that you remain patient while we triage symptomatic individuals. If you are currently experiencing symptoms like fever, headache, fatigue, or dry coughing, or have recently been in close contact with someone who is, please proceed to the screening area for assessment.
The medical worker was showing who was showing the man and child into the med tent now. I shrugged over.
Very sick girl dressed in purple?
The medic looked at me, startled.
I'm sorry, no. Who is she? And have you been in close contact with this person?
If she's not here, can you help me find her? Because she's really sick, and I need to find her and bring her here.
If you've been in contact with an infected individual, then the most important thing right now is for you to get assessed and admitted for treatment. You do understand how rapidly the virus proliferates. The sooner we can begin treatment, the better your chances will be. Please, follow me.
But no, I have to.
Please. Right now, you are potentially shedding the virus in a public space. You need to enter the med tent.
I looked around at the near empty street. I wanted to keep arguing, but what could I say? The medic must have seen the pain. The medic must have seen the pain and hopelessness on my face.
I will try to find out about your friend. Now, please. I need you to enter the med tent.
Wait, accept treatment, insist on getting help for Mallory first. Well, Mallory is the sick one. We need to get help for her.
Go for the help.
I can't stop until I find her.
There's no one here, but she's somewhere. And if I can just find her and get her back here in time, that's a life saved.
The medic looked kind of lost. I was already backing away, getting ready to start running again. If Mallory wasn't here, then she would be at the planetarium, or at least on her way to it. That's right, because I asked her what her favorite memory was.
The planetarium, which was beyond the forest, I believe.
Which was just in the city by where she lived.
Yeah, which is exactly just beyond the forest.
Wait! Don't go yet.
The medic disappeared inside the tent. Comes out with a tranquilizer dart. Gotcha, bitch! A couple of people have been waiting nearby moved closer, hovering. It was probably wrong of me to race ahead of them, demanding the lone medic's attention, but honestly, whatever, it wasn't as though there were crowds and crowds of people waiting for aid. The only thing I cared about was Mallory. The medic re-emerged, holding out a bulky headset.
Take this.
It's a phone!
It's a satellite phone. We have
That's the number. That's for the number.
Mm-hmm. Told you. Remember the number.
555-8484-322.
As soon as you find your friend, call us. If we know where you are, we might be able to send help.
A wave of gratitude washed over me as I took the stat phone. I definitely did not have to be told twice. Time had never been more of the essence.
Thank you.
I was already hurrying away, almost in disbelief at this blessing. I carried on down the street, calling Mallory's name, though everything seemed so destroyed and shit. There were a handful of people around who would turn to look at me puzzled. They avoided my path and I avoided theirs. I reached back into my memory trying to get my bearings and figure out which way to go. The planetarium was closer to the river. I knew that. I started down the street in that direction. My head was spinning and I couldn't feel my foot anymore. But I kept on going, leaving bloody shoe prints behind me. Hope was the only thing keeping me going. I trailed over the rubble in the streets, passing broken hazard signs and empty storefronts, unable to stop myself from imagining the riots that must have taken place here years ago. When the top of the planetarium building came into view, I sprinted the rest of the way. I looked at the buildings surrounding that one, which was the apartment building where Mallory lived. I scanned all the windows and balconies inside looking for some sign of her. I turned in a circle, scanning every street corner and bus stop I could see. It was like a ghost town. I tipped my head back to call out for Mallory. That's when I caught sight of a purple figure on a rooftop overhead. Why is she on the roof?
gonna commit suicide.
Here's your warning now, guys.
Because, remember, she probably just found out her sister died.
And now she can't go back to you or else she'll get you sick. And she doesn't know about the cure. She's gonna do it.
Mallory! Mallory! Don't move! I'm coming!
I didn't even know if she could hear me. I just hurried as fast as my body would let me, around the building to the fire escape. A dry, rattling feeling was building up in my chest. I could barely breathe. I reached the top of the fire escape and hauled myself up onto the roof, where I was sure I had seen Mallory. I looked around for her, and the moment my body ceased all functions, and I could actually feel my heart skip a beat. Where was she? No.
Mallory!
A cold breeze blew past, and all I could do was stand there a few moments, processing everything that was happening. She already jumped.
Did. Oh no.
Oh shit, she's here!
She's alive!
I turned to the source of that small, weak voice. And she looks beautiful as ever. There she was at the opposite edge of the rooftop, her delicate frame backlit by the gently rising sun. Dark hollows hung under her eyes and in her cheeks. She trembled, barely able to hold herself upright.
Why are you here?
She didn't look at me as she spoke, and my throat felt like it was twisting shut.
Your letter. I found it, and I couldn't just let you go.
She listened and continued to gaze out on the cityscape, avoiding eye contact with me.
You shouldn't be here. It's dangerous for you to be close to me.
She was so out of breath. I approached her slowly, terrified that she would just float away.
It doesn't matter to me now. I care about you too much. I love you, Mallory.
She turned her face, finally giving me a weak smile.
You dummy. I love you too. That's why I had to leave.
She swayed, then, though turning back to look at me, had made her dizzy. Her body dripped forward towards the ledge. I lunged, panicked, and grabbed Mallory's narrow arms. Thank fuck. In one swift moment, I had pulled her onto myself, reducing shift in weight to have her fall into my arms. Gently, I helped her lay down. Her cheeks were blood red, her skin like fire. She struggled to keep her eyes open.
I don't have much time left. Maybe you're just a dream.
No, Mallory, you don't understand. There's a treatment. There's a treatment, and it's right here in the city, and I love you.
There's a cure?
I nodded vigorously, fumbling for the stat foam I shoved in my pocket.
My sister wasn't home. Do you think maybe she managed to get the cure?
She wasn't home. Honey, she's dead.
She wasn't home. She got outside and passed away.
Because if our Pandavax only just got here and she's dying that fast, she is dead.
She probably left the house so then her sister doesn't have to see the dead body. What do you think?
Maybe that makes sense. Or like
You don't
hidden.
want to traumatize family by having them see another family member dead on the ground or something, you know?
Yeah. My shoulders rounded
Like it was
as I
already
fought back
harmful for them when
tears.
their mom died.
Right, of course, Mallory wouldn't even think of herself.
I'm going to get you help. I'm calling right now, and someone's gonna come.
The phone was in my hand. My thumb pawed over the stiff, tranquil buttons. The number had been printed on the med set, but what was it? 558484. Yes, that was it. Thank you, brain. I thought as the ring started to go through. You're welcome, replied my brain, as more rings went through. I started to worry that no one would pick up, but then finally someone did. I didn't know if it was the same medic who had given me the staff film, but either way, I immediately started rattling off every detail I could about where we were and how to get here. Then I threw the phone down. That's dumb. And wrapped my arms around Mallory.
Someone's coming. Help is coming.
All I could hope for was that they would get here fast enough.
It was selfish of me to stay with you. I should have known.
No, don't start that.
She paused.
She'll make it. Believe.
Scuttering and coughing weakly. Then she tried to smile, but tears washed across her face instead.
I'm so sorry.
Her eyes began to close, and I could tell she was starting to fade.
You have absolutely nothing to apologize for. I was alone for so long, I forgot what it was like to live. And then you came into my world, and
Tears began to roll down my
having
cheeks.
you in my life has been the best thing to ever happen to me. And I cannot wait for us to go home and live happily ever after together.
Too weak to wipe away her tears, they fell onto the cold concrete blocks we were resting on. A cold breeze blew up the side of the building and carried with it a stale smell of pavement. There you go, thank you.
Stay with me, Mallory.
I completely
We're going to get
blanked.
you help. Everything's going to be okay.
You blanked out, so the Asian helped out of the blue.
Stay with me, Mallory. We waited together on the rooftop as the sun came up, splitting open the clouds and shining on us like a spotlight. I willed the medic to get here faster. The wait felt like an eternity. Then, far below, I heard the rumble of a vehicle pulling up. A door popping open. A distant voice. It was 2 weeks before Mallory and I were finally able to return to the cabin. Mallory had spent most of that time quarantined, receiving the back of our Pandavax treatment, which carried her gently back from the brink of death. I received treatment as well and was monitored closely for symptoms. Finally, we were discharged and we found our way back home, where all the leaves were gold and red, and the mountains had snow on their peaks. The first thing we did was check on the chickens, only to find they had torn open their feed bag and had themselves a feast while we were away. They were fat and very happy to see us. We took a careful stroll around the rest of the property too, just to make sure everything looked okay, and to make note of any issues I had to be dealing with. Then we were ready to head inside. And they both got shot. Near the front porch, we found a package, which looked like it had been left outdoors for too long.
Must be that order I placed for drone delivery. The first aid kit, the aspirin.
Not just only the first aid kit and aspirin. Holy shit. My voice trailed off.
Feels like a million years ago.
He bought 3 things, that's right. I sat down on the porch, stepped to open the package, hardly able to wait, ignoring the first aid kit and the aspirin bottle. I pulled out a small cardboard box I knew would have Mallory's ring inside.
Oh, proposal.
I looked up at her, suddenly a little nervous.
I have a gift for you.
A gift? Really? Yeah! What is it?
I grinned at how cute she was. I held the box up to her, and she danced a little as she took it. She lifted the lid to peer inside.
Oh my goodness. It's so pretty.
It reminded me of you.
Her eyes looked so shiny. She smiled and leaned down to kiss me.
Try it on.
Okay.
That's so fucking cute.
Indeed.
That's thumbnail worthy right there.
Thumbnail worthy. Someone get that on the thumbnail, right on the back.
Alright, fuck, how do I screenshot on this piece of shit?
Don't worry, I took a screenshot. I'll share it to you.
Dope.
I'm 2 steps ahead of you, dipshit. Bam, there, screenshot.
Dope.
Now that'll be 2 more ramen added to your bill.
Oh, come on, not with this sweet.
Oh, you know how the Asians work around here.
She took the ring out of its box and slid it onto her narrow finger. I had totally guessed her ring size, but luckily it was the perfect fit. She tilted her head back and forth, smiling at the silver bow and glistening stone. Seeing her so happy made me happy.
I love you, Mallory.
I love you too.
Feels good to say that when we're not in a life or death situation. Am I right?
She giggled. We went inside together, and for a long while, we just enjoyed each other's company. We ate, we talked, we laughed, and we held each other. When the sun dropped down below the horizon and the sky grew dark, I thought back to what Mallory had told me about her love for the stars.
What would you say if I asked you to spend this evening stargazing with me?
I would say I know the most perfect spot.
I felt my grin get even bigger.
I'll grab some blankets. Meet me up there?
Sure.
A few minutes later, I climbed up onto the roof with a blanket folded over my shoulder. Mallory sat waiting for me, watching with those beautiful eyes and the sweetest smile. My heart felt warmer than it ever had, and the pain and loss we experienced would always be there. But now there was also joy to be felt, so much joy and so much life to be lived.
We did it. We saved the waifu.
I need to get this as well.
Mission accomplished.
Control
Wouldn't
Command
you say so,
F12.
right?
Hell yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah, we saved the waifu. Mission accomplished. Great to go. I'm pretty sure everyone else will agree that's 100% A-OK mission, right?
Yeah.
We did it. Do you think Josh will ever watch the rest of this or no?
Oh yeah, he will. Knowing Josh, he will.
I mean, sometimes he skips out, but you never know. I like how you're playing a game that's literally just a visual novel, and I'm just playing a first-person shooter right next to it. Oh, should I screenshot this and send it to you or no?
Yeah, bet.
Aaron?
Yeah.
Damn it. Hidden.
Yeah. I wish I could figure out how to fucking.
Hidden Jaeger.
I wish I could figure out how to screenshot on this damn Mac, because then it would be a better screenshot.
Aaron, if you're wondering, I already took a screenshot of it, so then I can send it to you if you want.
Alright, fuck.
Were you trying to find out how to screenshot?
Yes. I don't know how you fucking do it on Mac.
Oh, Mac? Oh, bet. I'll teach you. Once you get, once you get the time, I'll teach you during Discord.
I have the time right now, bro.
Alone. Huh?
I have the time right now.
Yeah, I know, but what I mean is after you're done streaming and whatnot, you know?
Oh, right.
So then you can learn shots whenever you feel like it, you know?
Yeah. I want to sit with Mallory under the stars. The end.
Yeah! Woo!
And that, boys and girls, we got the best ending.
That is the true ending.
Yeah, it must be the true ending.
True ending to save a waifu. Hell yeah, let's go. 10 out of 10.
This game
15%
was...
already? Holy shit, my phone dies.
This game was insanely good.
It's good, but it also has its sad moments and it's got its happy moments.
That's what makes it good, though. Out
of all, yeah, it was pretty good.
Now, I'm kind of curious what would happen if I went back to save slot 1. And said, stay inside and lock all the doors. The scream had sounded human-ish, but there were plenty of wild animals out there whose screams sounded humanish too. And so what if it was a person? No good have ever come from trespassing outdoors to confront a sketchy stranger in the dark.
You know what makes me feel safe? Locks. Good, sturdy locks.
I walked around inside the cabin, checking that all the doors and windows were secure. Then, feeling quite pleased, I sat down and finished my tea. An hour later, I climbed upstairs and went to bed. When I woke up, the sky was clear and the sun was on the rise. Mornings like that always put me in a very pleasant mood. Pleasant, but wistful. After making a quick cup of coffee, I headed outside, planning to take advantage of the mild weather to get some yard work done. Raking, weeding, maybe cleaning out the gutters. But as I made my way across the lawn and toward the shed, a strange light stopped me in my tracks. Or a strange sight. For years, I had kept the animal traps set up around my property, and now one of them had been tampered with. There was blood on the trap, soaked into the ground beneath it, and smeared across the grass. Oh no.
Damn, it looks like her leg could have been cut off.
Beside the trap lay a single purple high-heeled shoe, also blood streaks and muddy. A lump.
Oh yeah, they cut off her leg.
Because she's so fragile. Cut her foot
You
off.
want to know what happens? If you get stuck in a bear trap and you're kind of fragile for your like body weight or something, right? If you don't know how to operate a bear trap and you try to tamper it so then you can set yourself loose, it can tighten even faster and launch further into your skin, therefore cutting it off.
Oh shit. A lump formed in my throat as I thought about the scream I heard the evening before.
Maybe it wasn't an animal.
And the shoe. So pretty in her. I didn't suggest the presence of a dangerous intruder either. My stomach felt a big tight knot as I tried calling out.
Hello? Hello? Is anyone there?
There was no answer, just a gentle rustling of leaves that were starting to crisp. The early morning song of little birds, and the drip drip of leftover rainwater coming off the downsprocket. I searched the property, of course. I even searched a ways into the woods. I never found anyone, or any other sign that someone had been there. But someone had been there, and had gotten hurt in my trap. There wasn't anything I could do in the end. I pulled some disposable gloves and moved the shoe. Set it neatly beside my doorstep. I didn't really expect anyone to come back for it, but getting rid of it felt rude. I scrambled to my head with my hands after. Better safe than sorry. No work got done for the rest of the day. This dark, heavy feeling stayed with me. And if I'm being honest, it stayed with me through the next day, too. And the day after that. I still wish I made a different choice that night. If I had gone outside to check, I might have found whoever that purple shoe belonged to. And I might have been able to help them. Wherever they were, I hoped they were somehow okay. Game over.
Okay, so what happens is, well, here's what I think happens, right? So, if she dies and you don't ever meet her, it's always going to end as a game over. But if you do meet her and you do eventually save her, then it's always going to be an ending. But every time she dies, it's going to be a game over at most.
No, I think game over just means it's an ending. So like that's like the lock your doors ending or some shit, or better safe than sorry ending.
Well, then it would be usually listed like number out of whatever number ending, you know? Usually.
Usually, but
You know
I
what
don't
I
know.
mean?
Alright, but anyway, I'm gonna leave this video here.
You know what I mean, Aaron? So it would be like probably like 4 out of 8 ending or something like that.
Alright, this video turned out to be almost 7 hours long. This is gonna be a bitch to upload. I hope you guys enjoyed this game as much as I did. And honestly, if you guys want to see another video on this game, just a quick one where I go through and get all the endings, I'll happily do it. But until then, my name's Aaron, and I'll see you in the next video. Later.